Oh, good. Well,
who
that's
are
all.
you? Who am I?
Yes, okay.
What's going on here?
Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late-night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. I'm so excited to welcome my guest for this afternoon, LCOLONQ. Welcome on in, man.
Hello, Vtuber Talk. It's very wonderful to meet you for the very first time. We've never spoken. It's for the very first time.
We spoke earlier in the week, but this is our first time
Well, I mean,
today.
I forgot about all that already. I have a poor memory, right? These things, you know.
Fortunately, there seems to be a lot of folks in chat who are already familiar with you, but for those who aren't, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Guy. Yes, hello. That's me.
It sure is him.
I am him. Yes, I'm well known as him in the business of things, right? They're calling me him often. Yeah. How's it going, man? How's life?
Right. How's your Pokemon Rogue run going? Because when we spoke earlier in the week, you mentioned that you, like me, fell into that particular fun game for a little bit, and I have since beaten Classic Mode. Have you?
See. I have not actually played since we last spoke. I got sidetracked with other projects, alas. But no, I am enjoying Poke Rogue. It's quite good. Although, yes, it's the sort of game that I feel like will get utterly obliterated by DMCA at some point in the near future. But you know, stranger things have happened. It's pretty damn fun though.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what Pokemon does and doesn't squash, because usually if it uses their IP, if it uses their name, their images, that it will get squashed, even if it's a not-for-profit thing. So I'm kind of surprised to have seen Pokemon Rogue survive as long as it has. I wonder if they've somehow figured out something that skirts just how to actually not fall into the Pokemon Company's bad graces. Or maybe they're just really difficult to contact, so they haven't been able to be served a cease and desist yet. Can't be served anything if there's no email address or something. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where I suspect they just haven't been noticed yet, right? But some things do stay up for a very long time. Like Pokemon Showdown, for example, has been,
that is also
for a very long time.
They must be doing something, because there's no way the Pokemon Company isn't aware of Pokemon Showdown. It's not possible. That's half of their competitive scene uses Pokemon Showdown as the testing grounds very naturally.
Yes.
So I never actually thought about it from that particular angle before, that there must be some technicality that makes that acceptable to them in ways that others aren't. That'd be a really interesting, I don't know if that's a legal thing or if it's just somewhere a corporate decision, but...
Yeah.
Huh.
Who knows? To be a fly on the wall. With these. But yes, no, I've been doing quite a bit. Have I been gaming? I've been trying to game a little bit. You know, as the topic goes to gaming, right? Are you familiar with roguelikes, Vtuber Talk?
Yes,
games
I am.
Like
I don't
Rogue?
play a ton of games that are like Rogue, but I'm certainly familiar with them. I do enjoy watching people play games that are like Rogue.
Cool. Yes. So I've been investigating. Well, I'm very fond of this game that I played a lot when I was a kid called NetHack, which is a kind of a descendant of another game called Hack, which is a clone of a game called Rogue from the 80s, right? So it's very much like Rogue. It has a great likeness to Rogue. And I spent yesterday, like I woke up and I was like, yeah, I want to play some NetHack. Let's play NetHack. Let's win at NetHack today. And I mostly just got frustrated with the interface all day and was like, let's program something to make playing another roguelike better. So that's how I think that's the only real gaming I've been doing in the intervening time since we last spoke.
And so I haven't actually played NetHack, that I'm familiar with it. And I know that it is a very old game.
Yes.
Are you still able to play that just on browser, or does it require an actual client download?
Well, so the game traditionally runs natively, but there are definitely browser versions of it. Surprisingly, it's still actively developed. The latest released version was in February 2023, and the dev builds are still being updated by the dev team. I think basically every day.
Wow.
So it's been in development for almost 40 years now.
But
it's
initially
still going
released
strong.
in '87.
Yes. So it's the sort of thing where a lot of people play on servers where you either can like remote like log in through your like SSH or something. People probably know what this is. You can either remote log in like text mode to the server to play, or some of them have like a browser client. Yeah, or you can play locally. And there are various. I mean, it's such an old game and it's open source, right? So there are of course like graphical builds for Android or whatever. There's all sorts of things, right? It has a long and rich history. But it's basically the game itself it's like, it's a roguelike. It's like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, right? It's like, you crawl, you move around a dungeon. It's a grid kind of based thing, turn based. You fight stuff, you get items, you interact with things. If you die, you go back, you lose everything, you go back to the start, right? It's that kind of game. Mm-hmm. But it's very compelling, right? It's compelling largely because it's 40 years old and there are like an absolutely insane amount of features in the game. Like the number of interactions you can like take, it's just a huge game. I don't know how to convey it without like saying just go play NetHack. Yeah. Play NetHack. It's great.
And just looking at images of different builds from throughout the years, that you can see it going from just essentially what you're made of, almost ASCII code.
Yes.
Of just you have pound signs, hashtags, whatever you want to call them, as the walls. You have little dots and dashes for different barriers or to show what spaces you have in rooms. Then there's certain overlays that have a curvature to them, I guess, to emulate very old monitors that had those.
Yes.
But then I also see some versions here that look more like Gauntlet almost.
Yes, there are certainly versions of the graphics. And I would note also that it's not even a linear progression. Most people probably still play in the text mode today. Mm. That's definitely the most popular way that people play, I would say, and how most of the servers will give it to you. So it's definitely influenced my aesthetic tastes quite a lot playing this for a ton of time when I was 13 or whatever. So like it's I don't know, it's just a beautiful game. And kind of the whole genre surrounding it of these like traditional like text roguelikes and stuff. Like there's a lot of gems there that I think people don't like consider very often, because it's like, oh, these games are old and busted, right? These games, yes, I want to play Hades, I want to play Poke-Rogue, right? But a lot of them are developed actively and have really good gameplay, right? They have, and it's not like the game's appearance might be kind of archaic, but the game feel is often not, right? They feel like good games, right? So it's it can be nice in that aspect.
Do you still use the same account that you used way back in the day, or have you made a new one over time?
Oh no, I definitely I think I made one yesterday to play online. I've played back in the day. I played mostly offline because I never had internet access when I was young, messing around with these things. But nowadays, I have to. I was like, let's do this as LCOLONQ. So we've re-entered as LCOLONQ. And it doesn't really matter your account, given that the game is both has permadeath, no progression, right? It's not like Binding of Isaac where you're unlocking items. Like a fresh account is the same as an account where you've won 100 times. There's no difference in gameplay. Mm-hmm. And also the game is brutally hard. So it's I think I've won once on a variant even. I've never beaten the base game. So it's that sort of thing, It's there's not much benefit to kind of retaining the same other than your own historical records and your this sort of thing.
About how long does a successful run take?
It really depends.
That you're not like a speedrunner, that sort of on average.
Yeah, I think the speedrunners can do it in like 2 hours, I think. Ooh. But I think in like a normal person, it'll probably take you 20 or 30 hours maybe. Mm-hmm. To beat the game, which is I think relatively par for the course for like these sorts of roguelikes, right? But that sounds insane if you're like given the context of like modern roguelikes or roguelites or whatever people call them, whatever word that it is, right? Like oh, you play for 20 hours and you die and you have to start over, right? Like that's bonkers, but that's how it is.
And I always get confused between the difference between roguelike and roguelite.
Yes.
And well, I guess, so is roguelike when you have proper permadeath, like you were describing, that roguelite would be where you have progression in the ways of I guess Pokemon Rogue would probably be considered a roguelite because depending on the Pokemon that you catch, that changes who you can start with.
Yes, well, it's sort of the nature. It's the kind of thing where people have very different definitions of these things, right? And mostly it's all fucking kind of dumb, right?
It's all like arbitrary.
It's all words, but it is.
It's like, what is anime? And I have a definition, but others have different ones.
What is a JRPG or something like this?
Ooh,
like who?
There's a big one.
Yeah, this kind of thing, right? But like. It is useful to have words that mean things sometimes, right? So that you can distinguish between. I think there's definitely a school of purists who would say that a roguelike is a game that is like Rogue. It is a turn-based game. It is a grid-based game. It has permadeath with no progression. There are no modes in the game, even some would say. Like, you don't, like, enter a separate screen in the shop or something like this. Like, people are very stringent with these sorts of things. And other people would say, like, it's, like, the lack of meta progression element. I think personally, I would say that, like, I would refer to something as a rogue-like if it's a turn-based dungeon crawler on a grid or something like this, right? And a roguelite is, anything that has this kind of like procedural generation, permadeath sort of thing, like, the kind of a broader category of thing. But also it just doesn't matter and is kind of silly even to like, people try and come up with different terms for it's all a mess, Jay. It's all a mess. There's so much shit out there, right? So like. And the term roguelike has become so synonymous with things that are, like Binding of Isaac, this sort of thing, right? That it's like you're fighting against the ocean, right? Trying to be like a roguelike is a game that is it has to be on a grid, it has to be text based, it has to be turn based, right? Like it's be that as it may, it's difficult to fight against the tides.
Yeah, especially like you were saying, once just general populist jargon gets a hold, that whatever definition used to exist doesn't necessarily matter because
it means what it means, right? It means what people mean by it, right? So there's not really this but that's probably what I would, if I had to separate them in my head, it's like a roguelike is a turn-based dungeon crawler. I don't know, but there's a lot of good ones, right, that are in that genre too, which is why it's sometimes useful to have a separate term, right? Things like I mean, NetHack is one notable one in that tradition, and there's games. There's a game called Angband that was sort of another thing that was kind of based on Rogue back in the day. And there's a ton of different games that are kind of now based on Angband. There's sort of a proliferation of these games because they were often open source, right? So it's really easy to take one game and like make your own version of it or like substantially change it, and then now it's a new game. So yeah, there's a whole proliferation of these things, right? And then new ones constantly, and it's a whole thing. So it's worth investigating if you've never been in that world because there's a lot of gems there.
If you have someone who wants to start getting into roguelike games and assume that they have played video games before, that they're not a completely new gamer, but that they are new to this particular genre or subgenre. Do you have a starting point that you usually refer people to?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, so there's two games actually. There's a game called Brogue, which actually has no real connection to Rogue. It's just called Brogue because it's a funny word that has Rogue in it. And Brogue is really polished. It's a text-based game, but it looks really good. It uses color really well and animation really well. It's a beautiful game, and it has really, really like tight gameplay, right? It's very tactical. It's sort of a classless. It's not really like a grindy sort of game. It's very like focused on like utilizing your resources well, and like it's a really, really good game. Very compact, like well put together. And then another game in that category is there's this game called Sil, or I think there's a fork of it now called CROWPHET, which is a game that's derived from Angband once upon a time, but has again been turned into something that's this very like tight tactical experience. And it's also very like aesthetically unique because it's a game that's based it's based on the Silmarillion, and it's perhaps like the most true to form like Tolkien Silmarillion game ever made. I think it's very much like you're not like blasting fireballs around or stuff, or maybe you're singing songs that put your foes to sleep and things like that. It's very like it captures like the feeling of that work really well. It's also just a super good game, very very balanced, very tactical, like very like you have to use your brain a lot. The enemy AI is really good. It's just great. So CROWPHET and Brogue would be my recommendations, and they're both pretty accessible.
And I'm kind of curious. Does SilQ have anything to do with why you wound up as LCOLONQ? I usually don't ask people about their names, but yours is so particularly unique that I am curious.
Yes, it is a freak sort of name. I don't deny it, Jay. Vtuber Talk. It's the name of a freak, right? It's a name built I don't know in the circus or something like this. It's yeah. So LCOLONQ. I'm really fond of really unwieldy names, right? I think like I could not like, I mean, no offense to those that do, but I could never be a VTuber and call myself like, I don't know, like I could not be like you know, I could not give myself a human name, I think, right? It has to be something that's super, it's difficult on the tongue. So I think the origin is I was workshopping. I workshopped the whole character concept with my wife. Shout out to ModClonk, who's a regular appearance on the stream. So we were workshopping these names, and we were thinking, like, I originally wanted to just do like 10 consonants in a row, right? Like G G G G G, like 10 G's or something like this, or like 10 P's, and we were like kind of going back and forth on what the best letter was. And we settled on L. And we decided to shorten it to just like a few of them, because like having like, it's hard to know. It's like you can kind of easily tell between lengths at short lengths, right? It's kind of hard at like, you can't really easily tell at a glance whether there's 9 or 10 characters here. So that didn't seem ideal. So we decided on that, and then I was like, what do we do for like I can't just get the name LLLL, which I might have wanted if I was initially. How do we change this? So we chose :Q or COLONQ as the last name, because it's a text editor command in this old text editor called VI that means quit the editor, and that's sort of funny. And also it's just like a funny word, right? It's funny to say. It has colon in it, and people are like, haha, colon, right? I don't know. It has some kind of, it's not really an overtly scatological connotation, but like it's like sort of a funny word, right? And it has some texture to it. So yeah, it's sort of just like, you know, it's just an unwieldy name, right? It's just a name that's like, it's hard to come to grips with, but it's also, you know, I don't know.
Because at first, sort of thing. I think L, the character colon, and Q.
Yes, that's what it is. The text editor command is the character :Q. That's kind of what it is. It is the character :Q. And then we were like, oh, let's make it COLONQ, right? Let's make it this sort of like funny, you know. It's all just
if you're going to read it out phonetically, that's how it would generally go.
Yes. So like, really, it doesn't matter. I always feel bad now. People are always like, how do I say your name? How do I? And I'm
asked, before we started, because I had to record the intro, and was like, well, I'm going to introduce you, and I'm going to say, please welcome my guest for today. Name here, and that you know, I've had plenty of difficult to pronounce names that are perfectly human names. That different people have gotten names that are inspired by obviously English, Japanese, but I've had folks that have had French, German, you name it, and that despite people using a name to refer to themselves, people rarely say their own names aloud.
Yes.
So you don't necessarily realize, okay, how do I actually pronounce this? Because the other thing is, most people are not going to correct someone if you're close, but also, who are they going to interact with most? Chat, who doesn't have the opportunity to mispronounce it. Yes. So it's a name that's made to be written, which is sort of appropriate, right? Mm-hmm.
But if like the answer, the first order answer is I don't care. Excuse me, it doesn't matter. And then the second order answer is that the name of the channel is LCOLONQ, and the name of the character on the channel is LCOLONQ. That's sort of the absurd explanation. But these days, everyone just calls me Clonk anyway. So that's I just say that because it's easier to say and like also kind of fun to say, right? It's like an onomatopoeia sort of deal. I don't know. It's like it feels like bonking something over the head. So
and certainly the advantage of your username is that you can be reasonably confident that it's going to be available on all platforms.
Oh, yes, perfect. That's the best part, right?
10 characters in a row of the same character usually will be available, but not necessarily, just because it's still an easy enough thing.
Yeah.
But being able to have a particular combination like this does make it easier. Also, Zuli3, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you're having a good day. I'm Jay, this is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking to CALONQ, as we just established. And it seems that you are familiar with them as well. So welcome on in.
Yes.
Hopefully you had a good stream. Do take care of yourself. Get some water, get some food, get some rest if you need. But welcome on in, and yeah, we're talking.
Zully's a good friend, one of the CALONQ heads, as we say,
yes.
one of the heads, right? It's we have sort of we've sort of I don't know, quite a lot of people have been streaming or started up streaming, kind of in the scene. I don't know, in the community. And Zully's definitely around. They're very cool. Yeah, that's the name. Really, that's all it is. It's just a funny name. It has a funny sound. L is a funny letter, right? L is like, I don't know, in the shape of an L on your forehead, loser, taking L's, right? This sort of thing. It has this connotation, right? It's a funny letter. So like, what can you do? How can you beat that, really? It's you gotta do some, I think I would rather have a name that is recognizable than a name that is like, I don't know. I think a name being unwieldy can make it stick out a little more, which is I think it's held true for me a little bit. Like I can't even tell you how many times I've like met someone really because they're like, oh, you're the guy with you have the weird name, right? You're the guy with the weird name in chat, right? That sort of thing, right? So
and yet it's this tasteful amount of unwieldy that it's not 10 characters of unwieldy.
Yeah,
I think is a bit much, but you just have very clean 7 and. It's
a tight 7. Yes.
Yeah, very tight 7.
That's what if I was doing stand up, it would be my tight 7.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, that's it. And we just went from there. And I have no desire to change it, right? Like I guess I could, but like I don't really want to. We're gonna stick with it, I think, probably forever. So
Hazmat VT in chat says, "Oh yeah, it was determined earlier that Q is the most furry letter because it's always big, inflated."
Is furry tied in with inflation in this sense? I thought these were separate things, but perhaps they're not. I have little knowledge about these things. Who can say? Can we talk about this on stream? Can we talk about weird sex stuff? JVTuber Talk?
Oh yes, I've had adult content creators on this show before. As long as it is Twitch TOS safe, we're fine.
I see. Perfect. Well, I'll avoid this. I do try and be a I try and keep things G-rated generally. No, not at all. But yes. So VTuber Talk, I'm doing like, I have to tell you, one of my greatest hobbies on when I'm on the computer, one of the most fun things you can do is just making things up, right? Have you encountered this yourself? It turns out like, I don't really like lying in the sense of like, you can be bad. It can be a bad thing to lie, right? It can be a bad thing to like, deceive people. But I think in the sense of doing kind of gaffes, right? Doing a bit of a channeling a little bit of comedy, right?
Yes.
I love just lying all the time.
He who funny, where it's not actually going to be harmful to anybody or cause someone to take actions or think things that are harmfully incorrect.
Yes. I know what you mean. And as Maradine says, I fucking love spreading misinformation online. It's one of the greatest things ever made. It cleanses the soul. It's sort of tied in. I mean acting, doing acting, which VTubing is sort of a part of, right? It's lying fundamentally, right? You're deceiving in a useful way, right? You're convincing your audience that you are something other than what you are, right? You're concealing reality, and I think it's sort of tied in this way. I don't know why we went on this tangent, but it's I don't know. It is good. It is good. It's important to discuss.
Incorrect, like using proprietary software.
Yes, some would say this. We definitely have. So VTuber Talk. This is one of the. This also kind of comes up. I probably have one of the the most VTuber, right? It's built on a whole bunch of technology, right? It's built on VTube Studio and Twitch and Discord often. These are the staples, right?
Yes.
I think I might have one of the most hostile to the standard VTuber stack, as it were, fan bases. Not hostile in sort of a negative way, but definitely I have a lot of people who don't
who aren't necessarily going to go looking in the VTuber tag on Twitch. That they found you because you do something very specific and interesting, and the fact that you are a VTuber is secondary to the content that they are there for. But at the same time, you are bringing VTubing to more people. That is the next phase of VTubing, because the big thing that I tell people when I'm trying to explain what is VTubing, because while we are finally bumping up against true public consciousness, we are not quite there yet. My sort of litmus test is, if I think that the person who is working the checkout at the grocery store would know something, it's public consciousness.
Yes, for
I
sure.
don't necessarily know that the person working the checkout at the grocery store is going to know what VTubing is.
Oh, we're definitely not there yet.
I think the person at the grocery store, they know what a computer is. They know what the internet is. They probably know what live streaming is. That live streaming as a concept, I think, is now public consciousness. Between YouTube, Twitch, honestly, is not actually a major player, at least not in the global
Probably
sense.
YouTube and TikTok are largely
YouTube and TikTok. But people generally know that even my grandparents would know what that is.
Yes.
At a very base level. They might not interact with it, but they will probably be like, oh, yes, I've heard of that.
It depends a lot on your background, though, to some degree. I come from a very very rural part of the world, and I had the pleasure. I went home for the holidays over recently, and I guess not super recently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I went home and I visited family, aunts and uncles and grandparents and my parents. Right. I mentioned I was doing this live streaming thing, and not one knew what that even was. It's so there are definitely parts of even America where that is a totally alien thing. Even I didn't tell them, of course, that I'm pretending to be some kind of anime character.
Leave out
they wouldn't know
particular detail.
That's sort of for
another day,
right? But even the concept of live streaming is like it's totally alien, right? So,
but it's definitely closer than VTubing as a whole. But when I'm explaining
VTubing being a subset, right?
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah. But that's the thing that. All VTubing is it is a tangent, it is a method of content creation, that it is not its own genre. It is not a style or anything. It is.
Yeah, it's not. It's certainly not a community.
An additional medium of sorts, but just when I'm explaining VTubing to someone who doesn't know it, that I'm able to nowadays reasonably assume that they know what streaming is. And all I say is, it's someone who streams, but motion capture, because the motion capture technology is public consciousness.
Yes.
People know what mocap is. And it's just, they're doing mocap while streaming. That's all I say. And it clicks. And you see it in their eyes. It's like, oh, neat. Yeah. I didn't know motion capture technology was accessible enough that the layman could get something like that, but I totally know what that is now. Yes. And that's exactly what it is. And that's, if I want to get into more specific VTubing things like, particularly prolific streamers or anything past that, that's specific details for creators that you can convey what VTubing is at its core via the synthesis of two public consciousness concepts, motion capture and streaming.
Yes.
That's all you have to do.
For sure.
But VTubing does still have, in many people's minds, something of a fence around it. That while it is just that simple combination of two things, many people do consider it a niche, a genre, a community, and that they mentally sort of block themselves off from it if they are not already into it. And it's people like you who are going to help it break into public consciousness eventually.
Perhaps. I don't want to make any sort of lofty aspiration, but there's this sort of thing where there is a distinct flavor of I think a lot of the VTuber stuff, right? Or
there
corporate
are trends
VTubing.
To be sure.
There's a flavor to it.
Yes, there's definitely. It's one of those things of stereotypes are often built in some non-zero amount of truth, and just what is a thing of relative consistency. What are commonalities? Yeah, and that especially in the early days, if you're going to go to 2019 to 2021 in particular. And that we've come a long way since then. The number of VTubers, the variety of VTubers has broadened exponentially since then.
Sure.
But
and
unfortunately,
it's
a lot
so
of people still... Exactly, that too.
Yeah, I mean, people think of it. It's natural that they think of it that way, right? I don't even think it's necessarily like a shame. And the largest VTubers, by and large, are doing a very particular sort of thing, right? They're doing like the gaming casual conversations, Atsudan sort of. It's the sort of corporate VTubing model, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
We need to get starts somewhere.
That's the way it goes. And if people have those associations, that's also fine. I think it's people. I found it being like. Especially in the technology space, people get it, like where I'm coming from, because it's like it's an anonymity tool, it's a privacy tool, right? It's like I would
literally
never
are better equipped to understand it on a simply technical, fundamental level of what is going on, and if anything, it's probably I would say it's more likely to be appealing to them than others simply because of the fascination of the technology. That if they are in the computing technology, hardware, software space, that they
cool
see these things
stuff.
like, ooh.
I think really that's what it is for me, right? It's like this is a cool technical project. Of course, I like VTubers, right? Of course, I could talk to you about Mori Calliope for 150 hours. VTuber Talk. I could rant
I'll get
to
to that
about
later.
No worries
about that, my friend.
So, but it's the kind of thing where like it's interesting in its own right. It's interesting for the sake of like, haha, we put the funny pixels on the screen and made them move around and talk, right? That's like that itself can be a fun thing if you have a certain sort of approach, right? I don't know who fucking knows at the end of the day, but it certainly is, it all works out.
But what's gonna get it into public consciousness is people being able to break away from those early stereotypes and that sort of walled garden mentality that both people in and outside of VTubing are guilty of.
Yes.
And that once they see more people like you who break the mold just a little bit, that you don't even need to be doing a first of, you're not the first ever code streamer. You're not the first ever person to necessarily do any specific one thing, but that as they see, a VTuber can do that, and that they get into that, and that maybe the algorithm will do its thing, and that they will see another that might pique their interest, and that it will be just enough, and then they will see another and another, and then by the third or fourth in, it's that anything can be a VTuber.
Yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily say like, I don't know. Does this sort of thing have to enter the public consciousness? Is this an inevitability? Is this even a good thing for this to happen? Is it a good, or not even? Is it a good versus a bad thing? Does it have? Is this a thing that can be evaluated? Can this be assigned a value? I don't know. I don't know personally if I'm concerned with it. I think it probably depends on people's individual priorities, right?
That's a very fair comment. That for me, that it's more a fascination thing than anything of that surprise, the talk show host finds people interesting.
Yes.
And that I think that VTubing is a very fun and creative tangent of content creation as a whole. And that I think that a lot of good can come of it. And that I think more people being aware of VTubing will get more creativity. And so I think that I think it's a when, certainly not an if, of when VTubing will reach public consciousness. But for me, when we are in this early Wild West phase, and we are, I firmly believe, still in the Wild West of VTubing.
Oh, yes, I agree. I think the bubble has not even started. Like people think it's a bubble. I think the bubble has not even started to inflate. Right? I think
at all.
Yes, things are still early stages, and we won't even know what it will look like.
To this stream today, and this is the first time you've ever seen a VTuber. Maybe you're not in on the ground floor, you're in on the second or third floor, though. You're still absolutely in these early days.
Yes,
and that
buy now.
I'm
buy now.
Yes,
sell
stonks,
etc., etc. Who knows?
And that I'm curious and intrigued to just watch the trajectory of VTubing, because I see that inevitability, and I don't know if that's going to be in a year, 3 years, 10 years, but when we are in this very formative stage that will be unlike anything else in the history of VTubing, that I don't think certainly it'll last another 10 years in this phase.
Yes.
And
yeah,
it's seeing, all right, what is this part right now that feels so long and drawn out because we are living through it in the moment.
Yes.
But that we will blink and realize, oh man, those were the good old days when it was so small back in 2024. Because we're already feeling about 2020 right now. And just imagine that exponential in 4 years time from now.
I think it's the sort of thing where I read a thing recently. I don't recall where. It's just like the VTubing thing is sort of, it's very tied in with anime, right? Just speaking frankly, it isn't intrinsically, I think, but it is right now, right? Like the pool of people using virtual avatars, they largely have this kind of aesthetic,
it has its roots in anime, and the corporate side has its roots in idol culture, specifically Japanese idol culture, which is where that all comes from.
This is what it is. I think it has room to grow, largely just because of like and I think you've mentioned the route to like mainstream cultural awareness, right? I think I read something recently about basically the underrepresentation of anime in I guess traditional media, right? It's some insane number, right, of like people under 30 or under 40 even who like are interested in, like, anime has like an insane level of cultural saturation, at least in the United States, but that's not really seen much yet in like, I don't know, in media, right? That isn't like conveyed well, right? That isn't like, if you were to be exposed to the media of our time, right? Like, like traditional like you would not think, like, you would not have an accurate view of the saturation of anime among young people. Like it's some insane. I don't know. I'm not conveying this well. I would.
Well, and but I've had this type of conversation before, and that a lot of it stems from the fact that in the West, historically and culturally speaking, animation is viewed as juvenile.
Yeah.
Because that animation is either for kids or it is raunchy humor. It is either SpongeBob or it is South Park. And obviously that is not an absolute truth, but statistically speaking it is. That yes, you do have, going very far back, very mature and not in the crude humor way cartoons. You have ones that are very thoughtful, poignant. But the number that you will see created in the West in particular is extraordinarily low. That, as you said, just the representation for the amount of media that is created and put into the world versus the number of people that enjoy it, watch it, are influenced by it, is completely out of whack. And that when I'm trying to explain anime to people who don't get it, that just like with VTubing, I use the very common understood thing of just, for me, the definition of anime is a geographical point of origin. It is not a style. That people associate it with a style. They associate it with certain tropes in visuals and writing. But in actuality, it's just that for whatever variety of reasons, I'm sure academic papers have been done on it, of why Japan does not consider animation juvenile that the West does, that they just let things be made that way. I am fully convinced that if Japan and the US's opinions of animation as a media were aligned, were the same, that Game of Thrones would have been animated. There's no reason for it to have been in live action.
Perhaps. I don't know about all this, but I think just in general, like the cult, like the saturation of like the awareness of this sort of thing, of this sort of these tropes even, right, will be broader as time passes, right? And I think that's sort of sets the foundation for a lot of like the wider spread mainstream appeal of these things. I don't know. Yeah. It's we could spill much ink about these things. VTuber Talk. Indeed. We could spill the whole fucking ink jar.
But that you're helping nudge things along in your way, and that, like you said, that it does result in your audience in particular being a group that isn't your average VTuber watcher at this point in time.
Yes, although I would note, like, so a lot of the reason why I sort of thought this would be appealing originally, right, is I think and why I'm doing this, and I think some of the reason for some of the recent success that we've had is like I was like, okay, well, what is the pool of people who watch anime characters do funny things online? Well, largely on, this is speaking in broad generalities, right? This is you know, it's largely men watching cute girls, right? That is just fundamentally that's like a pretty big audience sector. Statistically speaking,
that is the plurality, if not the majority.
Yes, right. So I'm like, okay, what do those people also like? Well, maybe they also like, maybe they're software engineers, right? Maybe they also like technology, right? Maybe in some sense, right? I think there's definitely an overlap between those groups, right? Between people who are online, you know, who like watching funny anime character online, and who like Python or something, right? This is there's overlap. Hello, Bad Cop, also welcome. The so like why like so I was like, this can work maybe, because a lot of the time I think you know, if you're a man, right? If you're embodying the bold tradition of male VTubing, right? You're pursuing like a very there is an audience for you to do traditional sort of VTubing things, right? But you're chasing a very different audience, right? Mm-hmm. An audience with different characteristics. It's a different game, right? Yeah. It's a different. But I was like, okay, maybe we can play the same game. Maybe I have a lot of audience overlap with, like, you know, I don't know. So that's sort of the idea. I think it's the sort of thing where, like, there are a lot of people who like VTubers a lot in my little zone, right? Shockingly many, right? We have a lot of fans of this, right? It's enjoyers of the traditional animated arts or something of this nature, right? So yeah, it's just, I think a lot of this stuff is like fundamentally there is no audience, like there's no like all it is like, I have a funny guy on the screen instead of a camera, right? Yeah. I like to think of it like that. Like there's no thing, right? Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. There's no like.
Yeah, it's,
you know, it's not a thing. It's just a little gizmo on the screen, right? It's not like this whole, like, it's not really a culture. It's not really for me. It's not like a subculture that I'm a part of. It's not really like a community or a scene. It's just I have this little guy on here, right? That's all there is. But yes.
And it's very exciting to watch this grow out of a community, because I would say early days, like 2019, 2020, you could potentially maybe call VTubing a community because it was so small and contained at that point in time. We blew past that after a year or less.
Yes.
And part of it comes down to one other thing that you'd mentioned, and that's technological accessibility.
Yes.
That if you want to trace VTubing back to its absolute origin point, more or less that would be considered Hatsune Miku, but that's when you have to have a tens of thousands of dollars special studio set up for motion capture.
And now it's cheap. It's so cheap.
And now you can run it off of a phone.
Nothing.
And now you have multiple accessible software platforms, whether it be VC Face, VTube Studio, what have you. Yes. I'm sure there will be many more in the future. And the fact that anyone can just download a stock model from any number of websites, again, it'll be pre-rigged, it'll be hooked up, and you can just go. Or you can just do PNG tubing, which is still considered a valid form of VTubing. And even PNG tubing, by and large, while technically possible since the dawn of streaming itself, because, all right, even if you go before Fuji Reactives, that if you just want to have a static PNG and not your face, that was always an option. Nobody just ever wanted to use it.
A rant Sona, if you would.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's always been possible.
And just the tracking technology being so much more accessible, it makes it even if you're going to do bespoke things. Like my friend Madcop_ in the Twitch chat room right now is just yesterday, just the day before this deal was decided, I'm going to become a VTuber, and like wrote software that like put a custom model on the screen. And it was really cool, just in the span of a few hours, right? And the availability of software libraries and tools that let you do that easily is like, it's great. It's a boon. It's a boon. It's terrifying though. It is sort of horrifying, Dad Cop. But like that's just, you know, I think that was an intentional aesthetic choice, right? That adds to the ambiance of the thing, right? So like, yeah, it's just it's easy now, basically, right? It's like there's not really a barrier to entry to this. You could set it up in an afternoon. You could have your funny little guy if you wanted to. Like, of course, there's infinite ceiling on anything that is a matter of aesthetic taste, right? You can refine things for 100 years if you want to, and still not be satisfied with how it looks. But like as far as like the base level goes, like it's you know you can get something going fast.
What was considered top of the line, you know, HoloLive, Iron Vertex's best output 4 years ago is considered mundane today. It is considered below average today.
Yeah,
that's along just, with the progression of technology as a whole. That, you know, motherboards from 4 years ago are considered woefully out of date by today's standards, and that we have the exact same thing happening with VTubing. And one thing I very frequently say is we could not imagine 2 years ago what we have right now.
Yeah,
we cannot imagine right now what we will have in 2 years.
Yeah, we have Moore's Law, but for anime characters online or something like this. Yes, it's good. It's good. My computer is 4 years old. Well, mine is also a bad cop. Mine is 5 years old even now, so I'm woefully behind the times. Yes. All right.
Mine is 2 years old. I famously ran this show for the first 2 years off of a MacBook with 8 gigs of RAM.
Classic. Yes,
and I have. That was portion of the reason why I didn't have a model until my 3rd year.
A classic, yes. And think about that. Like 8 gigabytes, that's so much, right? Like that's an insane amount of memory, right? Like it's bonkers. I mean, largely this is because of software being horrible. Software being horrendous.
I could have run it if I found some very, very lightweight stuff. I just didn't try because I could tell that even, you know, running Magic the Gathering Arena or something running OBS already was getting me pretty low frame rate, and I knew, trying to run even a basic model off this isn't going to work. I could do PNG if I wanted, but never really had a PNG that appealed to me anyway, so disembodied voice it is.
Software is just written in you know, we can go into great detail on the issues in this domain. There's no reason this should 8 gigabytes. That's fucking That's
more than it took to get us to the moon.
More by orders and orders of magnitude. Vtuber Talk, right? Like it's hideous. But you did mention there, I can't ignore that little tidbit, Vtuber Talk. Magic the Gathering. Are you a Magic player? I wasn't aware.
Yes, I am. Now here's the thing. I'm a very specific type of Magic player.
Oh, well, I am also. So we can compare and contrast.
I play only limited formats.
I see.
So draft and sealed.
Very
I will
nice.
Sort of glance over at Commander and be like, oh, that's a neat build. I enjoy game design and theory, so I love seeing people's Commander builds and be like, oh, that's disgusting. That's terrible.
Yes.
I have no interest in building my own Commander decks playing Commander. I will sort of glance over and watch standard tournaments, like high level standard tournaments, not like regionals, but you know, when Worlds rolls around, I'll probably tune in for a couple matches here and there. I don't know jack about Legacy. I know broad basics of Modern. You know, put any Magic card in front of me, I can read the card and know what the card does. You can read the card.
You have good card. I mean, you play limited, so you have good card evaluation skills.
Yeah, but I can't tell you. Oh, I know.
You don't know the meta.
This is what the meta is. I don't know what the current card list for a Tron build is. I know what Tron is as an archetype, though.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in that level.
You're in that realm.
Yeah, but I love limited. I keep up with every limited set. I'm not drafting every day, every weekend.
Yeah,
even.
You're not a grinder, right?
But
you play.
But
right?
I always make a point to like set a day aside and do a limited set review with a friend, and we just like go over and say, okay, we think this is how it's going to be. I'll go to most pre-releases, and I'll draft a good handful of times every format. Nice.
Well, I think I'm probably the exact opposite of you in Magic exposure, familiarity exposure. I think. I never play limited. I don't think I've ever even maybe drafted a few times with friends. I don't think I've never played like a sanctioned limited event, but I am, or at least I was, a kind of a relatively active legacy grinder for quite a while. Yes.
Okay, and I guess
when I was in college,
we've thrown around a lot of jargon. So for folks who aren't MTG, because we talk about statistical overlap, I have always been shocked at the relatively low proportion of Magic players in the VTuber community.
Oh, there's definitely some, but like,
there's some. There's a good contingent, and one thing I've actually noticed is that more often than not, you'll hit what we just hit of people not realizing they play Magic because they don't talk about it a lot because they think others don't talk about it a lot.
Yes.
There's so much more.
It's a stinky nerd
Yu-Gi-Oh.
game.
It's not even that it's a stinky nerd game, but just Yu-Gi-Oh overshadows it so much.
Yes.
And
well, I also play Yu-Gi-Oh too, so that's a whole separate issue.
I played back in the day up through middle of the GX era. I have glanced over and said, "What the fuck is this Link summon thing?" I see Pendulum. I looked at it. I read the rules and said, wow, that's...
Yes, they definitely went a little hog wild. I don't have any nostalgia for the game, really. I sort of picked it up a little bit in college. I never played, like, the old formats, right?
I have nostalgia for the anime. Hardcore nostalgia for, like, the first, like, the GX and obviously OG.
Or something like this. I never saw the anime either, just because I had very limited... But I'm aware of it, of course, culturally. You know, I know the deal with the whole thing. But no, it's... I picked up Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, and I've been playing quite a lot of Master Duel. That's probably my most played card game these days, just because it's Master Duel. I played a little bit of Arena. I grinded Standard a few years ago, I guess, on Arena to Mythic. But then I've just been playing. I've been playing Master Duel because it just feels so much more like the Magic that I like and I'm familiar with, right? Like
because I would definitely say from what I have seen and know of modern Yu-Gi-Oh mirrors Legacy Magic closer than any other, which is
vintage and legacy for
incredibly high powered, combos everywhere. Games in terms of number of turns are very short. That if you get to 5 turns, that's a long game.
Yes,
but each turn will take a long time. Exactly, that's it.
Yeah, there's a lot of free interaction within the turn. So it has a similar. Of course, it's a very different game, but it has a similar kind of cadence to it.
Mechanically is very different, but as soon as you said that Legacy is your style, and that to those who aren't familiar with Magic, essentially Legacy is the oldest format. It is anything ever released ever goes with a very small ban list.
Yes.
Modern is anything that was outside of the first 9-ish years or so of Magic, something around that. And then there's...
It's a bit longer. I think it's the first, like, 15. Modern is 2008 on, I think, right? It's 2004, maybe. It's earlier. No, it's earlier. It's like 10 years.
And Standard is the last 4 to 8 sets, so basically the last year and a half to 2.5 years, essentially.
Yes.
And that Limited is it's the most recent set, and that depending on the format, you'll have either 6 booster packs and you open them all up, make a deck, or 3 booster packs, and then you have a bunch of people at the table that pick and pass, which I won't go into the full logistics there.
Yeah, so the main difference here is
hearing you say Legacy and then comparing it to Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowing what I know of both actually makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we're on the exact opposite side. So Jay, you're a Limited player, right? So you're mostly playing like you have this very constrained card pool, right? That comes from just like the current set, drafting or playing sealed or something like this.
And the part for me is I'm picking cards, and the phrase is limited resources, which is famously one of the big podcasts in the space for limited Magic, and that in draft you have to make decisions each time you pick a card of what is available, what might be available in the future, and then build a deck off of that, and then you actually play the game with those decks. So it's sort of a 2-part game.
Yes.
Whereas Constructed, which is what most people think of when they think of TCGs, is you make your own deck, you come prepared, you have your game plan, and it's you versus your opponent executing your game plan. And that Legacy is so high-powered.
Yeah, it's very... I mean, honestly, Legacy is sort of unique in that, like, it's very high-powered, but it's sort of dominated by, like... So like, I mean... I think a lot of people think like the formats are really dominated by these fast combo decks, and those are definitely like that's definitely true. Like there are good combo decks, right? There are combo decks that are contenders, which is sort of unlike like if there's a powerful combo deck in standard or modern, it'll either get like banned or it's sort of a fringe option. But there are definitely like good combo decks in Legacy. But by and large, the things that define the format are like these. It's sort of a style of play that doesn't really exist elsewhere, which I find really interesting. It's like these tempo decks, right? Like I think like Delver is probably the big thing, right? Like Legacy is defined by like it's not even like turn one kills or things. It's things like really efficient resource denial and things like this. That's kind of the feeling. Like one of my favorite decks of all time. I'm a combo player a lot of the time, but my favorite like fair deck, as it were, is this deck called Canadian Threshold, or Rug Delver is what it's also called a lot of the time. And all it is you play really like small efficient creatures. Like Delver of Secrets is what it's named after, which is a
yeah, it's a 5/5. I forget if it's like 6 or 7 mana, and that Delve is a mechanic where.
Well, that's another card. I think there's a card.
Oh, that's Gurmag Angler. Sorry,
yeah, it's Gurmag Angler. Yeah, so Delver of Secrets it's one blue
mana that flips.
Yeah, it flips into a 3/2 with flying, right?
Yeah.
So it's just this
I was
very
thinking the Delve
efficient
mechanic
thing.
for a second.
yes. I mean, it's very because they often use the Delve mechanic also. They'll often use Gurmag Angler or similar decks will. But the game plan is basically you play one efficient small creature that can just poke the opponent over and over again and kill them, and the rest of your strategy is just to prevent them from doing anything.
Yeah.
Which largely is by blowing up their lands, right? Using like really cheap, efficient counter spells like Daze or Force of Will and things like this.
Yeah, just you want to play a card? No, you don't get to.
Yes, and you're just not going to have. It's just you want to out. So you lose the long game, right? You lose if someone has a more dedicated control deck, you're just going to get steamrolled, right? Or if they have like a deck that can go on top of you and kind of play around you, and you don't put up a clock fast enough.
Experienced control players play against each other is fascinating. I remember there was a high level tournament because it was standard at the time, but it was mono blue. It was, I forget what the thing is. There was a morph card that was a 1/1 flyer that could then eventually be, sorry, not morphed. Oh, crap. It was the Simic thing. I'm just blanking on it.
Adapt or Evolve or one of those.
Yeah, and then there was
things.
the enchantment where you were required to attack every turn. If you hit, you would draw a card. But it was mono blue, and the finals was 2 really experienced players with this same deck executing the same strategy, and it was this big question. Every time somebody cast a spell, are they going to counter it? Because the big question is, all right, this person has 2 counters in their hand, this person has 3, but they need to sort of hedge their bets. How many counters do they think the other person has? Do they want to save this counter for another more important spell down the line? Because
it's the mind games are unreal, right?
And like the micro actions and the decisions that have to be made are unlike anything else, because if it's one control player versus a non-control player, you're generally just going to snap them off.
Yeah.
But
in Legacy, it's especially crazy because like most of the counter spells are not going to cost mana, right? They cost some other resource, right? Like probably the 2 most defining counter spells in the format are Force of Will and Daze. And Force of Will, you just exile a blue card and pay a life from your hand, and then Daze, you're just bouncing an island back to your hand. So it's like you have to like consider like it's a whole different game than most people. Most people are like, well, they don't have blue mana open. In other formats, you can kind of judge what they have based on what they've left open, right? Whereas the game it gets much more like sequencing your cards correctly is much more important in Legacy. Anyway, I played a lot of that. I played a lot of tournaments. I was kind of involved with that. I spent a lot of time talking on forums about Legacy and that sort of thing. And then Legacy is sort of I haven't played in quite a few years now. It's it's changed a lot, and like I just don't have time to keep up with stuff so much. But I still like keep some decks built. Largely what I do these days is when I do play, I've played a little bit of CEDH online. I like CEDH being just like people playing the EDH format, but like So EDH is often like defined, I think, by like kind of a social contract, which is like we're going to agree before the game that we're gonna try and have this particular sort of experience, right? We're gonna try and like, you know, in CEDH, you're saying, okay, the social contract is that we're all going to try and win. Period. That's it, right? We're not going to fuck around. There's going to be no like bad feelings if we use like certain strategies or things like this. Everyone is trying to win, which I find very, very gratifying, right? It's like I often have trouble like navigating like the social environment of like kind of a.
Oh, it's so tough, and the problem is, it's like the phrase roguelike and roguelite, that it's very vague. Yeah. And the definitions are going to vary, and that... so when COLONQ is talking about the social contract, folks, basically, it is the concept of, in Commander, what you do is you have a 100-card deck, or rather a 99-card deck, and the 100th is your commander. And that it can use, with very small noted exceptions, any card in Magic. And that means Legacy. That you can make incredibly powerful decks that do incredibly busted things, and... in some cases, incredibly unfun things. Yes. Things that just don't let your opponents play the game at all. That it, whether it be control or just, all right, everything you do is destroyed or I take it, and that there's that span of you can make a very quote-unquote fair deck, which is going to do its thing and interact every so often, but it's not necessarily going to be, all right, I have systemically analyzed and bought the most powerful cards to ever exist, and my goal is to win. And if and how do I win? Well, I just don't let you play your game. That's quite naturally.
Or I win first. Yes. So it's often people don't want to play like that, right? Yes. Often people and especially
if it's not fun, people don't want to play a game.
Especially if they're playing with like cards that they own, right? And they're playing, you know, it's like there are budget restrictions involved. That can be no fun, right? It's no fun for anyone if there's like mismatched power levels, right? Mm-hmm. But for me, like the way I want to play the game and the way that I have most fun playing with people online or in person is like we're all going in with the same expectation, which is, you know, you basically you can't be misaligned on power level of the cards.
If
everyone
just
like
CEDH. So when people talk Commander, it was originally called EDH, which was Elder Dragon Highlander. This was just a fun, quirky fantasy name for the format that was initially thought up for it, and it was eventually streamlined into Commander because that is what the headliner card of your deck was called. So it naturally just took on that. CEDH stands for Competitive EDH, Competitive Commander, and that is just going and saying basically this is no holds barred. The agreement that we have here is nobody can complain. Anyone is allowed to do anything. You accept the risks.
That you're playing a game,
people will probably try to make it what would be considered conventionally unfun. But if everyone goes in, you can have fun that way. And there are
you can have great
more than
fun.
enough competitive folks that love that and that will find it going into a casual Commander game, one where it's like, okay, everyone, we're saying the budget for this is like $250. And when it's 100 cards, that's not an unreasonable thing. And that you'll say, you know, all right, also don't
do this,
like,
don't do that.
Don't do one of these things where we're
don't destroy lands, right? Don't like these sorts of things. But I just find it's easier to get everyone on the same page, right?
And if you say that no limits, there's no room for confusion.
Yes, there's no one's going to break the rule if there is no rule, right? It's like preventing people from cheating by botting in your MMO by adding botting to the game, right? It's something like this, right? If you put everyone on the same page, right, you're going to be okay. And it's the kind of thing where like obviously the cost element, like Magic is a game where there are a lot of expensive little pieces of cardboard, right? And that's an element for me. It's always like I do not give a shit if you play with printed out pieces of paper in sleeves, right? I always would prefer that people have access. Just assume everyone has access to all the cards. You just print them out. It's cardboard, and who cares?
I will care more if you, as long as it's not like in a foreign language, and that's not a thing of I don't want foreign languages. If there's so many freaking cards in this game, I need to be able to read the thing.
Well, I have to admit, I'm also that guy. I have the full Japanese decks a bunch of the time.
But now we also have the thing of I can very easily and handily look up any card and then you can see. All right, this is.
It was probably harder 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was harder in the past, or not everyone knows every card, or is on the internet, or has these databases to look up cards and sees something that's in another language, and I say, oh, it totally does this, that, and the other. It lets me win the game.
Yes.
And that others might be a little bit skeptical of the things I say.
Of course.
But when it comes to CEDH, do you have any well, I'm going to go broad and then more specific. So do you have any favorite styles, any favorite strategies?
Yeah, so I've played a lot of different things. I think largely I play combo decks. Although, of course, what is a combo deck in CDH? It's sort of EDH being a 4-player format, right? It's not viable at the high level to win with attacking, right?
Yeah.
To win by a fair damage, right? Everyone has a combo win, even the control decks, even like the every strategy wins by killing all 3 other players at once. I think the deck that I've played a lot of is the format changes so much because there are like pretty regular bans, and CEDH is sort of interesting. I think that a lot of people don't like about it is that the bans in EDH are not really designed to balance it as a competitive game, right? But I sort of like unbalanced games, right? I feel like that adds a lot of texture to a game if it's not like being micromanaged by a company, because I feel like balance sort of arises naturally in any sufficiently complex game, because like there's always counterplay and like things evolve in a satisfactory way.
That's
generally
the beautiful
over time.
thing about draft. That's the beautiful thing about draft, because what happens in draft is, in some sets, just card balance is difficult, and even if you have some of the most talented game developers in the world, that the amount of gameplay testing that will be done the first day of public release will be exponentially more person hours spent than the entire development cycle internally.
Yes,
and
of course.
That in some sets, there's certain archetypes that are overpowered. There's sometimes that certain just colors are overpowered. Then the current one, green is considered to be the best color in the set by a tangible but not obscene margin. There are some sets where balance is damn near perfect. People are like, whoa, like you can just do anything here. There's some where, okay, green is the worst color. There was one set very famously where green was just considered outright unplayable, that high-level players for like world championship level tournaments, their only strategy or their primary strategy going into draft was don't draft green.
Yes.
Even if you open the best green rare in the set, the other green commons and uncommons and rares,
it's just not enough to support it.
It's so bad that you are better off forcing any of the other 4 colors.
Yes.
Sometimes you'll have, all right, these 2 are like a half step below, and these 2 are a half step above, but it's not that big a deal. Sometimes you'll get one that really blows
balance,
out.
It varies a lot, right?
But draft self-corrects, because let's say that this was one where green was absurdly, obscenely overpowered. It is the best by not only a tangible, but by a significant margin.
Yes.
If everyone's trying to draft green, no one's going to have a green deck because there's not enough green cards
there's not
to
enough,
go around.
There's not enough resources
so
to make it
therefore,
happen.
you're incentivized. The optimal strategy becomes draft the second best deck.
Yes. So it's the sort of thing. So Constructed sort of has a similar feeling, although in a different kind of way, right? If you play Constructed with a very deep card pool, right? Sometimes it can be harder in Standard or something, but like there are almost always extremely targeted counter strategies, right? Like there's like
Storm. There is specifically printed cards for a mechanic called Storm, which is just copy spells, effectively ad infinite.
Yes, and there's strategies that counter that very easily, right? Like, so it's almost always the case that like I think things self-correct very well, right? I think it's the sort of thing where like, I generally, my philosophy on games like this is like the designers are almost, I think they're usually too aggressive in their balancing approach, right? I think they like you need to give the game a little bit of time to breathe, right? It's like I think often of Super Smash Bros. Melee, right? I've played a little bit of Melee, and I follow the Melee scene a little bit, right? Melee is, by all accounts, a game that is, I mean, it's not balanced, certainly, right? There are characters that are far better than other characters, and it's also not updated, right? There is no balancing approach.
Set.
It is the same as it was in 2001, but like even considering both of those things, it's still like a phenomenally fun game to play, right? And it has a huge amount of competitive depth, and the metagame is constantly evolving, right? There are characters in the game that people thought were totally unviable back in like 2005 or whatever, and that are now like something like Yoshi. Like just a certain person can learn the nuances of a character in such a way that it becomes like people think it's like one of the best characters now or something like that. You know, it really so you need to give things time to breathe, and I think EDH is sort of fun because like the fact that bans are really like the things that are banned in EDH are the things that largely like people playing casually will complain about, and those are rarely the things that are actually good playing competitively, right? Like I think like the things that people like I think of if they're not like used to that aspect of the game when they think of like a busted card in EDH, like they're not even used really, and if you're playing CDH. So it's fun because it's fundamentally unbalanced, but that lack of balance leads to like interesting metagame texture.
Because then people are going to search for what is the counter to this established powerful strategy.
Yes.
And that you might find, just whether it be Yoshi or some other character, oh, if I use this character in this way, it shuts down Falco. It makes Marth totally unviable.
Yeah, it always sort of things always like the triangle is sort of the stable metagame shape, right? Because of course maybe there's a dominant strategy and then someone comes up with a counter strategy to that, and then someone comes up with a counter to the counter strategy, which in turn is no longer countering the dominant strategy, right? So now you lose. So like it sort of naturally falls into this kind of pattern, and of course with more complexity kind of going out, right? But like but yeah, no, I really do like CDH though. So I mostly play I've been playing this deck.
The thing is, combo decks, there are many types of combos. There's life gain, life loss combos. There's I make infinite creatures with haste combos.
Yeah, and that's even just the win condition, right?
Combos.
In terms of
what types of combos are we talking here?
Yes, well, really all of it, right? So largely the combos in CDH are defined by like you need them to be like they're defined by the efficiency of their assembly, right? They're defined by
the difference of a 2-card versus a 3-card versus a 4-card combo is exponential, not linear.
It's just not viable, and also the mana cost of the components. So like I guess probably the characteristic of CDH is that like the best combos are 1-card combos, because the defining factor of EDH is that you always have access to your commander, and so your commander can be one of the combo pieces, and since you always have it, right, you only need to have one other card in hand to win, right? So there are definitely decks that do this, right? Like, so probably the notable examples there are something like the card Godo Bandit Warlord. You need 1 card to win. You need the card called Helm of the Host, and if you have that card in Godo Bandit Warlord, you win the game. I think actually Godo might be a 0-card combo, because I think it fetches out Helm of the Host. So that's like the best thing, right? All you need is mana. If you have enough mana, you win the game. That's one thing. There are 1-card combos. So something like a deck that I've played a lot in the past. There's this card called Inala Archmage Ritualist, and it basically what it does is it copies the effects of wizards. So if you have this card and another card called Spellseeker, and then I think 1 more mana, 1 more black mana, you win the game, right? You win the game right there. That's it. You draw one 3-mana card, you play it, and you have 1 extra mana, you win. Don't even have to cast your commander. So that's like kind of like the tier of combo that's like probably the really strong combos in CDH, right? Of course, those combos can be disrupted, right? And knowing how to disrupt them is like a big part of the gameplay. Knowing like, hey, I counterspell this at this certain point, right? I play my graveyard disruption at this certain point in the combo. That's what makes me win. That's like where a lot of the skill comes into play, right? Oh, you're bringing up cards. I see. Yes.
So Godo Bandit Warlord comes into play. You can search your library for an equipment. Helm of Host in this case is an equipment. Put it into play. Shuffle the library. When it attacks the first time, each turn, untap it, and all samurai you control. After this battle phase, you get an additional combat phase.
Yes.
And what Helm of the Host does, that's a card that, if equipped, that it creates a copy of whatever it's made with.
And when it attacks.
And
right?
that it also bypasses, it says it's non-legendary, because it's sort of a corner case thing of you can't have two of the same legendary creature.
Right? So what it does is you just keep making copies.
You keep making copies, and that it keeps saying, all right, it attacks, it untaps all the samurai that you have. Doesn't matter that it's not a samurai, because the thing that was made is now going to have haste, and that you just
Yeah, you just keep getting additional combat places. You just keep getting additional combat phases and win the game, right? So that's a card. It's a 1-card combo, right? You have Godo as your commander, right? All you need to do is get enough mana to cast Godo, and then cast which fetches the Helm of the Host for you, and then have enough mana to like play that and equip it, right? It's or just to equip it because it puts it into play. In this card, this gets into really complex. This is probably what I've played the most. This one it basically lets you pay an additional mana when you play a wizard to get another copy of the wizard, right? So like this, it's not obvious. It's like a very long, like 20 step combo sequence with many variations based on what you're playing around. That allows you to deterministically win by casting one other cheap wizard card. And this one works even if it's not in play. So it's very, very efficient. That's a 1-card combo. And probably like the thing that like is most like probably the thing that like defines the format like is a 2-card combo that is very splashable. So like most decks probably win with a combination of 2 cards called Thassa's Oracle, which is a 2-mana creature, and Demonic Consultation, which is a very busted banned in Legacy 1 black mana instant. And basically Thassa's Oracle lets you win the game if you have no cards in your deck very efficiently. And Demonic Consultation makes it very easy to remove all the cards from your deck. So like that's like the cheapest thing. It's just like it's 2 cards. They're in good colors. Like most of the good decks are in black and blue. Those are like probably black is definitely the strongest color in EDH because it gives you so many ways to find cards. And blue's not bad itself. So like it that's probably like the kind of like the bread and butter combo that lots of decks that are like not relying on their commander to win so much, or maybe they're relying on their commander for like card advantage or something, but they just win with that because it's easy to get, cheap, and like it wins very effectively. So yeah.
And that you have these types of things that for casual play, people are like that. I don't want to play against.
People would be very angry if you're like if you roll up to a casual game and you're like, okay, it's turn 2, I win, right? It's turn 2, I play these 2 cards and I win the game, right?
Yeah.
That's like, okay, why are we even playing? But if everyone goes in with that mindset, if everyone enters with like, this is what we're doing, right? That's it can be a lot of fun. If everyone's trying to do that and everyone has that in mind and everyone is like, I know how to deal with this strategy. I have counterplay, right? That can be a lot more fun.
Yeah. How did you end up getting into Magic?
Yeah, I don't know. I think some friends in high school were just playing, so I kind of got into it. I don't know. They were just like, hey, play with us. So I was mostly fucking around. There's this online simulator called Cockatrice, which is free.
Yeah.
So I remember playing with that a whole bunch. And then like I have this like thing, like I have a very obsessive personality. And like if I get into something, I have to get into it, right? Like I'm into it. Like I'm on the wiki all day. I'm like reading forum threads. I'm reading things online. I'm getting
hyperfixations.
Yes, exactly. Hyperfixations, right? So anything that I'm like currently into, I'm like into all the way. So I got into it that way, and I naturally like read about the formats and things, and I was messing around with Modern a lot at the start, and then eventually I like started playing with Legacy cards, and I was like, wow, this is a lot of fun. This is really interesting. And at the time, I was also, I was buying and selling cards a whole bunch. ADHD. I don't think I have ADHD. But it's either Magic or Talk to Girls. Now the LCOLONQ is a Magic Pro. Well, I'm a Magic Pro, and I have girl, right? I have life partner, right? So these are not mutually exclusive necessarily, right? It's you have to embody the you have to deal out the MTG Riz. But yes. So I just got really into it. I don't know. I knew a couple people at my school who played Legacy, and they played with proxies, so it was really very accessible. I just started playing a whole bunch.
And there you go.
Yeah.
And that I can see again also the overlap of that in roguelikes to a point of just the types of strategies that you have to use, the type of resource management. I think ends up being very similar in a way that people might not necessarily realize at first glance.
Yeah, for sure.
And the way that you have to sort of iterate and build, that building a deck in a TCG, whether it be Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, whatever, is going to end up being similar to, all right, how do I build my character in an RPG or build a character in a roguelike.
Yeah. No, I think in general the things I tend to get most into are things that are, I would call maybe wiki games, right? Like I think some people look at this in a negative sense, right? They have this negative connotation. Oh, you can't beat this game. This game you can only play with the wiki, right? Open, like a game like Noita or something, right? Games that are very knowledge heavy. But for me, that's a very appealing thing, right? Because inevitably, I spend much more time reading about games and thinking about games than I do actually playing them, I feel, right? Like, I've definitely spent far more time, like, reading about Magic and building decks and stuff than I have actually spent, like, in the saddle playing the game. And similarly for roguelikes as well. So I think those sorts of games have a great appeal. And there are definitely like modern, like Dark Souls has this character a little bit, right? Fear and Hunger I recently played and really enjoyed, and it has this kind of character. I like games where like knowledge is like a big skill in the game.
And that also translates to one of your other game genres of choice, which is MMOs.
Oh, yes.
MMOs by nature just have so much that most of them are going to be wiki games, essentially, of just the number of items and builds and strategies ends up being so vast.
Yes,
and
they're games
the
for.
way that you
I'm
build
shocked.
those characters.
Yeah, it's shocking that MMOs have had at least the mass appeal that they do, because those are truly freakish games, right? Like an MMO is like such an unwieldy game, like holy shit. But no, they have the same sort of thing, exactly. Especially because MMOs, like, they're often kind of like time gated to some extent, right? So you're spending a lot of time thinking about like, okay, in 2 weeks when I can finally get the stuff that I need, what is my character going to look like? What choice am I going to make as far as progression of thing, right? Like it's that kind of thing for sure. And I sort of that's something great that I feel like a lot of games that have that now, they're very like dominated by microtransactions, which is unfortunate, because it's great to have a game that's like, I don't know, that you can exercise some of that long-term planning without it being like, I could just pay money to skip this process. Chatting is eyeballed nowadays. Yeah, it's definitely changed in the realm of Discord and stuff. Spike, please. Like there's less like public chat. But I like the games for the systems almost. I would play an MMO solo with bots. But again, I'm a weirdo. I just like the gameplay and that kind of long-term progression aspect.
Yeah,
character building.
Do you remember what your first MMO was?
Oh, what was it? Well, okay, so I played a lot of really bad browser games when I was, like, browser MMOs. This was a whole genre of thing in, like, the 2000s,
yeah, I remember.
Right? Like, I guess, like, Neopets is in this category. I never really got into that. But I played a ton of this game called Kingdom of Loathing.
Oh, wow. That's a game that I never played myself, but I am familiar with.
Yeah, it's the people who went on to make West of Loathing. You know, it's sort of, they have some amount of, like awareness of them. But I played so much of this. And yeah, basically. So I got really into things from that. I met a lot of cool people through that, and like we KOL, and yeah, it's great. It's a great game, and it really like influenced me a lot, and probably like it motivated me a lot to program, because in Kingdom of Loathing, it's a turn-based game, right? And botting is explicitly allowed, right? And most people are automating the turns that they're playing, right? Because in a real-time game, of course, botting gives you a real advantage, because your real time is a resource. But in a turn-based game, botting is like, you know, it's not really giving you an edge up, other than making things more convenient for you. It doesn't give you more resources. So I did a lot of programming stuff in that game, in the distant recesses, the misty recesses of the past. But yeah, and then I think a few years ago, I've sort of had my resurgence into MMOs lately. I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, which my wife and I are pretty into. We went to FanFest this year. We play quite a lot, but it doesn't really give me the MMO feeling so much anymore, I guess. Like Final Fantasy XIV, I think is barely, like, it doesn't really have the crunch that I'm looking for. I still love the game and I play it a lot, and I'll play a lot when the new expansion comes out. But like, and I like raiding and stuff. But like, I think the MMO feeling that I actually want is like that, like just weird shit. So I've been playing Classic WoW recently. I've been doing the Classic WoW Season of Discovery thing, and that's kind of the current obsession. We've been playing with a couple people from Twitch and some people I met in the game. It's been great.
Do you remember? Well, I guess I was initially going to ask what was the first character you ever made, but I'm actually going to switch that around. What is the one that you're playing right now on Classic?
What I'm playing right now on Classic, I'm playing a feral druid. We're playing furry mode. We're turning into animals basically. Named CALONQ, of course. Very creatively named. And it's a lot of fun. I've never played WoW before. This is my first time ever playing WoW. Yeah, so it's because I wanted to get into it, and I was like, I was telling myself, I kind of kicked myself for not getting into WoW Classic the first time around in like 2019, and I feel like I sort of missed the boat. And when I heard they were doing this new thing, I was like, hell yeah, we're not missing the boat again. We're gonna play. We're gonna get some gaming in here. So yeah. It's been a great time so far, honestly. I joke a lot about how I hate the game, and WoW actually is a horrendous game. It's designed by like devils or something. It's almost, I feel like many elements of WoW's design are like they're intentionally a certain way to minimize the amount of fun anyone is having at any given time. Like they're like I see decisions and I'm just like, why is this like this? But you know, that's that adds to the charm a little bit. It's unwieldy, right?
What's an example of that type of choice where you look at it and say that none of them are fun? That
oh yes,
obviously it winds up being a type of fun, which is how and why people end up playing it. But
yes.
That I'm curious. Now I'm thinking about the design of, okay, how do you do that? How do you make something that is not fun?
Yes. Okay. So here's an example. Of something that I just think is like an insane thing that WoW does, or at least classic WoW. Of course, I'm criticizing decisions that World of Warcraft made 20 years ago, so it's like and have since changed. But it's still very funny to see the way that it is. So like, in Final Fantasy, for example, in most of these games, there's some kind of like weekly lockout on raid loot, right? Mm-hmm. So you raid once a week. And to prevent people from just like spamming it over and over again once they know it to get all the items right away, there's some kind of restriction. In Final Fantasy, what that looks like is every week, if your group, basically what it looks like, if you play with a group and it's all your first time of doing the raid that week, you get a chest that has 2 items in it. If it's like half or more people's first time doing it that week, you get a chest with 1 item in it. And if more than that, if it's like no one's first time, you get nothing, right? This has some advantages, right? For example, if you're just learning the fight and you don't care about the gear, you just want to like learn how to beat it so you can get the gear next week, right? You can play with experienced players, and they have no like they might just be happy to hop on and help and just like play the game, have fun playing the game, just play, right? Just play for the sake of playing, right? And this is totally possible. It's great fun, and you can learn things pretty easily generally. In WoW, your raid, you can only do the raid once a week, and it's tied to the specific people that you're doing it with. So for example, if you enter the raid with a group of other random people and you clear like 2 of the bosses and then 3 people need to leave or something, right? You're shit out of luck until next week, right? You either have to convince new people who have not done anything in the raid for that week so far to come in and clear the rest of it with you and miss the first couple of bosses, or you just have to give up, right? It's this very like static, sort of like locked in kind of thing. Additionally, people who have already cleared, right, even if they wanted to like just have fun and play the game,
you can't
like,
get your reps in because you're just proper locked.
Yeah, you're locked out. You can't help people, right? Which makes it so it's almost like, it makes it feel like the motivations, like the devs just assume that the game, like, oh, there's no way anyone could find this fun, right?
There's
no way anyone would ever do this for fun, right? Like, they're only doing it for the loot, right?
The only reason that I can think of is it elongates things of just, okay, now you can't get in the practice, so you can't become that much more efficient. You can't become bored with this, because even if you're not getting the loot, if you're doing this dungeon ad nauseum, whether it is to get experience or to help others, that the number of times you're gonna play the dungeon will eventually start to wear on you and be like, I'm kind of done with this dungeon. But if it's hard capped to a single time a week, you cannot do any others, that you are much less likely to burn out on that, and that it becomes a appointment for you, which is exactly what a subscription service game wants, that it wants you to come back at a regular interval and to not be likely to burn out on its use. So, all right, I know I only get this to go once a week, and, well, it's not going to get old for me because it would take so darn long, and that the amount of space in between. And while it's really frustrating, I really enjoy raiding, so I'm going to come back in the next week, and that's the point.
Yeah, it just creates it creates a very different sort of atmosphere that I don't think is entirely good, right? It creates an atmosphere where no one is ever playing for fun, right? Which means everyone always takes it deadly seriously, which encourages a lot of really, really negative attitudes if you're trying to play with random people.
Then there's no room for levity.
Yes.
There's
if you're playing with random people,
harsh feelings if something goes wrong.
Any person can ruin the whole week for you, right?
There once
which
was
is crazy,
a man named Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah. It's like you have to. It's like you're trusting them with your life almost. It's obviously not so dire, but like you're trusting them with your progression in the game for the week, right? If they don't perform, or if they decide to say screw you guys, I'm leaving. You're like.
All right, time's up. Let's do this. I'm running in and making every enemy spawn instantly, and all that planning and number crunching you were doing beforehand doesn't matter anymore. Party's gonna wipe.
Yeah,
you can't do it till next week.
Well, if you wipe, you can redo it. But if someone leaves, it's when it's really bad, right? Because you can try over and over again within the course with the same group of people, right? But as soon as someone is out, as soon as someone is or I'm not playing it, then it's
locked. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing, right? So I don't know. It's very tricky. It's a strange game, but I am having fun. It's you can have fun within any sort of. It's the same kind of balancing conversation, right? To call back to what we were talking about before, right? I think things can afford to be a little bit weird sometimes, right? They can afford to be a little bit because people will adapt and come up with ways to overcome this kind of thing. It's a survivor situation.
Yeah. Do you find that you have a tendency toward any type of class when you're playing MMOs, whether it be FF7, World of Warcraft, others? Do you find that you enjoy DPS? Do you like tank? Do you like being support?
Oh, I play everything, honestly. In 14, I definitely just play whatever the party needs, because I have everything leveled and stuff. And WoW, I picked the thing I'm playing currently, specifically because it can do anything. I like succeeding a lot more than I like doing any one specific thing. Like I would rather have the ability to do what the group needs and win versus anything else. Yeah. No real, because of course the gameplay in these games is admittedly, I mean, maybe it's to some people's taste, but most MMOs, the gameplay is pretty bad. It's not actually very fun.
Hit buttons in order and timing. Wait for thing, hit thing.
It's DDR. You're waiting for buttons to light up and you just slap them. It's whack-a-mole, right? It's of course there's optimization that can be kind of fun on the high end, but it's largely
and finding the right combination of DDR buttons to press with timing is the strategy, and that it is once you find those dance moves, obviously it doesn't take too much skill to dance
execute.
Dance.
Yeah. But finding
the
it can be tricky.
skill is finding the dance move.
It's the same as constructed magic, right? It's the same. It's this sort of feeling, right? This sort of it's a wiki. It's a read the Discord server discussion about what the best thing to do is kind of game, right? Yep. Which is also appealing to me, right? That's I like this.
And that's a very interesting comparison there of the way that you compare to constructed TCGs and others makes sense, because that it's the strategy and the preparation that you saying that you like wiki games that also goes back to Pokemon Showdown and other type competitive Pokemon is very similar to Construct Magic to MMOs, in the sense that you have your team and that it is the finding of the team, the building of the optimal team. But then once you have your strategy, okay, I'm going to drag and dance setup on this, or this is heuristically when I need to switch out to this and use that, or all right, when I see that, that's when I'm going to use Pursuit.
Yeah, like of course there's moment-to-moment gameplay involved, but like it's largely they're games that have a high level of preparation, right? They're games that you can obsess over even when you're alone, right? And which is very appealing.
And that's so interesting because I'm the complete opposite. That all these things that you mentioned, that I've never really been into MMOs, I've never been into constructed TCGs, I've never been into high-level Pokemon play, but I love watching all of these. I love watching, like, I always tune in for Pokemon Worlds for at least a couple matches, and that I understand because I've still played all the games casually, so I know at a glance of, oh, so that's how weakness policy can actually be really useful because you target it yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. And then you just use a really bulky Pokemon, so it's actually not going to do too much, and there you go to town, and now you have this just complete juggernaut, which will be able to sweep your team. Or seeing, oh, on paper I can, read and see that build for that FF14 character or that WoW character makes sense.
Yes.
And that, for me, that preparation, that wiki work is completely unfun to me. That I like seeing the results, but what I enjoy for Magic, and also the reason that the only high-level quote-unquote Pokemon thing that I do, that I enjoy sometimes doing randoms.
Random battles. You enjoy the moment-to-moment execution, the skill of the game.
That it is the knowledge base. That I know the cards in a given Magic set, and I have the ability to evaluate in real time, given the knowledge that I have, what is going to be most optimal, and how to use things and how to create strategy from these jumbled pieces that aren't going to click together seamlessly and have a perfect game plan. That I need to find, all right, in this mess of limited resources, what is the best combination I can make of these desperate parts that aren't, and it's finding that optimal path. That when you go to a pre-release and open 6 booster packs and you have your sealed deck, that you are looking at a thing and saying, what is the best deck I can make here? And that you give, nobody has the same pool at a limited pre-release, but that if you give the same pool to different people, they will present different decks. Some might end up with very similar ones. Some might only have 3 to 5 cards that are different. Some might end up in totally different colors.
Yeah,
and that's all in how you evaluate and how you say, all right, this is what I believe to end up being optimal from where I have it. And that it's the preparation that you enjoy in terms of constructed in a very different sense. That, like I mentioned, I love doing just a set review for new MTG with my friend, and that he and I will spend probably like 5 hours going card by card. Like, okay, I think this is a C+ card. I think it's a B-. Like, I don't know. And then we'll talk about it, we'll debate about it. And it's that theory that compels me, and that you then can see it in somewhat execution. But since you're never going to see the same combination of sealed or draft, the
execution varies a whole lot.
It's not even going to end up being perfect. And even now, in an era where you have data collation, that there are programs that you can install and it'll track what you pick on your draft, and that it's a website called 17 Lands, and it has completely revolutionized limited play because now you can statistically see, all right, this is actually one of the best cards in the set. That the percentage of
you have the hard
when
data.
You have it in hand increases, but even then you need to analyze, why does it have that data? Because then you would need to parse down, is it when it's in this type of deck? Because that level of data we don't have.
Yeah, you can't just pick the card in some random deck. You have to have the supporting context.
Yeah,
right?
And that it's all this analysis, but it's a completely different type of analysis to what you enjoy. And it's quite fascinating to me, actually, to find that we are at, like you were saying, basically polar opposites of the spectrum on these shared games. And I love the fact that these games can be played in so many ways.
Yeah, they're very versatile, right? It's a beautiful thing, right? The best games are, right? The best games can facilitate a multi-dimensional appeal, right? They can have many different sorts of, I don't know. It's very interesting for sure.
Bouncing, I'm trying to say, there's so many different ones right here. That you mentioned you also like tabletop RPGs, which is obviously going to be very similar to MMORPGs in a lot of ways of how you build characters.
Although I would say I have actually perhaps the very opposite tastes in tabletop RPGs.
How so?
with tabletop RPGs, I like so. You would think, perhaps, given this conversation, that I'm like a fan of I like games like Pathfinder or something, which are games where it's like very, very character build focused, and you can build out your character strategy beforehand and things like this, right? I like games that have almost no old school essentials all the way. Yes, I like games that have almost no character building outside of game. I like old school RPGs a whole bunch. I like D&D Basic and D&D First Edition. This kind of thing. Hazmat says they need to drag me to a Necronica game, which I would be happy to do.
I've never played Necronica.
It's anime zombie death simulator or something like this. It's kind of a horror RPG.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. The key art is disturbing.
It's very evocative. I think it's. I don't know how it's become so popular. I thought this is a very niche game, and I came to Twitch and everyone is like playing Necronica. I've probably watched more Necronica games on Twitch than I ever anything else. Even it's shocking. But I guess it just sort of has I don't know, VTubers like this thing. But no, I like games like I don't know. I ran an AD&D First Edition campaign for friends in college for a long time, and that was great fun. Yeah, just in general, I like games where it is the moment to moment gameplay. It's defined by your ability to solve puzzles basically, or your ability to make fast decisions, versus something that's I built my character that I can do X damage per round, or I don't like any of that. That's I would rather do that in a computer game, right? I think with tabletop RPGs, they're unique. I would rather emphasize the unique strengths of the medium, right? Mm-hmm. Which in tabletop games is the possibility of ad hoc interpretation and of kind of soft rules and of flexibility and creativity on the part of the DM. The game can adapt to what you're doing in a much more free-form way than any computer game ever could.
Yeah.
Versus something that's mostly it's a war game where you're rolling. You're number crunching most of the time. I'm just just do this with a computer. Why would I sit down just to Of course, everyone has different tastes, but I don't see the appeal of just sitting down to roll dice and see how much damage I'm dealing. Right? Yeah. I would rather honestly. I like games where almost all of the rules happen happen on the DM side, right? Mm-hmm. Happen on the referee. They are. I'm making decisions by putting myself into the context of the world in a more I know I'm injured. I don't know how many hit points I have. I know I'm injured, right? I know I know I have a dagger. I don't know it's a dagger that deals 1d4 damage or something, right? I like having that kind of thing a little bit abstracted away.
I actually wound up in a campaign like that recently that I've been fortunate enough to find what is truly a unicorn in the tabletop RPG space, and that is a consistent playgroup. I have had the same playgroup since 2018. Mm-hmm. Which is obscene, and the fact that we've been able to continue even
ancient
through
history.
We were in person, and one of the last things I did before lockdown was hear things going south, and we were at our Wednesday night game. We were next week we're doing this on Roll20, aren't we? Yep. Yeah. And been that way ever since. But it's also allowed to, one, Roll20 and other similar programs are now so much better than they were 5 years ago. Yeah. And that we go through different campaigns, and sometimes we've had a single campaign that we've had for a year and a half. For the past year or so, we've been flip-flopping between two every week. So 1 week is campaign A, one is campaign B, and they're run by different folks in the party. But we also picked up a third one recently because the DM for one of the two campaigns ran out of stuff and was trying to plan in advance. He was like, okay, it's my turn next week, and I know other DM is also working on stuff, so I'm going to whip up what is this homebrew thing. And it was the type of game that you described that he said, okay, everybody make a roll. Yeah. Okay, the roll that you did is just going to determine what type of civilian you are based on this D20 table that I have. You are all civilians. Your village is being attacked by goblins and an orc. Go. What are you doing? Right. Yes. What are you doing right now?
Yes,
you have no combat training. You are not armed. You are not prepared.
Yes.
You are in front of a general store. You see a stall over there. You know that there's these shops around. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I would rather do things that like are related to like interaction with the fiction, right? Interaction with the world versus things that are like you just okay, I roll to attack. I think the style I prefer is honestly like much like what you're saying, right? Like you have to like be clever as a player, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're clever as a player and you orchestrate things such that like it's going to be unfair in your favor, right? We don't need to roll dice, right? If you orchestrate a fight that's like, oh, the goblin is trapped in a net, right? And there's like they're in a disadvantaged position. You're surrounding them, things like this. You don't need to roll dice. You just win, right? But you've played well. You've won the game. But like I think it's like if you fight fair, like I'm honestly inclined to do things like, oh yeah, if you fight fair, we flip a coin. If it's heads, you win. If it's tails, you die.
So
right?
I didn't fight fair. The first thing I did was I looked at the map and I said, so you said I'm in front of a general store and this orc is actually very, very close to me right now, uncomfortably close to me, but it's sort of rampaging through. I am not its target, so I should be able to get out of 5 feet from it and not provoke a attack of opportunity because it's not looking for me right now.
That sort of thing is the best. But
also,
right?
you said it's right in front of this store. We're in this old-timey thing, and I know it's not really outlined on this basic map that you sent. I gotta believe this store has a sign attached to its front.
Yeah,
it's up pretty high. Can I'm gonna like grab the nearest thing of moderate mass and throw it at the sign. I want to dislodge this sign and make it fall on this orc's head. Can I do that, DM? And they're like, you can definitely absolutely find something of moderate mass. The only roll here is, does your thing hit? And, it's a stationary object. It is one of also moderate mass, but it's also one of relatively moderate area as well. You need to make sure that you don't completely whiff this. Roll 13. Yeah, you hit it, and that sign falls on that orc's head, and it takes massive damage. It's not dead. It's not going to be a one-hit KO. You just did what would have probably been at least 5 rounds of damage if you tried to actually like grab it dagger and stab it.
Yeah, I like this sort of thing a whole bunch. I like this sort of like, to me, that's the strength of tabletop RPGs. This sort of like improvisational, quick thinking, right? Things that a computer game,
the DM is empowered to evaluate my bullshit as a player and say, I accept your bullshit, or no, I do not accept that bullshit.
The DM, I think in my head, the referee should be a referee, like an impartial, relatively impartial, but just like interpreting what you're saying and being like, okay, this makes sense, this would work or this wouldn't work, right? And giving you information and this kind of thing. That's really a great way to play in my eyes. I've had by far the most fun in games playing in that sort of style. So I'm very fond of it.
Yeah, and just finding a good DM is again just finding a gem, because DMs are artists in their own right of whether or not they are writing your campaign from scratch, doing a homebrew, or if they're just reading from a module that are they going to be
there's so much interpretation involved either way. One
that reads letter for letter versus one that says, okay, we're going to do this, but crit fails I handle differently. That on a crit fail, we roll on this wild magic table, or on a crit fail, you always just fail, but it can't harm you. Versus some will say crit fail, you just stabbed yourself in the leg.
For sure. I think there's too much like it's a very personal game, right? Even if you're playing like something like 5e or something, right? Like it's a game that like people I think attach a little too much focus on playing rules as written, right? I mean, what matters is like there's no like divine arbiter that's going to come down from the sky and be like, you're playing wrong, you're cheating. Like you can do whatever. What matters is that the game is fun, right? The game is engaging. The game like provides like something that's like everyone can go home afterward and be like, damn, that was a good day.
Are the ones that are flexible but highly knowledgeable. The one that'll say, okay, that bullshit thing you just asked is closest to this thing as it is written. So, like, I'm going to say you found this object, and I'm going to, as the GM say, I'm basing it on this, which I know to be relatively statistically balanced in the game, because I might not be number-wise know how to design a weapon from the ground up to fit in balance. I'm going to take this and I'm going to tweak that, but since they have that knowledge of, oh yeah, I've seen something like this in that expansion. Give me a sec to look it up. Okay, it's going to be this, and we plug that in here. Or, okay, that thing that you want to do would be expressed as this spell. If you want to learn the spell with this modification, have it be, that's how you cast it. Cause
knowing enough of the rules that they know how to fit things into the rules and have it feel consistent, which is also easier if you have a game with very few rules, right? Because if there are very few rules and it's all mostly ad hoc, then like you sort of have the inherent consistency of like your own subjective experience, of your own like idea of how the world is, right?
Have you ever played Roll to Hit?
Roll to Hit? I don't think I have, but I sort of can infer maybe from the title.
I don't know. I've never bothered Googling it because it's one that I just learned in high school from a friend. I don't know if they made it up or if they learned it from somewhere. To this day, I've just not bothered looking at it. It is a game that is played entirely with a D6, and that is all. Yes. Any action, anything you want to do, you roll on this D6, and the person who is running the game takes what you say you wish to do and your roll and decides with relatively arbitrary logic dictated marginally by the dice result what happens.
Yes, that's pretty much how I would like to play games then. I think that pretty much hits the nail on the head, right? And I've definitely written up things to that effect, like, and given things like that to players, and like, this is how we're going to play. And
so
like,
you yourself have been a DM.
Oh yes, I think I'm largely like, generally I feel like, I have this obsessive sort of personality, right? And like I have and generally I feel the person who is like most, the DM ends up being forever the person who is really into RPGs, right?
Yeah.
You like, oftentimes I think people who are really into RPGs are like, damn, I wish I could be a player. I wish I was not stuck in this DM role. But I like DMing. That's usually what I do. What is attention span says? There's one player in a group that has memorized the entire rule book and derives their That's why
I want to know what your answer to this is.
Yes, to this question.
To this scenario.
That's why you don't give the player a rule book. That's why there should be no. I think in the ideal tabletop RPG there are no player-facing rules. There are maybe rules as guidelines for the DM, and then the DM can use those rules to say like, hey, I'm asking for this particular role, but the player should not know the connotations of that role necessarily, or like the results. Like, the player's interaction in my eyes should be with the fiction of the game, should be with the DM's descriptions of what is happening and their own like mental model of like what the world is like. It should not be with rules of any sort. I think there should be. Maybe this is a bit extreme, but I really do think there should be no player-facing rules in my platonic ideal tabletop RPG experience. Of course,
the problem
in
then
practice,
becomes, all right, if you're a DM, that means you are now disqualified from ever being a player.
Yes. Oh yes. In the same setting at least, right? Or in the same game, right? I think if I was running something like 5e, which I have done in the past, right? I would just say, don't do that. I would just be like, if you like, I'm running the game. Like, it's not like we're playing something that's based on the framework of D&D 5e. We're not playing D&D 5e. What I say, like, you have to have, and obviously, like, you have to have a lot of trust for the DM, and you have to have a lot of trust for the players too, right? A lot of the things that I think come up as like these like quote unquote problems with RPGs are often just like, they're not game problems, they're interpersonal problems. Yeah. They're problems with like communication between people, and that's like
one that we've used already that is my answer to attention span's entire scenario. Social contract.
Yes, social contract, or just in general, like, you don't even need like I don't know. I feel like you don't even need. Maybe it's different if you're playing with randoms at like a game store or something. But like, really fundamentally, what you need is you need to have a good rapport with your friends.
Yep.
You need to be able to say to your friend like, "Hey, it's kind of lame that you're doing this. Stop doing this."
The social contract is, we're here to have a good time, dude.
Yeah.
And that,
like, chill out. Someone's
gonna try and do that. Basically, the GM should be empowered to say, yes, I understand that is how the rules are written in black and white.
Yeah.
I am running it this way.
Yeah.
And and you can choose to interact with the rules this way.
Yes.
Or
just
you
like
can find another game.
You can just hang like, yeah. It's these things just can be resolved with like normal conversations between people who know and trust each other.
Those harsh terms, but that's more or less how those
conversations. And of course, people are more or less adroit with these things, right? People have more or less, but then like that's just a matter of. it's not game skills, which is why tabletop RPGs are great, right? They teach you all of these wonderful interpersonal skills that you could also use when you become a manager at some company, right? It really is a very similar sort of thing, right? Like being a DM and like I don't know, like wrangling people who are reporting to you as a manager or something. Almost, you have to like make sure that like there's not much friction in the group. You need to make sure people are all having a good time, people are being able to do their thing, they're not being impeded unnecessarily somehow, right? You need to like manage all these little things. One time I managed to watch a random Twitch streamer playing. Yeah,
like a video game wandering around the overworld looking for random encounters to get XP and losing HP per level because they had a negative con mod.
Oh dear. It's I mean,
that's not like, how that works.
Just like we were discussing earlier with MMOs or card games, right? One of the things that's great about tabletop games is there's so many ways to play them, right? You can play so many different ways, and they're all pretty good, right? I've played a ton of different things, ton of different styles, right? Ranging from old school, we're keeping track of how much fuel our lanterns have and rations and shit, dungeon crawl, pure kind of experience, and like story-based extended campaigns, and like, you know, it's all good, right? Like fundamentally, like game, like the appeal of a game, I think is, I mean, the game itself can be kind of fun, but TTRPGs especially, the appeal is like as a social vector, as a way to like hang out with your buds and have a good time and like eat pizza, right? So like that's, you know, it's all good.
What's your approach for character building in TTRPGs? That do you usually sit down for a campaign with a fully fleshed character? Is it, okay, I'm really in the mood to play something that uses magic for this campaign?
Well, yes. So one or two things. I think character building should not be something that happens before the game. It should be something that happens during play. I think your starting character should be a blank slate, basically, or something that's determined largely through random rolls. And then you determine what their story is, what they are, who they are, by doing things, right? Doing things is what their story is, right? So like, for me, I'm a great fan of give me a one sentence. We're sitting down. Give me a one sentence description of your grubby little grave robber person who's going to be venturing into the underworld. And also, if people don't care to do that, I'm a great fan of roll on these tables. Here's a bunch of tables that have a bunch of attributes for your character, none of which are mechanical. And then play. If we're playing a little more crunchy, like we're playing something like BX or Old School Essentials or something, then it's roll your stats down the line. Roll 3d6 in order, and your character might be bad, but that's like part of what makes the game fun, right? Like the game shouldn't be about the mechanical effectiveness of your character necessarily. That's just a vector for which, like, through which you can interact with the world. But like the main way you're interacting with the world is not through your statistics; it's through your cleverness and the way you're engaging with like the fiction of the game. So like it doesn't matter all that much. So yeah, mostly randomness, right? I think like that's how I said my tastes are pretty much opposite here. I think there should be almost no character building element before the game at all in my ideal taste, right?
So that's your ideal taste, but in practical application, that when you're sitting down,
yes.
have you found a play group where you're able to have that type of character creation process? Or
oh yes, for sure.
Oh wow,
yes, a great deal. Yeah, it was largely I sit down and I play. I've played a lot of like AD&D, right? And AD&D, people are like, if you're playing AD&D, people like expect it to be some kind of clunky retro experience at first, right? And they're generally like, if you tell them like, oh, we're rolling the stats down the line, right? If they play 5e or something, they're like, oh man, this is cool and hardcore. And if I'm running like a one-shot for someone, I've run a lot of one-shots for people who haven't played RPGs before. And I'll just say like, yeah, you can either just like come up with a one-sentence description of your guy or like roll on this table and decide what he's about. But the table is just going to be like, he has a funny shaped head or something, right? Yeah. It's not like...
The big advantage to your system is that it is actually the most approachable, because when you strip away all of the mechanics and all of the nitty-gritty decisions, that you just present someone with, what is the one sentence of your character?
Yeah.
Or you don't need to worry about decisions. The dice are going to make those decisions for you. I will tell you what this is, and now you just make your decisions as your character. That is, I think,
the decisions are made as part of the game.
The best way to get a new player into D&D.
Yeah, there's no barrier to entry. You don't have to read anything. You don't have to buy some $50 book and read 400 pages, right? It's you sit down. We're playing pretend. We're playing make believe, and it's not going to be totally unstructured, right? Obviously, like I'm going to attempt to fairly arbitrate uncertainty, right? But and I'm going to provide some kind of setting, and I might have tools behind the scenes. I might have my own little tables I'm rolling on and determining how things react to you and what happens, and but that's how I see it. Tools, the rules are a good toolbox for someone to come up with good scenarios for playing pretend. And it should still feel fair, right? That's the thing. I think people don't people hear this and they're like, oh, that's just going to be a wild mess. Everyone just is doing whatever.
Well, wait a minute. If I'm rolling my stats down the line, that means one set of dice rolls right now. If I happen to have a really shitty roll, this one moment of blah dice roll is going to now impact the next however many months of this campaign, and that I have no agency over this, and it's just going to be bad. Yeah, and it shouldn't. But the thing is, it shouldn't be. All that should be true, but it shouldn't be bad, right? It shouldn't be bad even if you roll 3s down the line, right? That's honestly one of the better outcomes, right? That's a cool thing you can do, right? Of course, it has mechanical impacts on the game sometimes, but that's interesting, right? Some of the best games I've played as a player are games where I rolled horrendous stats, right? Because it forces more creativity. Yeah. Constraint is the mother of invention or something, right? Yeah, no, I'm fond of what is basically the same phrase: restrictions breed creativity. Yeah, exactly, right? It's great when you have limits applied to yourself. I don't know. I feel this way. Of course, others might feel differently, and that's fine. It's a difference in taste, right? But I'm sure there's plenty of RPG fans who listen to this and they're like, yuck, what the heck, this weirdo doesn't want any rules in the game. But it's great that we can all have such different tastes and all enjoy the same kind of thing. And that does end up being basically, once again, polar opposite to my own play group. But the thing is that I tend toward what you have described as a player much more. Yes. I like that because I'm woefully uncreative and do not enjoy really the optimal character creation process as normally presented. Yes. But I enjoy the folks that I play with. So the way that I have found to work with them, and basically with any standardly operating tabletop group, is I'm the last player to make their character, because my group is very creative. They love their, not necessarily hyper optimal builds, but they love their creative builds. They love being able to, they'll have a character concept. And it might just be a chuny concept of all right, I want to make the most chuny ass character I can. They're going to do this. Of the demon lord. Yeah, and we're going to do this, and this is how I can make it happen in what are written rules, and so it'll still be fair and balanced, and we'll do that. Or, oh man, I'm really in the mood to. I want to play a necromancer. I've been wanting to play something with dark magic for a while, so we're going to build that. But I never am able to come to the table really and say, I want to do this. Yes. So what I do is I wait for everyone else to make their characters, and I say, tell me what your characters are, what is your function, and then, a la limited resources, I look at that and I say, what's missing from this party? What is the optimal thing to add to this party to make it balanced? What are the holes? Oh, we have a lot of squishy magic casters. We need a tank. We absolutely need a tank. Yes. Or we just need a healer. We've got a tank, but we've got nobody who's able to actually heal or give any sort of reliable buffs or use support magic of any sort. Or sometimes it is just, all right, everyone's gone for the crunchy support stuff. We just need a barbarian right now. We just need someone who can hit things hard. We need exactly. Once I know that, you're adapting to the constraints, right? Of the rest of your party, right? They've created a situation where there's a constraint, i.e., there's something missing, right? And once I have the ends that I want, I find the means to my end. That I say, okay, if this is functionally what the party needs, what is the class for that? What is the race? All right, so I've got that. What is going to be good for this as well? What justifies it in character? What is if this is the result, if this is the resulting person, what did they have to go through to get there, to be this type of person that would seek these skills, this knowledge, and that I still do my part on full character development, working in complete reverse.
Yes, going backwards from the needed thing to the thing that facilitates that.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. Honestly, I think that's how it often goes when I'll play like a crunchy game. Like if one of my friends is running 5e or something, that's how it will go for me as well, right? You kind of wanna like see what other people are doing and kind of build off of that a little bit. I also rarely go in with like some kind of well-defined concepts.
Yeah. And attention span, I don't really min-max it. That it's not okay. I'm doing this because the thing that I'm looking to do is fill a void, and usually it is not so optimal as, all right, I just need to make the best tank or the best barbarian.
Yeah.
But there's going to be different shades of what is needed, different abilities, and then once I have the general direction of the character of it is a tank, it is a healer, it is a barbarian, it is a bard.
Yes.
That then I will start putting my own interests and flavor in the spells that I enjoy.
It's giving you the outline, right? And you're shading it in.
Exactly. I'm definitely actually not the type to go through and just number crunch and say, all right, this is the exact optimal, because I did that in the very first campaign I ever did, where I tried to make, because this was like 3.5 and I was making the
3.5 is like one of the
rogue that always was getting sneak attacks, and I found it quite boring after the first couple sessions.
Yeah, no, for sure. And this is why I like, I find it like, again, the games I like playing have like there's no way to min-max because there are no numbers and there are no abilities, right? I find things that like I frequently find in games like 3.5 or 5e. Players, or when I'm a player, I feel this. It feels sort of constrained by what's on your character sheet, right? I start feeling like my character sheet is sort of like a list of abilities, and this is like what I can do, right? This is how I can engage with the game, right? I feel like it's sort of liberating if you don't have that list of abilities, right? You can't like just go back to that and like say like, oh, I can cast X, I can use X bonus action, like, and you start thinking of like, how if I were there. If I were in the labyrinth of the Minotaur, what would I do, right? Like, what and you start thinking a little more in a more free-form way, I guess, instead of just like what's on the list, But both styles are fun, right? They're it's the same thing we've been saying over and over again, right? It's beautiful that there's so many different options. I think before we continue, do you mind if I run to the restroom really quick and get some more water?
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you very much.
And I'll take this time to thank some folks that have followed, because we have been so busy that I haven't done that at all. So I'll also go back. There was a couple folks that started following just before the show. So Niche Penguin, IJN, Shokaku 888, Kirem, Tech Support, Minky Noon, Olga Okami, Spike Please, Polly, Bibs, Nova, and Attention Span. Thank you so much for the follows. Hopefully you all are enjoying so far, whether you've been here from the beginning or got your way here somehow over the course of the show. Hope you're enjoying. And for those who aren't already following LCOLONQ, please be sure to do so. There we go. Yeah. Clonk will be back in just a minute, but for me, I do these shows about once a week. I don't really have a set schedule or format. I try and schedule around the guests, tailor the conversation obviously to the guests, and that, sometimes we discover, oh, wow, we're both Magic players and we can get into the nitty-gritty of this. And, well, we lost like 45 minutes or whatever to that, I blinked and whoops, we're at an hour and a half, 2.5 hours already, which is just awesome. And I think once Clonk gets back that we're actually going to get into the lead that I have very deliberately buried so far, which is, the thing that he's actually known for. So you do have plenty to look forward there. And again, thank you for putting up with some of the technical stuff that we had at the top of the show that, fortunately, knock on wood, I haven't actually seen that weird green flicker since like 10 minutes into the show, and I still don't know what was causing it, but it's gone, so yay.
It seems to have disappeared. Yes, I have the screen. I have the stream up on a second monitor, and it has not appeared just yet.
Yeah.
So
well, I did deliberately fix the sound. I didn't deliberately fix that. So hopefully you just don't deal with it. Yeah.
You know, we got
You contained your power.
I contained my power. I put my eye patch back on or
Yes.
something. I wrapped my arm up in bandages.
But we have all these different types of games, all these different styles, and that code, obviously, computers is what you are known for, what you enjoy, and
Yes.
that there's so many factors, I think, that end up being parallel in computers and coding to the types of things that you've described enjoying in games. Just
Yes.
the wiki aspect, the knowledge aspect, that code is not something that you are writing in the sense that you are not developing code the first time. You're not writing the language. You are taking these pieces and putting them together in a way to do a thing, a la building a deck, building a character.
Yes.
But
although in our case, we often are writing the language.
Yeah,
I have to admit.
That's true. that you're doing that sometimes, but also that you approach code mentally in a way that is kind of similar to your preferred style of TTRPG character creation. That you approach it very creatively of, okay, so I want to do this thing. I'm going to do this thing, and that how do we make it do that thing?
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if it's necessarily similar in that. I think it. Well, I don't know if I approach it similar. I think it just sort of is similar to, especially like the wiki game thing, right? Like programming is the ultimate knowledge game, right? It's there is no skill but knowledge, right? And I guess like intuition, right? Like an intuitive kind of sense. Like that is the skill in programming. It's knowing things and having some kind of like having your gut instinct be in the right place.
Let's rewind the clock. Do you remember the first time that you said to yourself, I want to learn how to code?
Oh, yes, 100%.
We grow up with technology, and whether you grew up with an Apple II computer or a MacBook, that you inherently first start with, okay, machine does thing, and it just works. It just works. And then somewhere along the line, you comprehend that there is this thing, this code, this language, this weird text that's English or language, but also not, and that I can use this.
Yes. So I guess for me, so my background is maybe a little weird. My parents were like hardcore like hippies, and I guess they still are. I shouldn't say were, right? They're like they lived a very unconventional, I don't know. They lived a lifestyle that was a little different, right? So when I was growing up, like I didn't have electricity, I didn't have running water. But of course I was going to school and stuff where they had these things, right? So I think this really like that sort of technology was not really like part of my life when I was like really young until I was like, I don't know, like 11 or so. But I was like exposed to those things, but they weren't like this like mystical thing that had been part of my life forever. They were just like hey, they have these weird little things at school, right? They have these devices, right? You can play games on them and stuff. And I had like once we had power and stuff, I had like a Game Boy and things, right? Like I had some exposure to technology, right? But it was not very like mystified for me. It was like in a sense that like I knew it was just like a little machine. So I think honestly how it went for me is once we had moved out of my original like extremely technology sort of hostile circumstances, right? And we had access to power and stuff, right? They had started assigning things at school that were like computer kind of assignments, right? When I was in, I'm fairly young. I'm 26, right? So it's not that long ago. And they were like expecting people to like type an essay or something and like, have a Word document, things like this, make a PowerPoint, right? Like simple stuff you might do in like an English class or something in 5th grade or something like that.
Microsoft
right?
Office level things.
Yes, right? Or do research, like research this and then handwrite some essay, right? That kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And I think my parents were frustrated with like driving me to the local library all the time, so they bought me like this, like a little laptop for Christmas. They got me this thing. They used to call them netbooks. That was like a thing for a while. Yeah. Because they were like cheap and small and very weak, and and it was not an EE. This was one of the HP ones. I think an HP Mini. It was very small. It had 1 gigabyte of RAM and 8 gigabytes of SSD, and a 1 gigahertz Atom processor, which I don't know. Well, it was, that's both a lot and a little, right? It's just a weird little computer. So I had this thing, and it came with Windows XP, and Windows XP was slow as hell. But obviously, like, I like hyperfixate on everything that I have, right? Like I had like, as soon as I had this thing, like I was like poking around in like every control panel menu. I was changing the desktop. I was changing, like I love just like poking around with things, and like I'm like, are you this sort of person also, Jay, where if you like get a device, you have to go into every settings menu. You have to see what everything is, right? Maybe not, but like there are
necessarily the first thing that I do.
Yeah.
I will usually do what I can with, all right, what is normal user behavior here? And once I've done that, then I go into settings and see like, okay, because I want to create a baseline for myself of this is how it should work normally. This is what they decided is good as default.
Yes.
Now let's see what I don't like about this that I am able to easily make better.
Yeah. No, for sure. I think it's like, I don't know. For me, it's always like, I have to look at these things, right? I have to know what.
But you don't necessarily have access to the back end code.
Oh, you don't. You certainly don't, right? But I definitely like spend a lot of time. I got into it, right? And I used to go to the grocery store with my mom, and when she was like shopping, I would just like sit on the floor in the magazine aisle and read magazines. And I think originally I was reading like Nintendo Powers and whatever, right? Like gaming magazines.
Of course.
When I was, because I wanted to know about Pokemon or whatever. But then I noticed that there were PC magazines. And very fortuitously, when I was in the store one day, there was an issue of a magazine called Maximum PC. It was the netbook edition of Maximum PC. And so I read that, and I begged my mom, "Hey, can you buy this for me, please?" So I got she bought me the magazine, right? And I read this a whole bunch. And what they were talking about a lot is, the latest and greatest little computers, but also like, hey, you can make your computer your little computer a lot faster if you don't have Windows XP on it. If you have this funny little thing called Linux, whatever, right? They're talking about this Linux thing, and I'm like, oh, what is this? I can make my computer faster. I can go.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. I want to do cool things. I want to customize my device. I love that sort of thing. I love customization, right? So like, I could do something custom. Why not? Let's get into this. And it took me like 2 fucking months to figure out, because I didn't know anything. I knew nothing about computers.
Going from scratch.
Right? Yeah, but I spent so much time. I was on wikis. I was on forums. Like I was trying to figure this thing out. Eventually, like I think I was trying to install it like off of like an iPod Shuffle or something.
Oh,
that like my brother had as like the device, which like didn't brick the device, but like also didn't work.
But also
so you can't boot off of that.
Okay, it'd be one thing if it's an iPod Classic type thing, but iPod Shuffle specifically.
Yeah, you just put files on those, right? You can just like mount it as a drive, and I just didn't know what I was doing, right? So
also, depending on the Shuffle, they didn't always have actual interfaces.
Oh, they didn't at all. This one did not have a screen. It was just
this like, because I remember the original one was just like basically a stick.
Yeah. This was, I had the one that was like a little clip, I think, was the one I was, but the same concept, right? Those are still wonderful devices. I would love to. I've considered getting one of those and just using it just to listen to podcasts and like music while I walk and stuff, because sometimes it's so nice to just have that no screen interface and physical buttons and stuff, you know. But I digress. Anyway, I managed to get my hands on like a little USB drive and install Ubuntu Netbook Edition on my little device, which was a thing back then. Also, these netbooks were like, oh, it's the cool trendy thing. I think this was before tablets, right? So people like, this was like the tablet equivalent in 2009 or whatever. So I got this and like it was really dope. Like I'm not gonna like, it was sick. I loved it. And like I tried a bunch of other like Linux distros at the time, just like going between things, seeing what was best. I had bad opinions. I had bad taste in Linux distros at the time. And eventually like throughout this whole thing, I kind of had gotten some exposure to like, they're telling me to set things up. They're talking about the command line. They're talking about typing things in and like, you know, formatting drives and all this stuff. And just through the whole process, it kind of just like gave me some level of like awareness of that stuff. And I think, I don't remember exactly what made me like be aware of Python, but it was within like a few months of like starting using Linux. And I was like, they're like, hey, there's this you can program. There's this programming language called Python. It's pretty easy to use. I think I might have seen it in like the text editor that was pre-installed, because of course I played around in all the menus in Linux as well. I think the text editor that was pre-installed had like a language drop down, and I was like, what are all these languages? So I don't know. I think I might have seen Python somewhere in like a magazine or something maybe at some point. So I started trying to use it, and I was like just like writing little, you know, I just started. I read some tutorial. I think a tutorial on the Python website. And just started trying to make shit. Like I made like a little calculator, I remember. It was the first thing I made. Like you could like type an operation and type like two numbers and it would like add or subtract them based on like, you know, what you had said. I remember showing that to my parents and like being like, oh man, this is the shit, right? This is so fucking awesome. And I just really went from there. I just like once I was doing that, like it was like it instantly became the most fascinating thing I could do with my time all the time. And, you know, I still, like, played games and stuff sometimes and, like, did a lot of school shit. But, like, largely it was, like, it became, like, if I could, I was messing around trying to make things, right? Like, largely games in the early days, right? Like, I wanted to make games. I wanted to make a Pokemon clone. I wanted to make a fighting game. I wanted to make, like just various little things. And, like, none of those turned out good. I still have the code for like some of the earliest stuff I ever did. None of it was, you can still do, LibreOffice, it was called OpenOffice back then, attention span. Yeah, I definitely spent a fair amount of time in the extremely slow OpenOffice that came with this Ubuntu that I was using, producing, yeah, that's for real. But yeah, no, just making little games. School was okay with that, but it was compatible, right? Like you could produce like a file that MS Office could read, right? I think with OpenOffice, there was some level of, I don't recall exactly. It's been a long time.
But I think it was technically not allowed to make these levels of modifications, but they don't know that until the end of the year or when you hand the thing back in.
Well, I mean, this was not a school laptop. Also, it was a laptop. It was my own thing, right? Okay, so like they don't know anything.
Doesn't matter at all.
These days, if someone were to live this exact same story, it would be like a school Chromebook or something, which actually already run Linux, I think, right? So like you have a, but I mean, the process of installing it is what really dug me into things. So yeah, I tried to make a bunch of games. I just read a ton of like blog posts and shit online and just like forum threads and just like slowly assimilated myself into that. Like, I feel like especially then there was like a distinct culture of like programmers online. Like there's certain like jokes and things and like certain like XKCD was kind of that, I don't know, like, certain like things in forum signatures, like people used to put like really obfuscated like Perl one-liners in forum signatures and stuff, and like that's kind of like I just sort of like immersed myself into that world, and like also read a whole bunch of like really shitty old library books, because I love reading. I was still going to the library a ton, and they had programming books sometimes, which I was excited to learn, but they were also like very like from like the 80s and stuff,
outdated.
Yeah, but it's still like fun, right? Like I learned C++ from a book that was like before C++ was like there was like any kind of like standard library. I forget what it was called. It's called like C++ in Action or something, which I later learned was like a notoriously bad book or something like that. It was, but like, so I just like got a lot of exposure to like these like all this like old shit, and started playing with it a bunch. And by the time I was, but within like 3 years, like I felt like I was like pretty good. I felt like, damn, I'm hot shit at this, right? Like I was like, I know I'm like 14, 15. I'm going into high school, and like I know all this stuff,
and
right?
The thing is, you probably were in a relative sense, because I mentioned growing up, I had the dream that most kids have of, at one point, I want to make video games. So obviously that means I want to be a programmer. I want to learn to code and stuff, and I have no idea how to do that. But fortunately, my high school offers this if you're a sophomore, and that I take a coding class, and I think I'm going to really enjoy this because I love games. I love puzzles, and code on paper, it sounds like it should be... On a
surface level, yes.
Sounds like
I think a lot of people think that they will like it, and they do not like the taste.
I very quickly realized I was mid at best and did not like the taste. That I was able to understand most of the stuff.
Yeah.
I was average to maybe a step below average in terms of getting it compared to others in my class. There was like 3 folks in the class who obviously were like you, and that they were the one that everyone in class went to, and that they knew everything, were able to write up these incredible things.
Like
very,
some people definitely just like get it right away.
Yeah, and that I was adept enough at looking at other people's code and using Google that I was able to pass the class. It wasn't an issue. But that it very clearly did not come naturally to me, and that the types of frustrations that I would hit, whether it be just, okay, there's a syntax error in here somewhere, there's a logic error, just, all right, it says there's an error and it's not telling me what the error is, and I don't know why this isn't working.
Yes.
And that I just got very frustrated with it, and I said, okay, well, I guess I don't want to make games after all, and I found other stuff that I liked. But
yes. This is
that
true for
alone,
many.
And combined with a little bit of stuff from college, because I wound up going into business and such, and that I wound up having info systems classes, which is effectively the applied use of computer science for business purposes. But in that, I took a C++ class, I took some Visual Basic, and that the little scraps I had from this 1 year of Java in high school came into play there, and I remembered it, and I remembered just enough to be distinctly above average in that class compared to the other business majors who had no interaction with code at all. Yes. So I was suddenly the hot shit one.
Did you do AP Computer Science? Is that the Java class in high school? Or does it predate this?
Yes, it was AP Java.
That's the one. That's actually my high school offered this. Well, I guess offered in a very tentative sense. There was no actual instruction. There was just like a dude who was like nominally instructing it, and we all just like, a few of us were interested in taking the exam, so we were all just like, hey, can you offer this class? Because he did like some like IT related class. I don't know. We knew this guy, right?
Yeah.
And he did not know, but we like were a bunch of people who were like interested in the stuff. So we used to like in the class we just like hung out a bunch. We just like played games and dicked around. And we used to bring a TV to school and a GameCube, or like I think it was a hacked Wii, and we'd play Smash Melee in the back of class. Right, like it was crazy.
And then the kids in my class, were bringing flash drives that were running Doom.
Yeah,
of course, and just like running on the school's network, and that they would be able to do all these things and know how to bypass the school's different restrictions on the network and such. And they knew what they were doing. Like I mentioned, college comes around, I'm able to do this, and that because of these little bits of understanding, that it's just enough that if you put a block of code in front of me, I can parse through it and give a very educated guess on what it's doing. That I can understand. I know what a loop is. I know what if-else statements, how those structures work and such. I understand what making a class is, what making different variables are, and that I can read through that. But if you were to say, okay, make a thing that does this, that, I would make a very messy attempt at anything and would not trust myself to write code from scratch in any capacity.
Yes.
But it means that like I can tune into your streams and I see all the stuff you're doing. It's like, oh yeah, I totally understand what you're doing.
There's recognition, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. No, I think that's how it is. I think honestly, like a pretty large portion of people, it's hard to get exact data, but I think a lot of people who hang out with me on Tuesdays and Fridays are like not like hardcore programmers, right? I think it can be fun just to like kind of see the end result and also just like chat about stuff, right? I think that's a common, like, there are a lot of programming streams on Twitch like this. Like, there are a lot that are like, you think like, it's people just there to hang out. Like, I think Pirate Software has been a big contender in the software zone on Twitch recently, and he like most of the people watching him are not there for like programming, right? It's there like just to chat.
Thor is a gifted speaker.
Exactly.
That's what he does. He's very good, and he's good at making his own clips.
Yeah, no, for sure. So it's that kind of thing, right? But I hope it has an appeal, even if people like know a little bit or not very much about programming, that it's like, it can still be engaging.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've just been doing this for a really long time. I've been trying to make games also for a very long time, but I mostly get distracted by the tech stuff, and then just like don't make a good game, which is I think a common problem for people in this kind of mental space. I went to college for CS, but I was already by the time I graduated high school, like I was like, I feel like it's been a sort of thing in my life where like every time I think that I'm hot shit, 3 years later I think that I'm like man, I didn't know anything then, right? And that's a good kind of feeling, right?
That's
growth.
How you should feel.
Yeah, I always want to feel that way. I always want to feel like I don't know anything. But I was like, I think even evaluating like pretty like objectively, like by the time I graduated high school, I was a competent programmer. I could have like worked, I could have gotten a good job and like been effective, right? So college, I mostly just like hung out a whole bunch and did CS. I graduated and I managed to skip a year, which was pretty good. Graduated in 3 years. I did a whole lot of like TAing kind of stuff. Because they were always short staffed on TAs because there were never enough grad students and stuff. So I just kind of like I did some grading as an undergrad, which was always kind of bizarre. And then I went on to grad school. Which I was convinced at the time I wanted to get a PhD. I wanted to do theoretical CS research. I had kind of some areas of interest that I was like, I want to study this. I read a lot of papers in this. I want to like get into this. So I did 1 year of a PhD, and which was also pretty good. Mostly a lot of just like standard PhD stuff. I was not super pleased with it. I didn't have a great relationship with my advisor, so I was like looking for other stuff. I applied to a bunch of internships. I got one that was good, and I was like, "Hey, will you hire me?" And they're like, "Yeah, we like you, sure." So I kind of bailed on grad school.
Yeah,
and
don't need it anymore.
Yeah. Who cares? Yeah, no, it was a place where like most of the people working there had PhDs, and I'm like, if I can just quit and work here anyway, like what am I fucking wasting my time for?
Yeah.
So like,
doesn't matter.
I did that and worked there for a couple of years, and then kind of got burnt out a little bit, and I was like, man, this kind of sucks. I want to do something different. Let's try pretending to be anime instead. That seems way better.
Ta-da!
And now I'm here. Hello.
Yay!
Yeah, it's me. So
because I had a very similar outlook on the secondary higher education of graduate studies.
Yeah, you need to be very, very careful before you undergrad is obviously a big decision, I think, and people take it too lightly often, right? People go to college when they really probably it's just going to waste a bunch of money, and like grad school, you should be very, very you should think long and hard before that.
And the big thing for me, like I mentioned, I went to business school, and that there was the prospect of, in business, it's not do you get a PhD, it's do you get an MBA.
Yeah.
And knowing what I wanted to do and the things that I knew in junior year I wasn't going to go get an MBA. And when I was in my senior year, I was damn sure I wasn't, because senior year,
done.
I was done with school. I was waiting to graduate. I still did all my work. I did not slack off. I didn't get the classic senioritis, but I was so mentally done with school, formalized education. I was like, I'm not learning anything anymore.
Yeah.
For what I want to do. That at this point, this is wrote instruction on some hyper-specific thing that is not relevant to any company that I have any desire to apply to anyways, and an MBA isn't actually going to be valuable. I think that in today's business society, unless there's something very specific that you want to do, and in that case it's probably antiquated anyways, you are better served by 2 years in the workforce than 2 years spent on a piece of paper that you are paying to get, as opposed to 2 years of hands-on real experience that will go on your resume and being paid for it than the opposite. I think
it's a tough trade-off there.
It's very different in the hard sciences and certain things where, yes, I want the people doing my high-level chemical engineering to have their PhD.
Yeah, if you're doing like PhD, it's largely like you're choosing your path by getting a PhD. You're choosing to do research, right? You're like, I'm moving towards a position where I want to do research is what you're implying there. There are cases where you want to do a PhD to like go work in industry, but like those are very, very specific and you'd know beforehand, I think. Largely it's like you don't do a PhD. The PhD is the career choice to some extent, right? Like you're trying to move into that research like role, and that's such a tough market to be in, right? Like becoming a college professor is like fucking hard, right?
Depends on which. Actually,
it does depend on which, but like, especially, I mean, in the sciences, right? There are not many. There are not many positions, right? There are way more people than there are positions.
I think it is too easy for someone to become a business professor, because there was a number of business professors specifically in the information systems discipline, in the tech-related disciplines, that were so clearly not good teachers. That they understood their material, but their ability to convey to students or to explain things was awful.
Yeah, well, there's sort of an endemic problem in academia, because like so university has become this thing that like everyone it's very normalized, right?
Yes.
Like lots and lots of people, especially like in a certain like for my high school, like everyone went to college, right?
Yeah.
People, like everyone goes to college. Lots of people go to college. It's like a thing that everyone is quote unquote supposed to do,
quote,
right?
unquote,
like
yes.
this is this kind of thing, right? But like university is like it's created this weird situation where like most people who are college professors do not want to teach, right?
Yep.
And that's natural, because when you become a college professor, typically, and most universities are research universities, right? There are some places that only do teaching, like community colleges don't usually do research, right? But like being a professor, that is the route you take if you want to do academic research, right? That's like,
and
that's
that
like
you
your
are
career
then
path.
obligated to also teach.
Yes.
If you want your academic research,
if you want money,
position
right? If you
funded.
Yes, it's this kind of thing, right? Unless you have like some big grant, right? The most professors are going to end up teaching, right? And teaching is like not really like, it's part of the job. It's not really necessarily what their interest is or what they signed up for. So people who like end up with like everyone has these stories of some horrible professor who like doesn't give a shit, and like probably they don't give a shit, right? Probably they're just doing it to like, they're just phoning it in, right? And like, I don't really blame them for that, but it creates this weird misalignment of incentives where like people are paying a whole lot of money to go to university basically as a job training program, right? To learn things so that they can become employed. And professors are like begrudgingly facilitating that, like while they also like have to scratch out time for their actual interest, which is doing research on like a certain kind of bug or something, right? Like it's not like, yeah, so it's very weird. Who knows what the solution to that is, but like it's to be expected, I think, given the current configuration.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But
part of that was what led me to very quickly knowing, all right, I don't need graduate studies for business, and that I don't think it's optimal at all. But
yeah.
It's interesting in your case that you took that path, but also you basically hit the eject button as soon as you saw that path out, which I think that was the smart move, frankly.
Oh, no, for sure. It definitely was.
You got the thing. That's exactly what you want to do. And that you were able to use the benefits probably of being a PhD student to get that foot in the door for that first job, because definitely there's, I'd be willing to bet that probably helped out a lot.
I did. It did for sure. I wouldn't have gotten it if I wasn't a PhD student.
And that's smart play right there, in my opinion. That is exactly how you do it.
Yeah, it was good, right? And I think during the time in that job, like I learned more and I published more papers and I made more academic connections than I would have as a student. Like, so yeah, the thing I've been telling people lately is if you're going to go to grad school, you need to ask one particular question. You need to ask, does your advisor know what Among Us is? And that's really gonna influence your odds of success, right? If you're a young person, right? If you're 20,
why
22,
is that the question? Because I think that having a good advisor is extraordinarily important. Why is that your litmus test?
That's my litmus test because the ability to get along with your advisor well, basically I'm partial to young advisors. I think that's very good, right? Which influences
and that's the way to
right?
ask. It's
a way to indicate you have some kind of shared cultural, like, I don't know, you're going to get along with someone. I mean, certainly you could have a very positive, rewarding relationship with like someone who's 60 and has been doing this for a long time, and I'm not going to preclude that at all. But I think you definitely want someone who has like your advisor is not going to be like a professor to you. It's going to be someone that you are going to be like, you are tied together for years, right? You are working with this person closely. You are stressing out with this person. You're trying to finish, like you are choosing to have a close personal relationship with someone for years, right? If you're like scared of them or intimidated by them, that's not going to work, right? If you're like, if you just don't mesh well, that's not going to work. You have to be like, it has to be someone like you could like get beers with if you're like a beer drinking kind of individual, right? It's that sort of thing. It has to be a casual relationship.
I think part of this is because I only, one, did undergrad, but two, because I was in business school, that
I think it's very different.
I know that my friends who were engineers, and funny enough, the things that I got involved with had an extraordinarily high proportion of engineers, that I was the odd one out in all of my social groups. I was that one business school guy.
Yes.
And everyone else, like computer engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers, architects, you name it. I had, my roommates were 3 math majors. Yes. I would look at them doing their problem sets, sort of glance over their shoulder, look at the proofs they were doing, and say, I'm glad you all enjoy that.
Glad you're having fun.
Like glancing at this right now, looking at the pieces of paper in front of you right now, tell me that I was correct to not do what you were doing. That scares me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Matt, that's a different breed also, math majors.
But they had very different relationships with their advisors, much more comprehensive ones, like you're describing, whereas for me, my advisor, and again, part of this may have also been because of his undergrad advisor versus graduate advisor, that was the person I saw once a semester to sort of confirm that I was on track with my credits. They would ask me if I had any, like, major questions. I asked them, like, a couple times, sort of, okay, is there a optimal credit strategy, sort of?
Yes.
All right,
it's very, very different in grad school.
Do you know of any ones here that can sort of let me double dip on my credits? The most important conversation they had with me was, I think, my second semester sophomore year, and they looked at my stuff and said, "Oh, so you're planning to graduate a year early?" And I said, "What? No. Well, why would you think that?" I was like, "Oh, because, you know, with the amount of double dip credits that you have here, you can graduate in 3 more semesters, and 2, if you take a large number of credits, you would only need to get like 2 over what is considered the normal minimum, and we can write that waiver." No, I actually enjoyed the school I went to and the social groups I was in. I wanted to have a 4-year experience. Everything I did outside the classroom at college was the most important thing that I did at college. No question.
No, of course. That's how it is a lot.
And like, I almost got like scared. I was like, wait, no, I'm not leaving a year early. That's not the plan.
Yeah.
Well, and she was like, okay, so in that case, you're just going to be taking like, 13 credits. This one that you're actually going to need to take 6 dead credits in your last semester or something. So find some classes that you don't care about that aren't going to drag your GPA down. I was like, okay, I'll find something. But that was really the extent of my relationship with my advisor.
Because grad school, it's a totally different thing. Grad school, it's like choosing a spouse almost, right? It's like this is this is the person that's going to dictate your future, right? For at least 5 years and probably beyond that. Like I know people who completed their PhD 10 years ago and they're still like they're calling and chit chatting with their advisor regularly. Like that's a very very common thing in at least computer science and math.
But I guess sort of spinning back to college and undergrad in general, did you enjoy your time in college?
No. Well, I met my partner there, and that was pretty good.
Okay, so that's a win.
Yes, that is a win. That is a win. Largely, I was, I'm sort of, I have the personality type of, I'm like an academic grinder. I was that in high school. Like I grinded really hard. I was the valedictorian in my high school. I really was like, we gotta win, right? And in college, it was, similar. I cared a lot about my grades. I cared a lot about like performing well in class, and like I probably cared a lot more than I should have. I think knowing what I know now, I would have had a much better time. But also like, that's just, I wouldn't have maybe known what I know now unless I had done that then. So like, it's like, who knows?
So yeah, things. There was value there that you,
so it was valuable.
Learned.
It was valuable, but I remember mostly being miserable a lot and like being like pulling all-nighters and like being irritated at things and like living in unfortunate environments and not talking to anyone for long periods of time and that kind of thing, right? That's sort of my defining kind of college experience. But overall it was good, and I made a lot of connections, and I you can't regret things like this, right? It's just that's how it was.
Yeah. Well,
I think
sorry that
and I was doing a lot of programming in my free time as well, I have to say, right? I was still like, that is the highlight. I was just like dicking around trying to make little games and stuff. So
did you have were you doing this with others? Did you find a group to make games with, or was it solo projects by and large?
Oh no, I was totally alone. I would say I probably didn't have in college. I talked to the person who is now my wife. I cannot think of any other people really who I talk to on any sort of consistent basis. Like certainly no one that I talk to now. But like even then, I don't think I really had any friends or anything, or any kind of like, I went to like magic events and stuff. I did things occasionally.
Well, okay, so you had a social life. It was not necessarily your classmates. And it's interesting because the thing for me, mine was similar yet different. Again, of like I said, I did a lot of social things. I was in several organizations and was an officer in some of them. I had things to do most nights of the week.
Yes.
But like I said, most of my friends wound up being engineers of various sorts. I was the oddball business dude. And that the number of friends in the business school, there's nobody there's one person I still speak to that was in the business school, and I speak with them very rare occasions. It's more incidental than anything with them. That I did, we had group projects all the time, and fortunately, I never had the horror story group because at least all the ones I did had rails on or safeguards such that you would rate your project partners, and if someone really just dropped the ball or did not pull their weight, that they would fail, and that the people who did the work would not fail. So people pulled their weight, and that was good. And I
had a policy of I dropped any class that sprung a group project on me.
Oh yeah.
I made my way all through college. I never did a group project ever.
Oh,
not once. Because there were some things there were some requirements that were like designed to like, the intention was like, okay, here's this special kind of class where we're going to do some sort of project. But I maneuvered it in such a way. There was one particular course that I dropped twice. But yes, never did one.
Wow. I don't think I could have done that, because basically all my classes had a group project. They were never sprung in the sense that they weren't expected. That it was always, syllabus, first day of class, we're going, over this. It's like, all right, at this point on like week 7, we're gonna have group projects, and if you want to try and assemble your own group, you have 7 weeks to find people that you get along with, and if not, you will be assigned someone. We have these safeguards in place so that no one is going to get screwed over. And a couple of times, like by the time senior year rolled about, there were a couple folks that I had been assigned to other group projects with that I got along with, and it's like, okay, we all know that everyone here is reliable. Yeah. We don't speak with each other at all outside of it, but we know everyone's going to do their shit. So let's just do this as opposed to play the lottery, and that was cool. Sure. But that was really the extent of anything there, and that you mentioned that you had your Magic the Gathering folks, and then, so what if they weren't your classmates? That the folks that I hung out with were technically at the same large university I went to, but they were never in any classes of mine, so they might as well not have been. They just were my age, and that certainly helped. But
for sure. Yes,
that was it, and that's one of the things that I tell people who are looking at colleges, because I've actually worked college fairs for my college in the past, and the thing I say is there are very few bad colleges out there. There's a small number of bad colleges, but they're pretty easy to avoid if you know what you're doing.
Yes.
And that any college worth its salt can be what you want it to be. The thing that makes a good college is the options.
Yeah, it's largely what you make of it, right? It's the social opportunities that you can for sure. I agree.
And that I tell people, look for something that has a lot of things that interest you and that has groups that you're already interested in joining.
Yes.
Because if you find a place that, one, has obviously the academic things that you want, but again, unless you're doing something hyper-specialized and unless you're trying to be a lawyer, in which case, try to get to Harvard. Because there's a very particular brand name thing there, but that's anomalous.
Med school and law school kind of have their own.
That's an asterisk.
And if you're going for academia and the sciences, there's also a thing, but it is in the sciences, it's less the name of the school is much less important.
If you pick a top 100 school, top 50 school, it's mostly gonna be the same as if you get a top 20 or 10 school. If you're doing well,
it's people. It's not the school. Yeah, no, I agree for sure. And I think it's
and I say look for one that has a lot of different extracurriculars and ones that you like. Try and join those. And then if you don't like them, the fact that you have found one that has so many indicates that it is not difficult to start one up. So if you don't like any of the ones, if you don't mesh with the people, you have already found something that implicitly has a structure that students can make new things.
You can pursue your own interests. Yeah, no, for sure. I think for me, a lot of it, probably a large part of my college social experience was defined by technological peculiarities. Also, I think I definitely could have spoken with a lot more people if I was living a very strange lifestyle at the time where I did not use a smartphone. This was like 2016 era, so that was not. And a lot of things were organized over Facebook, and I definitely did not use Facebook. And I did have a phone. I had a flip phone that I was like rotating the SIM card on a whole bunch, and like,
oh my goodness,
people were communicating with me over email, and like it was a whole thing. So like, I think, but I don't regret that either. That was also like, it's fun. It's fun to do weird things that. So it's like, why not?
I tell people also, just if you find that you are not the social type, that's fine too. That you can do what you did. And just like if you're the solitary type, there's nothing wrong with that. I encourage people.
That's a huge thing for people, right?
I encourage people to still look for a place that has potential for if you change your mind. Yeah. Or if you get that craving of, okay, I feel like for whatever reason, maybe it's your style changes, your attitude changes, or just that you might have the good fortune to walking across campus, pass a sign for the group that you never knew existed. That is exactly what you're looking for. That put yourself in the position to, obviously, it's the easiest thing in the world. If you like just doing your own thing, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not gonna begrudge that. I'm not gonna say that that's the wrong way to do college. Yeah. But make it so you have the option in case you want to do something else.
Yeah, people have this idea I think largely from movies and media, that like your life has to be a particular way.
Yeah, no, fuck
right?
that.
And it doesn't at all, right? You can be alone and happy also, right?
Oh,
can be, people, like, it just doesn't matter that much. People have this, like, over-dramatized view of, like, I need to find this large circle of friends, I need to find a romantic partner, I need to find X, I need to find Y, and, like, it just, like, no, you don't. Like, you can just be happy. Like, it doesn't matter that much.
For me, it all just boils down to make sure that you put yourself in position to have options and have fun, do what you want, and keep evaluating. And that's just, like what you did.
Just do what you want.
Evaluated and realized, okay, getting my PhD, despite having whatever level of time and financial investment, is now not optimal.
Yeah.
I cash out here. And
do you know the meme? Do you know are you familiar with the share zone? There's the one image. It's like a skeleton or something. And it says it's a bunch of uncomfortable situations, and it says just hit the bricks. I don't know if I can find this thing. I'm sure people are aware of this. Sometimes you just gotta hit you just gotta hit the bricks, right? You just gotta things are it's true. You it's weird social situation. Hit the fucking bricks. Get the fuck out of there, right? Like people have this I don't know. One thing I think I talk about pretty often on the stream and just in general in life is people have all sorts of preconceived notions of I don't know. People create these shackles for themselves, right? Mm-hmm. People create the way that they think the way that the world is. They imagine it's a certain way. They imagine there are these constraints on them, right? They imagine that there are all these social rules. At least I do, right? I'm the sort of I was never the most adept at manipulating all sorts of these social rules and things, right? So for me, it's I don't know. I want to I always used to have this fear that I'm going against some unwritten rule, but now I'm just you can just do whatever you want, right? That's one of the most liberating things of all, right? The only laws that bind you are the laws of physics. Really, it's true. I mean, of course, there are laws there are laws of the court or whatever. But those things,
I generally advise against cannibalism. People.
Advise against cannibalism.
I advise against cannibalism.
But you could. You just have to deal with the consequences of your actions, right? You can do anything. You can do anything. The only restriction is the natural law, right? But you
cannot fly ... without the proper attachments to your body.
Yes, right? Yeah, it's this sort of thing, right? So I think that a lot too. People really think oh, it's got to be a certain way. It has to be like this. No, it doesn't have to be like anything. It is what it is, right? It is what it is, and you can make it be however you want it to. You can do whatever you can do, right? It's just kind of like a tautology,
And isn't that just code? You are bound by the laws of physics until you're not.
You're bound by the rules, but within the rules you can do anything, right? There are constraints, but inside of the constraints, you can be as creative as you would like to be, right? Look at that double segue right there, eh? That double callback.
Boom.
We're keeping this shit thematic. Honestly, this stream Vtuber Talk is very how would you even describe this? It sort of has an elemental nature to it. How would you describe? I have to ask this question to everyone.
Surprise. This is what I do, man. That people are unique and complex, but you find themes to people. You find levels of consistency to them, and that's part of what I enjoy, because it's not even that you have your own rules, but you found the things that you like. That the people that have that level of consistency, I find, are the people that are the happiest.
Yes,
because
I think so.
They know what they want. They know what will bring them joy, and that they are then able to, oftentimes, unconsciously apply it to multiple areas of their life, whether it be just this is what I enjoy, and therefore I tend towards hobbies that allow me to do this thing. Code, deck building games, RPGs.
Yeah,
all stem from these similar things that you
you can break the mold too. You can just do anything, right? I could tell you right now that the other thing I'm into is mixed martial arts, right? And that would be a totally different thing, but we could relate it somehow. No, it's not I'm not into MMA particularly, but
okay. So hold on, I'm actually.
I have something to ask you though. I have a question. We have to reverse the rules. We have to scratch it, reverse it a little bit here. I'm big on inversion. You're now the interview guest. I am the host. Okay, this is a question I ask everyone. What would you consider your elemental alignment, Vtuber Talk, as far as the classical elements, right? As in fire, these ones, right? What would you consider your elemental?
Fire, the big four.
The big four. They call them the big four. It's I've been saying that metal is no longer one of the big four. It's big drama on Twitter. Anyway, please.
Probably water.
Water. You're a water aspect.
Water
person?
in like I said, I like options. So adaptability is something that is very, very central to water, that is able to adjust shape to whatever container it's in. It can take multiple forms, multiple temperatures, whereas fire is, and a lot of this also comes color theory and MTG.
Yes. I see. You're relating this to card game. Yes.
Yep. Bring it back again. That each of the colors in Magic the Gathering has a thematic and also mechanical identity.
Yes.
And blue is usually associated with thinking, also reaction. That's why it's the counter spell color. Red fire is usually associated with passion, creativity. Obviously, fire, quote unquote, usually has destructive connotations. I do not think of it in that way.
Yeah.
But that fire is considered more spontaneous, and that I'm very much the measure twice, cut once mentality.
I see.
So I generally don't end up aligning, quote unquote, with fire there. Earth ends up being much more rigid than I like to be. That Earth, green, forest generally tends toward traditionalism, structure.
Structure, yes.
And while I can certainly appreciate structure, it usually ends up having more preconceived notions of structure than created structure per se. And air would probably be the one that I'd be next closest to, because it is also pretty adaptable. It's also free-flowing in a way. It's difficult to explain, I suppose, compared to the others, why I don't necessarily align or identify with wind. I think that it's, in its own way, literally and figuratively, a bit insubstantial, of just that just between those two that I'm close to,
it's a little too wishy-washy, perhaps.
Wishy-washy, unlike water, but
unlike water, yes, it's a little too. I don't know. What's even the equivalent? It's a little too blowy. It's blowing a little too much. It's a little bit of a blowhard or something. I don't know.
But what about you then? So
that's a great answer.
Flip this to you.
We're inversing again. This is a double negative situation. We're doing double inversion. Well, I can answer. As the main character in the avatar, I embody all four elements.
Oh, so that's the Chuny answer. That's the Chuny answer right there.
Yeah. Well, what else can you suspect?
I walked into that.
If I had to pick, for me it's fire. I think a common theme for me is I don't know, the destruction and rebirth of all things from the ashes. I don't know. I feel this way often, right? I feel like I need to burn down my whole life and resurrect it from the ashes every day when I wake up in the morning. Vtuber Talk, right? And that's what we're doing right here. I'm the machine of fire, after all. Yes.
He said it at the beginning. I said it in the beginning.
Hey, that's what we call
hiding in plain sight.
Right there. Hiding in plain. I want my life immutable. Yes. Yes. It's this kind of thing. I don't know. So that's my only question. Anyway, can we go back in time? I always on my stream I do the Arthur. Do you ever see Arthur, the cartoon?
But like, oh yeah.
Do you know the sound when there's a flashback?
Yeah,
Okay, there we go. Now we're back in time before elemental.
Wow.
We're now newly aware of our respective elemental affinities and strengths and weaknesses and type chart kind of interactions. You have an advantage over me, so now I have to be I'm on the back foot conversationally. Proceed.
Gosh, so let me also just say it's been a while since I've talked like college.
Yes.
Fuck, that makes me feel older than I should. Oh.
Yes, we are all aging.
We are indeed all aging.
We can just strive. We can only strive to age gracefully.
Yes, indeed.
This is going to be bingo. Yes, they might be running a. Prodsy Pod in the chat made a bingo card for my streams because they have my streams sort of have a certain, you've been there, right?
Yeah.
They have a kind of like, they're a little idiosyncratic. Like they have like, they're weird, right? We talk in a weird way. We do weird things. There are like weird themes that reoccur again and again. So I think they're checking off bingo card entries here. Yes.
I guess winding back. So we talked about Pokemon a little bit earlier, and you mentioned
Pocket Monsters.
That like you play on Showdown a fair bit.
Yeah.
And you mentioned a particular format. I think it might have been Gen 3, but I'm not sure.
I've been playing some Gen 3 lately. Not in a few months, but like that's the most recent thing I've like played a lot of. I've played mostly just like OU in the past. But like Pokemon I really have become very jaded with Pokemon. Like I don't know. Have you heard of We'll get to that, McKinnon.
Oh, yes.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
It's on the list.
Like it's the sort of thing that it's the kind of thing where I don't think the Pokemon games are very good anymore. I think in fact they've been kind of bad recently, or for quite a while. I don't even know about recently. Like I don't know. I don't even think it's like me getting older and losing the magic, because like I was still playing them when I was like 20 and I was like having kind of some fun. But for me, like I kind of stopped keeping up with like current formats as soon as they like past like Sun and Moon, when they stopped having all the Pokemon in the game. Mm-hmm. That like really killed it for me.
Because it's like that, like I'm very sympathetic to developers in just the sense of I find it frankly incredible that it took them until Gen 8 to not have everything. Like, that it's so much to have, but I can still understand that depending on what you want, because Pokemon is, again, one of these games that you can interact with in many different ways. Some people, I play every Pokemon game and I beat the Elite Four. I will usually beat the post-game trainers. I do not feel the need to IV train, shiny hunt, competitive play. I don't feel the need to even complete the Pokedex, really. That I like getting through the core content. But I know that for a lot of people, completing the Pokedex is a big deal, and especially if you are someone who has particular favorites. That the heartbreak of, what do you mean Blastoise isn't in the game?
Yeah,
what do you mean I can't get Blastoise?
Kind of whack, right? It's just like they could put them in the game. It's literally like the games are like, it's not. I'm somewhat sympathetic to the resource constraint, but like also like they have all these models. They have all these super high quality models of the Pokemon, right? They already have them for like Pokemon. Like they have the assets. They have the fucking assets. The games are horrendously optimized, right? The games run like ass for how they look. Yeah, right? They're not like,
that's the biggest thing of just
like
Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
Obviously prolifically graphically poor in the overworld. That the amount of weird things that the character model does, that your ride does, that the environment does, and yet I don't think I've ever seen a single battle system bug in that game.
Yes, the battle system does work. With also the battle system has been largely the same, just with additions since like 19.
But at the same time, the number of combinations of attacks and iterations,
of course, yes,
is effectively infinite. In the fact that there's never.
Yeah, it does work well.
I've never seen an instance where I used this attack and something about the combination of status effects and Pokemon types somehow caused a crash, that just an error. Something went wrong in the code.
Right. It generally works, right? And of course, this is also the thing that's very easy to have automated tests for, right?
But optimization on the overworld is, like you said, horrendous.
Graphical bugs are harder.
Graphical
is it's the kind of thing where I think people have. here's my hot take. Here's the spice. We're dropping the spicy. People have way too much leniency for like Pokemon is the most successful media franchise in the history of the world, right?
And it's not particularly close.
The games are not the games are not done well, right? Like if you can't expect the games to be like at least reasonably well put together for Pokemon, what are your expectations for anything then, right?
It's very
the game should be good, right? The game should if they're releasing a game every year, right? They have infinite resources. They should be good. They should be fucking good, and I feel like they're not. So like, well, what it comes back to is I stopped playing OU, and now I just play old formats like a boomer. I want to fuck around. I want Tyranitar to be good. I want to put up spikes.
Like Gen 3 in particular, though, because that's right before what I consider to be the single best change to
the physical
Pokemon
special
battles
split
system, the physical special split. Exactly.
Yes. So I used to feel the same way, right? For me, my favorite format used to be Gen 5 OU, which I think mostly out of nostalgia. Gen 5 is a weird format. It's very weather dominated. It's like, but for me, I've been playing so much Gen 3. I played through the Battle Frontier and Emerald recently, most of the way through. I have 2 things left. Yes, well, Battle Frontier it's great fun on an emulator when you can go fast, right?
Okay, that's true, yeah. If you can go 5x speed, and that probably actually makes it a lot better. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I agree also, Prod Z-Pod. I think you have the right. They should not release them every year. It'd be better if they released them every 5 years. It'd be better than it is now.
Yeah,
right?
I would rather give me Pokemon on the Legend of Zelda release schedule.
Yeah. Just make the games good, man. Just make them fucking I feel like, I don't know. Like it's not even like me saying the games are bad doesn't even feel like a particularly hot take. Like there's plenty of people who agree, right? And the fact that there are plenty of people who agree is like already nuts. Like it's the most successful property in the history of the world, right? Like how is it not like okay.
And I'm very much a Pokemon apologist in the way of like when it comes to the national decks.
Yeah.
I feel like it becomes very difficult to practically balance competitively if you were to have the full thing. I never think it's a memory issue.
I think the game. I think they don't balance the game though, right? I don't think the game is very intentionally balanced in any sense. I think it's mostly the balance arises from. It's the same we were discussing earlier with like Smash Melee and stuff, right? The game will balance itself, right? Of course, there are some strategies.
They also have the ability to actually patch balance things nowadays.
These days,
and they have to a small extent.
Yes.
But
yes.
I agree that they need to spend more time, and that they even said recently that they are pivoting to do that, and that part of it we won't see probably for another year or two because just how production schedules work, that a lot of things were in flight already when Scarlet Violet released and they had that debacle.
Yes.
But at the same time, they're also very actively disincentivized, as Pro DZ Pod mentions, because Pokemon Scarlet Violet was the single most successful console exclusive.
They have no reason to do it, right? They have. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. So in fact, I would prefer if they didn't balance the game. In fact, the game that I'm going to continue playing is I'm going to continue playing Gen 3 and Gen 2 and Gen 4 and Gen 5 and Gen 1. Even competitively. Sorry, I'm drinking water and messing with my speech here. It's the kind of thing where like Gen 3, they couldn't patch that ever, right? They could not patch it. It is an unpatched raw experience. I guess the patch is sort of, you try ROM hacks. ROM hacks are great. We'll talk about that. We'll get into that. Fuck yeah, ROM hacks. The kind of thing though is like Gen 3, its patches are the release of Fire Red and Leaf Green and of Emerald, right?
Yeah.
And it's this cumbersome, weird game, right? Like there's a lot of weirdness in Gen 3. The lack of physical special split is weird to a lot of people. The fact that like Deoxys forms are game specific, like that's a weird, like there's weird shit in the game, right? There's some bugs, right? There are bizarre things. But by and large, it's a really fun and gratifying experience, and people enjoy it a lot. Like, there's been a recent resurgence of like Gen 3 competitive content. Like, there's a lot of YouTube people now who are making Gen 3 content. There was a big tournament with like a big cash prize pool recently on Showdown for Gen 3 OU.
Ooh,
right?
That's neat.
Yeah, a YouTuber put it together, like a couple $1,000 in prizes, I think. Like, it's great. There's people like grinding Battle Frontier. Like, I think someone recently just broke the Battle Factory streak record on YouTube streaming. Like it's a whole thing. Because the game is not perfectly balanced. It is weird, but it's fun. Like it's weird in a fun way.
Yeah, it's its own environment.
Yeah, and also like I really like the fact that like, okay, this is getting into bizarro niche tastes, and kind of gets back into programming a little bit. The fact that you can play the Gen 3 games, really this works for Gen 1, 2, 3, and 4. The fact that there's a console game where you can battle with your handheld Pokemon on the console fucking rocks. That part is fucking sick, and I don't care what anyone says. That is incredibly cool. Like in Gen 3, there's Pokemon Coliseum, right? Mm-hmm. Where you can connect your Game Boy to the GameCube with the funny little cable, and you can battle.
There was Pokemon Battle Revolution for 4,
Battle
and
Revolution,
Stadium.
Yes. Stadium.
The discontinuation of the Stadium games will always baffle me. What a delightful game. The rental system was so cool. It's its own meta at this point. Just being able to do that, having the little thing where you could play on the TV, but then the mini games.
Yeah.
The original the original Pokemon Stadium 9 mini games still hit today. Yeah.
And there's that thing in Pokemon. Doesn't Stadium 2 have the thing where you can like play your Game Boy game on the, like there's all kinds of like crazy ass features on those, right? Like So okay, this gets into one thing that is like a current distant dream for me is I would love to have a game that is a ROM hack of either Gen 2 or Gen 3 Pokemon that is like almost like almost total conversion, like new region and stuff, right? Same Pokemon, no Pokemon changes or Fakemon or anything like that. That's kind of against my taste usually, but is still compatible. Like it's very, you can make a game that is still compatible with, if you keep like the core data structures in the same format, you can make something that's still compatible with Stadium or Coliseum. This is better explored in the Stadium case. There's one of my favorite experiences playing Pokemon in recent memory was I played this ROM hack called Pokemon Crystal Clear, which is so good. It's a ROM hack of Crystal that like adds a ton of QOL features. No like fake Pokemon or new Pokemon or anything. It's the same Gen 2 kind of deal. Tons of QOL features, tons of like it makes the game basically open world. Like it removes a lot of barriers to progression. Just like makes it like way cooler, I guess. Like I don't know, it's maybe not to everyone's taste, but it is to mine for sure. Like cool stuff like a code-based Discord wonder trading system, like things like this where you'd like it's crazy, like really like interacting with like modern communication mechanisms with this old game that you can play on real hardware. And one of the things you can do with it on real hardware is it's still compatible with Pokemon Stadium 2. So you can play this ROM hack, which is like a greatly enhanced version of the original game, and like still go on to have like the post game, like of I sort of consider Stadium 2 as like the post game of Gen 2 Pokemon. You can still go play that, right? And that's super cool. And I would love to have like totally novel Gen 3 games, right? Like Gen 3 games that like share the same national decks, but have like maybe a different regional decks, different content, different gyms, all this thing, but are still compatible in battle and trade and connection to the GameCube with the rest of the Gen 3 lineup. And this is possible now. Like this can be made. There are not like, especially given the state of things, like Pokemon Emerald has a really good decompilation project on GitHub. So it's very, very easy to mod Pokemon Emerald.
Yeah.
Like this is
Emerald
achievable.
And Gen 3 and as a whole is, to my knowledge, the basis of, I would say, upwards of 80% of all ROM hacks right now.
Yeah, it's definitely the base for sure. Just mostly due to this decomp thing. Like, but isn't that just like there's something so appealing about that to me that we could have new Gen 3 Pokemon games like now that are compatible. The compatibility angle is the crazy part. Like the possibility for new compatible Pokemon games exists. I don't know. It's really cool.
When you say compatible in this sense, you mean that you could connect the actual official games to these other ones and they would play nicely. You
could presuming you keep the same Pokedex and moves and stuff, but just like make new content for the game, right? In terms of trainers and region, that you could plug them into each other with the link cable and trade or battle, right? Which is like that's just crazy, right? Like you could do it. There's another really cool thing I saw on YouTube recently. There's this account called I'm a Blissey, I think, and they mostly do RNG manipulation content for Pokemon, right? Like trying to like it's been especially in the older games. It's a very like a thing you can do. You can like time take very precise movements and like time the game correctly such that you get an RNG outcome that you want. Like getting getting perfect IVs or getting a shiny, right? Like you can manipulate the odds due to the way that the RNG works. And besides that, he also made custom DLC for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Because Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire support something called the e-reader, which is yeah. And the way the e-reader works is it's literally just like executable code.
Yeah.
That you load in, right? Like you can just make code that just like overwrites other things in the game, right? So he made like custom DLC events to like catch like Lugia and stuff that are like events that are like not in the game normally, but you can like inject them into like your actual copy of the game if you have an e-reader. Like that, it's nuts. It's so cool. Stuff like that is like my shit right now when it comes to Pokemon. Like doing like custom stuff on top of the older games.
Are you in the process of actively developing anything at all?
Not super seriously, I guess. The early stream content, like the stuff I did when I was starting the stream, was I was working on a bunch of like Pokemon Emerald tinkering. I'm not doing anything right now. I have too many other projects. There are too many irons in the fire right now to like really chase after something like that in a dedicated way. But I really want to, right? And I want to make sure I don't forget that I want to do this, because yeah, we're kind of, I can talk about that too, Prod. It's like I want to, I don't want to just like think of this and just like not forget about it and not do it. I want to like keep layering on things, so I always am never bored and I always have stuff to do. So I have a fishing command in my stream that a few months ago we ripped out the fishing code from this Pokemon Emerald decomp. So the fishing command in my stream, the output of it is actually running the code from Pokemon Emeralds to produce the outcome, which is pretty sick. At least in some kind of sense. It's obviously a little bit contrived because it's not like, catching anything, but like it is the C code that was decomped. And also we are in the process of building a lot of tooling for original Game Boy development. So I guess generations 1 and 2. Again, maybe in November or so, we made a little programming language that runs on the Game Boy. So we were kind of getting a feel for like the Game Boy's like assembly architecture, like the instruction set. And now just in recent weeks, and probably again on Tuesday actually, I have been writing a Game Boy emulator, which is a project that I have taken on before. I did one in high school that was shitty. And this one is proving to be a lot less shitty. So we just got the CPU like tested, and we're pretty confident all the instructions work correctly. I've been trying to, I think in fact, after we talk today, this evening for me is probably going to be trying to do a bunch of performance optimization on that.
Is there anything unique that you're trying to get this emulator to do that doesn't already exist, or is this more an exercise of being able to build your own emulator from scratch?
Well, it's both, right? So it is of course an exercise, and mostly it's just like it's fun to do, right? It's something to do on stream that's interesting, that people like, and we can all learn things together, and it's like, it's a fun thing. It's also, I want to have a better debugging experience, because when we were writing Game Boy homebrew before, it was like I was using another emulator, and it was a real pain in the ass to like test things, and like it was just very cumbersome. So hopefully, I don't sort of anticipate that it will become easier to debug on our custom emulator in the immediate, but I might be wrong. But like in the long term, hopefully we have an environment that makes it easier for us. Like, and I have a sort of a peculiar programming setup, right? And it'll fit into that a little bit nicer and make it easier for us to make these games. Because what I'm trying to do is, I bought a bunch of empty, like blank reproduction Game Boy cartridges. And
so you actually test on device.
Yes, and a tool that can write them. So I have 5 of these, and I'm going to make a little custom within the next month. So help me God. I'm going to make a little piece of homebrew, a little demo or something where it has LCOLONQ on it maybe. And I'm going to write it to these cartridges. I'm going to get custom stickers. I'm going to put them on the cartridges, and I'm going to give them out to people at Offkai. That is my trinket distribution style in the near future. So that is kind of the reason for all of the Game Boy stuff right now. It's an interest in making a little funny homebrew thing to give away.
Gotcha. Congratulations, you've been hired on as an executive producer at the Pokemon Company, and you've been given effectively unlimited budget and a timeline of 3 years.
Yes.
So this isn't needing to be churned out. You're not going to be given infinite time, though. You have...
Yes. I can't make the MMO.
This is basically to avoid the MMO answer, yes.
Yes. I can't
do
say
you make that you are allowed
MMO.
to make... It can be the next mainline game, but if you say you want to make it the next mainline game, you need to give me something specific about your region.
Yes.
You can do a remake. You can do a continuation of an... Actually, no, I'm going to say you can't do a continuation of a spin-off series that exists.
Yes. No continuation, no mystery dungeon. It's over.
No mystery dungeon, but you can make a new spin-off series.
I see. So I choose what to do.
Yes.
Well,
what is the project?
Well, we make a new mainline game. We make a new mainline game that has all of the Pokemon, even the new ones, even the ones from Scarlet and Violet, even those ones. Maybe even some more than that, but maybe you just have all the ones that exist currently. You Oh, so this is me speaking from my personal taste. This would not be the right financial decision for the Pokemon
this
company.
this is me. You get to be entirely selfish.
This is me in crime mode. I'm violating my fiduciary responsibilities. Think of the shareholders. I'm not thinking of the shareholders at all. How troublesome. But no, I would make a game that has the art style. I would return to the art style and art direction of Generation 5. I would to a 2D sprites plus 3D environment kind of style for the characters, and I would just have, I don't even know if I would have any new Pokemon. I think perhaps I would just try and have something that is like a comprehensive bundled remake almost of the other games, right? Something, I mean, the dream of Pokemon that people always say is, I wish it was less linear. I wish I could have every region, right?
Yeah, that's also why I say 3 years, because no, I'm not allowing. I put every region into a game.
Every region in one game. Well, I think it's potentially doable, or at least a couple, right?
I think it's possible to like 3 regions in a game, probably. We can't get 9 in a game. I don't think that is practical at this point.
So I guess the thing I'm going to claim reduce the production values significantly. Stop making 3D models. Start making a 2D environment, right, with a lot of reused assets, right? From reused Gen 5 assets even, right? And just make a big interesting nonlinear game in that context with all the Pokemon in it. Make a game. Literally follow the formula of fucking Pokemon Crystal Clear ROM hack, right? Where you can like start in any town and there's like maybe a little bit of level scaling as far as the gyms go. They are reused assets from subsidiaries. That is true. I understand that it would be greatly troublesome to spend a bunch of money drawing all the 2D sprites for all the new Pokemon that don't have them. But this is my dream. This is me being self-indulgent.
Well, at the same time, it's going to be easier to make sprites than the full 3D models that
I don't even know necessarily. Who knows? It might be sort of even, like, you know, it might be roughly even in those in that sense. But I think
wonder
just
if that's sort of
the world is definitely easier.
Is that the path of? I don't think it is likely, but if one were to realistically pitch a game that you could sort of take the approach of, all right, look at the success of all these indie titles. Look at the success of, you know, what Square Enix is able to do with, Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler.
Exactly.
When you have a AAA studio working at old era graphics,
sort of a revamped retro, it's not truly retro graphics, but like, you know, that sort of feeling.
Yeah, revamped retro. But
the triangle strategy of Pokemon.
They're not they're not bothering to spend the time, effort, money, or processing power on all these 3D models. You don't need the giant rolling hills of why am I playing on Paldea?
Yeah. You need the world is where you win big, right? The world is where you can reuse, like, you know how trees look in like Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, where it's just like the same tree in a grid.
Yep.
That's charming. That's the style of Pokemon. Just do that again, right? You don't have to model all these different fucking trees and stuff and place them. Just put them down in the grid.
Pitch it, I suppose, of how you can get a bigger game in today's production pipeline, because you're sort of min-maxing.
That's what I would. That is the min that I would max. I would say we are putting all the Pokemon into this consistent visual style of sprites, and then we are designing a base number of assets for the world, and maybe some set pieces, you know, that have to be unique per town and stuff. And we are investing our money instead of making something that has great graphical fidelity or adding all these features, or like, you know, we are taking the core system, which is battling and like catching, you know, the core thing that's been there since Gen 1, and we are just making a lot of very solid content. We're just gonna make a big world that has a whole bunch of stuff in it, and it's kind of non-linear, rewards replayability, because Pokemon is inherently a game that you want people to replay. Because there's so many, like, think of it like an RPG, right? Like in an RPG with 8 party members and you can only use 4 of them, you want to replay that game twice, right? That's so you can get the full experience. Pokemon has this huge number of party members, so like, it's a game that already kind of wants you to replay it. The problem is it's so fucking linear that, like, who like I'm just gonna do the same thing again but with different. Even then, you can still replay it and have some fun. But if it was actually replayable, if it was actually offered some choice in your progression path, that would be that's the route, I think. And you market it heavily. Have you seen the marketing for the new the new Mana game, the new Secret of Mana in Japan?
I have not.
There's this commercial for it, and I wonder if we can find. Does anyone have that link in chat room? Does chat room have the link? Let's see if I can find it. Secret of Mana commercial. It's Visions of Mana. This is the one. This is it. I think. Yeah. Here we go. We got it. We're there. Is this the right link? Am I gonna link? Okay, we're good. This thing, right? Their marketing is entirely nostalgia, right? It's I got link blocked.
Yeah, no, send it to me and I'll.
I have it on a different computer. One second. We can go. Let's conjure it up here.
Is it this?
Yes, that is it. Perfect. Like this thing. It's pure nostalgia, right? And Pokemon, I think, like. They have to, like, Pokemon was a huge media thing for, like, every kid. Does every kid know Pokemon anymore? Like,
I think so. I think
probably to some degree, but like, is its cultural? It's certainly declined in its cultural relevance among kids. I think especially, right? Like, it's like the cartoon is not like this huge thing anymore, as far as I know. Like,
no, I mean like I said, highest selling console exclusive release ever. Gen 9, it continues to, anytime a Pokemon release happens, it is a major thing in terms of sales and just gaming that are you necessarily seeing things quite as universally saturated as in the early Pokemania? No, but I don't think that anything will ever be able to do that ever again.
Yeah, I wonder. I wish I could see the demographics behind things. Right, I don't have a good read on like what games kids actually play. Right, is Roblox bigger than
Roblox?
It might be Babanana.
I had someone on recently who said something that I sort of opened my eyes of. Roblox is the new Neopets or the new even to a degree the new Minecraft. That it's the big thing right now, and
it's the big thing.
It's where kids are able to go and able to be really creative. There's kids that are learning to code and do stuff in Roblox,
and they're doing child labor for Roblox, unpaid. Yes, no. There's definitely some controversy surrounding that. Sometimes there are many words have been penned on that topic, but we don't need to go into that whole deal. I think what is true that like. Do kids like obviously Scarlet and Violet is a best-selling Switch release, right? Do kids have Nintendo Switches? Like, is this a thing?
I think a lot do, and the thing is, what's happening now is a lot of people that grew up with Gen 1, 2, 3 are now parents and are now raising their kids with Pokemon.
Yeah, and they buy it. Like I just assume the Switch, I've never seen, like, I go out sometimes. Like, I used to live in the city, I'd walk around. Like, and you used to, like, see, like, a kid, like, with a Game Boy or a DS or something, right? Like, now I just assume all young people just play mobile games, right? And, like, maybe things on
I think
PC.
that more people, statistically, naturally, you're going to play phone games than Switch games.
Yeah.
But I think that the proportion of kids that play games to any degree, that the proportion of Pokemon players amongst them would still be very, very high.
Yeah, perhaps. I wish we could see. I wish we could know. It's like I think when I think of it, I'm like naturally, of course, I am the most important market sector. Clearly, it is me. Clearly, they should market towards those of us who are aging gracefully, right? They should market towards the parents, basically. They should try and sell off of nostalgia. And I'm sure they do to some degree, but I feel like they make a lot of anti-nostalgia decisions. The National Dex thing being one of them, right? I think they should be pandering. Like Let's Go Pikachu Eevee, they should be pandering 10 times as much as that to Gen 1 nostalgia, I think. I don't know.
They're doing that a lot with the merchandise. They're doing that with the high-end Pokemon merchandise, with the giant expensive plushies, with the watches, the fancy shirts and stuff. They're getting the parents now more regularly, because why get them for one $60 game every year or two that they'll probably buy anyways, when you can get them for merchandise that they will buy multiple times in a year.
When you can get them for Pokemon Go microtransactions. Yes. Yeah, the Switch is for airplay. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that it being more of a home console. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I just want it to be like I want a 2D Pokemon game so bad.
Twist number one on the initial question.
Yes.
It has to be a new spin-off game. What do you want?
A new spin-off game. Well, so you know how Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is like a clone of basically NetHack? It's a clone of Shiren the Wanderer, which is a roguelike. I want a Pokemon clone of Wizardry. I want a turn-based, first-person, party-based dungeon crawler where it's like the same Pokemon. It's like triple battles, maybe. Hello, Cliffoff VT. It's like triple battles from which were criminally underutilized in Gen 3.
Oh,
except
yeah.
you have like two rows.
They took this whole big thing to introduce, and they have you use it like 5 times.
Yeah, no, triple battle Wizardry clone. You're going around a dungeon, you encounter 3 Spearows or whatever, right? And you have multiple. It's like maybe even a 6v6 full-on Wizardry format. I think that would be the thing I would do. Just crawling and themed after exploring ancient runes. Yes, as a trainer, like almost maybe you can even do like a Pokemon Ranger theming spin-off, even where you're exploring, there's like some kind of natural disaster. I don't know. You could think of something to make it lighthearted, and it's not like being killed by skeletons with rusty swords like Wizardry is. You can make it fun, but like that is the first-person dungeon crawler format is the thing for me.
I want if I'm given this budget and everything, I want the big Pokemon RPG that give me Baldur's Gate 3 Pokemon.
Where you just do anything, right?
I want these character choices. My big thing is I want the option to be the villain at some point. I want the villain party option, but I want options within that. I want to be able to, my dream scenario for the game is you open up and you are a newly enlisted Team Rocket grunt.
Yes.
And, you're sent on your first mission, and first mission goes fine. Second mission, you encounter a Jenny. And this is where your big branch happens, and you have the option
to be a defector.
Do you want to join up with the Jennies, become a double agent? Do you want to run from the Jennies, continue your path up the Team Rocket chain? Do you want to get in good with the Jennies, but be reporting back to the boss, and that you're actually now a mole, that you're a double agent?
You want a CRPG, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting that I think we all we both chose RPGs, right? Like I choose a dungeon crawler, you choose like a Baldur's Gate style or like a Planescape Torment style game. That's very interesting.
Also, do you want to rise up the ranks and become Giovanni's right hand?
Do you want to supplant
Giovanni?
him?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the question.
No, that is
Do you want
damn
to try and change Team Rocket's mission? Do you want to make it an altruistic organization? Do you want to reform the thing from the inside?
Yes.
Do you want to make it more violent?
Yes, I think this is very good. And you what do you think about the actual the format of the game, the gameplay itself?
Do you have
thoughts on this?
I still want a lot of the battles as we know it.
Yes.
But I think I want a variant on the Legends Arceus formula. That I love the Legend Arceus loop of you can get into battle, but also you can just catch Pokemon. I found that very satisfying. I'd like that, and the ability to use Pokemon environmentally, which we were able to do there. But I want it to be significantly skewing more towards story, plot, and character decisions than basically any Pokemon game ever has. I want to still have a lot of battles, but severely reduce that number in favor of the character, plot, choice elements.
Very nice. I think in this, like many other things we've discussed, I can understand your taste, but I think our tastes are almost opposite, right? I think you want more of the story.
I want the
element.
story. Yes,
yeah, you want the story element.
Surprise, surprise! The talk show host likes story.
Yes, I want less story in my game. I want the game to be a total sandbox, blank slate. I want the world, right? I want the world. I want the decisions to be in your own head, and I want to just provide a sandbox you can explore in and interact with the world in interesting ways. But I think I can sense the appeal. Like, I mean, I like story games. I like Baldur's Gate a whole bunch. But it's funny that we continue to be. You might actually be my doppelganger, Vtuber Talk. You could be. I mean, you are a sentient piece of hardware. I'm a piece of software in
Oh, I didn't even
in
thought
canon.
about that.
I don't know. This is crazy. This shit's wild. I want space and numbers. Yes.
Yes, but these things being the what would be is, I don't expect anything like that. I'm just happy we're getting a second Legends game.
Yes.
My dream had been, okay, give me Legends Johto. Celebi already has a time travel mechanic, or give me Legends Mew and Old Kanto. I want to see like the beginning, the establishment of like Kanto in particular.
Yeah.
But I think that what they're doing with just obviously we have very few details on ZA, but idea of going back to Unova and just a totally urban Pokemon game is certainly novel in and of itself.
I see. Yeah, I did not even play the first Legends game.
Legends Arceus was great.
There's something I can't really get my. I have brain problems. If the game isn't on a grid, how am I supposed to play a game that isn't on a grid? I have to be where? How do I know where I am if I'm not aligned perfectly to a grid pattern? Like I don't know. But no, I will play eventually. Probably. It's yeah. Who can say with this sort of thing? Who can say? I will keep playing ROM hacks though. Probably. I imagine
So when it comes to ROM hacks, what was your first and what was your most recent?
My first and my most I don't even remember what my first was. I've been playing ROM hacks for a long time. Most recent? I think the most recent thing I played was I was playing Emerald Rogue a while back, which is like pre-Poke Rogue. It's an actual ROM hack of Pokemon Emerald that is like kind of turns it into like a rogue. It's like more like a Slay the Spire sort of roguelike where you're choosing in a tree of different options, and then you sort of progress through the map in this way. I played a couple of QOL I was trying a bunch of QOL hacks of Emerald also recently. That were pretty fun. I used one of those with a QOL hack that made it like easier to like do like EV training and get IVs and stuff, plus Moemon for my Battle Frontier run. Because fuck like trying, I just like didn't want to RNG manip all the stats. I played Prism I think a while back. Prism was like a big Gen 2 overhaul. I think I don't think I finished it. I've been considering playing, I was looking at Grape yesterday, actually, which is a Gen 1 hack. A friend of mine on here, Hexadigital, was streaming that. And it's a very ambitious Generation 1 hack, which seems promising. I like the mechanics of Gen 1 and Gen 2 a lot, too. I played a fuck ton of Crystal Clear, like probably more than 100 hours of Crystal Clear. I did a bunch of like shiny soft resetting and like breeding for. It's kind of fun in Gen 2 because in Gen 2 shininess is so in Gen 3 and beyond shininess is determined by like a secret value.
Yeah,
right?
And that it doesn't have any bearing, but in Gen 2 it is assigned to an IV value, so all shinies have the exact same IV spread.
Yeah, so if you have certain DVs, and you can control DVs through breeding, through certain mechanics, right? Mm-hmm. So it's you can kind of like really increase your odds. It's like a fun mini game, right? Where you have to like write things down and take notes and do that's a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I've just been like, I haven't really found one that I really like. I don't play a lot of like. Just the way that my taste. I don't play a lot of like full conversions, I guess, that have like. I don't love Fakemon, I guess, very much.
Yeah. I'm very much the same. That I like sort of on paper seeing, okay, that's nice and creative. That's cool that you did your own thing. But for all of the complaints about the games, I think that the overall design quality has maintained consistency.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I have no complaints about like new Pokemon and stuff. I like those. So like I I will play a game with like if it's like there are a lot of really bad ROM hacks out there, right? Like there are a lot of ROM hacks that are like really edgy and like weird.
Oh yeah,
so
there was this whole era, like the early days of just
Pokemon evil, right? Like it's that sort of
evil,
thing,
Pokemon
right?
violent, and just because kids get their hands on these things for the first time. What are they going to do? They're making toilet jokes. They're going to put in a lot of swear words.
Put guns in it, right? Like, yeah. So that's kind of like whatever. So I don't know. I haven't really found one that's like the killer. From Pokemon Crystal Clear is definitely still like my number one on my ROM hack list.
What sets Crystal Clear apart? That I've heard the name Crystal Clear, and there's just a lot of these different names, and I know. Very prolifically, there's the Kaizo series, which is just meant to be obscenely difficult,
really hard. But I haven't actually played much Kaizo, but Crystal Clear is
Crystal Clear. That you mentioned that it is obviously a take on Pokemon Crystal, but what sets it apart for you? Is it that they've got the level balance done really well, or
it adds a tremendous amount of quality of life features, right? Like there are items for HMs that you can find that are hidden, right? There's just a lot of there's ways to view IVs and EVs. There's ways to, the Pokedex is much improved, right? Just like a lot of things, like small things like that. There's character customization, right? Things like this. But also, it makes the game non-linear. So you can choose which town you start in the game. And it'll even have warnings that are like, this one's more difficult. This one's easier, right?
So it goes by the Scarlet Violet open world of there is a quote-unquote correct order in the sense of the gym leader's Pokemon do not scale.
The gym leader's Pokemon do scale. They do scale. They do scale, right? So you can start in any town in both Johto and Kanto and customize your character. And the gym leaders and trainers will scale to how many badges you have, up through 16 badges.
Okay, then what's this about there being the warning about it being a more difficult area?
Because the routes in some cases do not scale, I think, and also it can just be tricky, right? If you start on like Cinnabar Island, for example, right, that can be a tricky thing, and they make it so you can never get like hard stuck, right?
Yeah, if you start on Cinnabar Island, you will be able to use Surf.
Yeah, or there's a boat. Like the world is heavily changed, right? There's a lot of there's new areas even. They also fill out most of the map between routes. Like traditionally in 2D Pokemon, there's like the map, which is like if you look at the map screen, there's kind of like blocks that are like a route, and there's empty blocks. They fill out most of the empty blocks, or I think maybe all of them at this point, with like very, very well designed custom routes that are like of the Pokemon route format, but they like connect the regions, right? Sort of like how like in Diamond and Pearl, like Mount Coronet is like this huge thing kind of centrally that like connects a bunch of different routes, right? There's a lot of entrances and exits. It makes a lot of the routes feel like that, right? So it's really just this like it's like Gen 2, the base formula Gen 2, but with character. You can make your little guy, you can customize your character, and you can kind of route through the game any way you want. It feels like you're actually on an adventure, and like you can just like get lost in the game, and that's really what I love. It's great.
Now, does Crystal Clear use Gen 2 mechanics so there's no special physical split, or did they put that in?
It is all Gen 2 mechanics because it is compatible with other Gen 2 games, such as Pokemon Stadium 2. But there are no additional Pokemon, no mechanic changes. There are some move set changes. You can do that without losing compatibility, right? There's like some additional like move tutors and stuff.
And I'm guessing they moved around a lot of like where you can catch Pokemon.
Oh yes, for sure. The availability of Pokemon is much greater, right? Like Gen 2 has like some really notorious things, right? Like I forget what it is in Crystal. Like in Crystal, there's like 2 fire types or something. Like you can't even catch like Houndour or something. Just like isn't available in like there's weird shit in Crystal. But like they make it so that like everything is catchable. Everything is, you can get most things pretty early if you want to. Of course, depending on where you start, right? It could be easier or harder to get a particular thing.
And this is because I've never played a full ROM hack myself. That just it's never been of interest to me. That I like watching videos or seeing other people play it. But I played Poke Rogue recently, and now that has me sort of itching for Pokemon. And Gen 2 is my nostalgia gen. That I played Gen 1. Yeah. Gen 2 is the one where I sank
you're into it, right?
Into
yeah,
the
I would strongly recommend it. Then I think it's a great
aesthetically,
experience.
musically, Gen 2 is the sweet spot for me of just all in nostalgia. So like I'm literally on the PokeHarbor.com Crystal Clear page right now looking at
I think it's on a Discord. I think they got C and D or something. So they're on some kind of Discord now. I don't want to.
And maybe I have other things I need to take care of later tonight, probably, but maybe I just do this.
We've got another one. We've got another one. Yes, it's no, it's great. I've actually been considering. There's been quite a few updates. I think I played mostly back in like it was sort of like one of my start of COVID games. I played a lot in like 2020, and there've been a lot of updates since then. It's very regularly like new stuff, like significant new stuff is added. It's actually kind of shocking that they keep fitting new things onto the cartridge, right? Just because like that's like a known
space was an
like,
issue.
Yeah, space was an issue, and it's remarkable, but like they still manage. I'm pouring some more water here. Sorry.
If you, a more realistic question, if you were to do your own ROM hack, do you have any concepts bubbling around?
Yeah, no, for sure. One of the things I was definitely thinking of is, for a while I wanted to do a hack of Emerald where I hacked Gen 2 into Gen 3 or Gen 4 into Gen 3. So recreate one of the Gen 2 games or one of the Gen 4 games. I didn't decide quite which. In the Gen 3 engine. No new like just using Gen 3 Pokemon, for example, changing all the encounters, and Gen 3 mechanics. No mechanical changes. Because like that compatibility thing is sort of like my holy grail. I don't know. I'm interested in that.
That's a very. I never thought about that as a standard.
Yeah.
But as soon as you brought up, it makes perfect sense of it gives you just the right amount of restrictions.
It gives you a constraint. Yes.
Yeah. Restrictions breed creativity, but also it gives you some really good direction there, and that it also, in its own way, sort of keeps scope in check, I suppose. Because as soon as you say, okay, I can do anything I want with all these Pokemon, that just you can do anything, and that's a lot.
It's out of control, right?
Yeah.
So like making a version of like Pokemon Platinum or something that is, it's a similar sort of game. Obviously, it's going to be very different given that like you don't have all the Pokemon, but making something that like has that game structure that's interesting to me. So that's probably what I would do as like a first thing, right? And probably it's sort of fun because like all the content already exists, right? So instead of, you can kind of focus on the technical elements instead of trying to like be super creative, right? With like I would write a lot of tools to do a lot of like the route translation stuff automatically, and that'd be great fun. So I think that's what I would do. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna get back into Gen 2, aren't I?
Oh my, yeah, you're falling down the rabbit hole already. I can tell. Yeah, it's over for you,
it's
buddy.
All over, man.
Yeah, say goodbye to your free time.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
Favorite Pokemon? I have a couple of favorites. I like Snorlax a lot. I'm a Snorlax gamer. I like Sableye a lot. That's probably my favorite Gen 3 for sure.
Okay.
I like that little goblin. Yeah. Who else? That's probably the Mine is probably it's the little remaining Chuny in me, because it just mechanically and aesthetically and thematically, Metagross has always. Oh hell yeah! And Metagross. Who doesn't love a psychic supercomputer? I don't even think that's even Chuny, right? He's just cool. He's just like a big cool guy. He's got a fun little mustache face. He looks like an old man. He's looks badass. Like, he's badass. And it's sort of obvious because pseudo legendary, but also I feel like amongst on the sliding scale of pseudo legendaries, Metagross isn't the most meta pick. It's not a dragon. I'm not saying Salamence. Yeah, he has a good shiny, also really good shiny, which is unique in those old, like there's so many dog shit shinies in Gen 1 through 3. Like Lugia's shiny is a crime. Yeah, oh my god, some of them are so ridiculous. But no, Metagross is pretty cool. I respect your choice. I salute you. Oh gosh. Now it's like I've got the brain rot again, man. Yeah, we're just gonna talk about Pokemon the whole time. It's yeah, I don't know. Pokemon's great. It's fucking good. I don't know. Like there's something good about it. Can't polish a turd Pokemon. That's the saying. Is you can't? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
They haven't had a turd Pokemon. They've had a garbage Pokemon. They've had slime Pokemon.
Is there a shit themed Pokemon yet?
Like Grimer is probably the closest thing, but that's not actual shit. So
well, some freak shit. What can I say? I'm a classical kind of person. I said Sableye. Sableye is sort of a freak activity. What's a real freak Pokemon that I really like a lot? Oh, Whimsicott. I like Whimsicott. I love that little fucker. that little sheep fucker. You like the gear. You like Clink Clang or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
Is that from Gen 5? Oh, that is Gen 5, yeah. I always get it mixed up. I always just think it's the same gen as Klefki, but Klefki's Gen 6. Love Klefki also. I love the little...
I wish Klefki had an evolution. Klefki always struck me as something that should be more.
Yeah, well, it has Prankster, which will make it eternally cool.
Yeah.
Prankster is like the coolest ability when you're a freak. You have to have Prank. That's why, I mean, Mega Sableye is sick. The era when I could actually use Sableye
back in the day was it was the Pokemon with no weakness that was reasonable to get, because getting Spiritomb back in the day was a pain and a half.
Yes, I think I was very I always liked the design of Sableye, and I became very fond of it in when I was playing a lot in college of Showdown, right? Sableye was a very strong meta pick, right? In when they introduced an X and Y with the Mega Evolutions, right?
Giant gem.
Yeah, because the base Sableye was sick because it had Prankster, right? And then the Mega Evolved form, you have crazy defensive stats, and you have Magic Bounce, which Magic Bounce is also a all-time favorite ability.
Nasty.
Yeah, so I used to play. I have to confess, I'm a stall player for sure. Playing on Showdown, I love playing stall. I'll stall them out all day. I played so many teams for multiple generations that looked like Mega Sableye, Blissey, Skarmory. That was like the squad for so long, and just playing these really oppressive defensive cores and making people quit against me, or just slowly whittling them away with Toxic or something like this.
I was going to say, were you Toxic, Paralyze?
Toxic, get the Stealth Rocks up, get the Spikes up, right? So, every time you switch to your special attacker, I switched to...
weren't you? You were a Serene Grace.
Serene Grace, King's Rock, Paraflinch kind of stuff. Oh yeah, with Jirachi, that's huge.
With Togekiss, yeah.
Yep. I love that shit. I love winning too, but I don't care about just doing pure memes. I like playing stall when it was actually good. Because it's just a play style that's I like playing very passively. I like slowly picking them apart. I like okay, now you don't have a strong offensive threat, so now Skarmory... You don't have a strong physical threat, so now Blissey walls your entire team, and I can just stay in over and over again and keep pressing Soft-Boiled and keep pressing Toxic when I think you're going to switch. And, I like being Toxic and winning, right? The best feeling in Pokemon is when you're going back and forth, you've repeated the same heal, they hit you heal loop for 20 turns, and you predict perfectly from their pause this time they're gonna switch, and then instead of healing you hit the Toxic button or you hit the knockoff button, and you get them so perfectly.
Spoken like a true control player.
Yeah, that is so good.
Like I said, people have consistency. This is absolutely what a combo player who enjoys Legacy would do.
Yes, although the Legacy player would play Skarmbliss forever.
No question.
Yeah, no, I think so. It's great. It's great. Pokemon truly is a great game, isn't it? You could.
There will never be anything that achieves the cultural saturation that Pokemon hit in the early 2000s, and that has been able to entrench itself. That obviously there will be other things that come along that will entrench themselves in popular culture. I said it earlier, and I truly believe, I don't think in the media environment that exists today, I do not think there is the opportunity for something to be as all-encompassing as Pokemon
there's too many things
to be
nowadays.
At that moment in time. That was basically the last chance in history, probably the only chance in history, because it was also aided by the fact that there was just enough technology out there for this to be something that made its way from Japan to international markets in relatively short order. The fact that the US and other countries got the games a year after Japan was still incredibly fast turnaround time back in the day. And that it was able to then have the full media blitz. You had the cartoons, you have the trading card game, you have
all the merchandise,
all of the merch, and the fact that it was still early. That TCGs, while Magic the Gathering was around, there were a couple that there was no second to Magic the Gathering at that point in time. And what did they do? They went to the company that designed Magic the Gathering. They just got them to do it.
Exactly.
And it's great. Then went
like
naturally.
The level of saturation was it's insane, right? Like I'm really the perfect age for it. I had a fucking Pikachu lunchbox when I was 4 years old,
hook,
right?
Line,
like
and sinker, target
demographic
right here.
Yeah.
And the cartoons, all of the merchandise, just Pokemon theme parties, and we've had companies and IP attempt to engineer Pokemania again. They wanted Yokai Watch to be that. It did not succeed. They wanted so many other things. They've tried to do it again.
Yeah.
Nobody has gotten close.
You know what the future is? You know what the future is for things like that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the contender in that arena is Skibidi Toilet.
Memes.
That's memes,
but
right? Memes, Jack.
Memes aren't
right.
But memes aren't business. That you
the memes are not businesses.
You
can't build a business model on going on becoming Skibidi Toilet, right?
Yeah, doesn't work.
Billions should play Noito. I agree. Also, I think Billions should play Void Stranger. I think billions of people should play every little
Void
weird
Stranger.
Finnish game. Okay, so this is.
I don't actually know anything
you don't even know what it
about
is.
Void Stranger.
Okay, good. Okay, that's perfect. That's actually very okay. So let's start from the very beginning. Are you familiar
for my
with
own self-esteem or destruction thereof? Would you call Void Stranger something that has a significant following? Is this something that has been a blind spot, or is this a diamond
I don't think
in the
it's
rough?
probably. I think it's probably. It's known to people who know about these sorts of things. I think.
So
right.
Cult classic.
It came out last year.
Oh.
In November. Or it was earlier. It was maybe September. So it was last like autumn.
Okay,
fall,
that
right?
also makes me feel much better. The fact that it hasn't been hiding under my nose for years.
It is a recent game. It is sort of a cult classic among people who are freaks and play these weird puzzle games. I think at the current stage, like it is pretty well regarded among. But I think it's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. So to begin, are you familiar with? Okay, this might be a bit of an obscure take. This is getting into kind of hipster stuff. Are you familiar with a country on Earth called Finland?
I am.
Okay, so the country of Finland, right?
Curious as to how the land of Finns has relevance to this.
It's
Go
integral.
on.
It's integral, actually. So. Finland, they put something in the water there or something, and they keep making these crazy ass video games, right? They keep like Finland is putting out the most, I don't know, at least if again all things being under the umbrella. If you're a freak like me, right? Finland is putting out these games that just totally clear everything else. They're so good. They're unbelievable. They're wacky. They're bizarre. There's quite a roster of these.
Sometimes you get like in art, in media, that you get countries or regions, that there is a scene, that they do something different. And that you, like, whether that's K-pop or there's different artistic movements that spawn from various just geographic regions where they do a thing, they do it well, and it's very particular. And it sounds like Finland is onto something for games.
They are onto something for games, and we can call them F games. We can call them F list. This is. There's a certain genre here of I call them fucked up Finnish games. So notable entries in this genre are, for example, Baba Is You, Ultra Kill.
Know that one.
Cruelty Squad is a fucked up Finnish game by a Finnish solo developer. Fear and Hunger is a fucked up Finnish game. My Summer Car is another one. Noita is another one. They keep making these crazy ass games, and they're all really good and really bizarre. And they're interesting because they often are extremely contrary to what are I don't know, pushes up glasses, game design wisdom,
design.
right? Yes, they're strange, cumbersome games, right? But they're very cool. They're cool as hell, right?
Because like I've seen Noita, I haven't played it. Frankly, I've played startlingly few games the past couple years for a variety of reasons. But that most of what I end up consuming is via VTuber streams, and I've seen plenty of people play Noita, and Noita is really interesting, and that Bob, as you, I've seen that's really interesting.
It's a really strange. Like Fear and Hunger, right?
You're dropping all these names that I did not know had their geographic origin in Finland. Now, just it's making like, oh, geez, they are cooking over there,
and often by individuals or small teams, right? Like Fear and Hunger, is a solo dev.
We are in the
much,
great
right? Like,
indie revolution right now, my friend.
This for sure. Now is the time for the solo developer. Yeah. So some would say Noita is even the best video game ever made. I'm sort of slowly coming to that opinion myself, but that's a separate topic. But Void Stranger, right? So back a few years ago, I think in 2016, a number of years ago, this two-person team called System Erasure released a video game both from Finland called Zero Ranger. And Zero Ranger is a shoot 'em up, right? It's a shmup, as they, you shoot and you go up. You're a little spaceship. There's all kinds of bullets going and flying. People will maybe say bullet hell. I don't think it's quite a bullet hell necessarily, but it's a shoot 'em up, right? And this game also fucking rocks. It's really cool. It does a lot of really weird and interesting things. And then moving on, several years later, it's actually called, I think it's shoot 'em up in the sense of like shooting them up. I don't know, but I like to think it's shoot and go up. A number of years pass, like I think even like 5 years pass. They announced their second game. They're releasing a second game, the sequel in some sense to their original shoot 'em up success, Zero Ranger. The sequel is called Void Stranger. The sequel is in a totally different genre of game. It's no longer an action shoot 'em up. Shoot 'em up is like it's like the purest form of action game. It's like an arcade game, right? Gradius there are side-scrolling shoot 'em ups. That's why it's probably not actually what that is. But like a shoot 'em up, it's very arcade culture, right? It's about getting high scores, getting one credit clears, right? This kind of thing. That's like the culture surrounding those games, like Toho and all that stuff. The games by Cave. Void Stranger is a block-pushing puzzle game. It is, if you've ever played a Sokoban game, or a game that has, like, I know NetHack has a Sokoban part in it, so I was at least a little familiar with this. It's a game where you're in a grid map, and you're pushing around blocks, and you have to push the blocks in such a way that you can either reach your objective or put the blocks into certain places, or like, this sort of thing, right? It's a moving block puzzle thing on a grid. Void Stranger is this. It's a puzzle game of this genre, which is kind of unapproachable. Like, there's not a lot of people who are like, I'm a block pushing puzzle game freak. There are certainly some, right? Like Baba Is You also belongs to this genre. It's also a deconstruction of this genre kind of deal. Void Stranger is that, but it also is one of the most, I wouldn't even say nightmare. It has many elements of another game that you may or may not. Have you ever heard of La Mulana?
I have not.
So La Mulana was originally a game, like an older title. I think it was remastered for WiiWare in like the mid 2000s. Fuck Crush. Yeah, I don't know if it actually deconstructs. That was just the word that came to mind. I'm just saying random words. So La Mulana is a quote unquote Metroidvania. Right, it's a collect and go back style game, right? You're in a big, the premise is that you're an archaeologist, like an Indiana Jones pastiche, right? And you're entering these ancient ruins called La Mulana, trying to discover the mystery of the ruins or something. I don't actually remember the precise details of the plot. And the ruins are this big thing. There's like multiple areas. There's abilities you unlock and stuff like that. Right? That's, standard par for the course for like Castlevania, Metroid, Hollow Knight kind of stuff, right? The game is a nightmare. The game is not what it appears to be on the surface. It is an absolutely nightmarish game because it is a very puzzle-focused Metroidvania. And you might think, oh yeah, well, there's puzzles in certain rooms that I'm exploring, and I solve the puzzle and I get the thing, all well and good. And that's how you feel at the start of the game, right? But the way LaMulana, yes. But then you start realizing, wait, I don't know what this clue in this room means. And what it means is it's indicating a partial solution to a puzzle that is halfway across the game from 20 hours ago that you forgot about and you just sort of skipped over because you thought there was nothing there. And the game turns into the most nightmarish, non-linear note, like the shapes of the levels matter. Every word of dialogue matters to solve the puzzles.
You've used the word nightmarish.
Yes.
And I want to confirm.
Yes.
When you say nightmarish, do you mean
this is nightmarish positive.
Well, yeah.
It's a good game. Yes.
Well, the question is, are we getting into like eldritch themes?
Oh, no.
Like
It's
actual
not the
nightmare
themes of the game.
stuff?
It's in the
or
sense
do you mean
of, like,
nightmarish of just like, holy cow, this is complex, this is ridiculous?
It's the latter, and it's like the experience of having a nightmare, right? It goes beyond what games. It's a freak game. It goes beyond what games are supposed to do, right? Normally, when you play a game and there's puzzles, you expect the puzzles to be reined in to some degree, right? You expect the puzzles to like, okay, well, this is how the game is. The puzzles follow this kind of format. They go in this sort of way, right? They're kind of localized in a certain extent, right? And in LaMulana, they're not reined in. They go all the way, right? The puzzles are real puzzles. They're like designed to really test you in a real way, right? Like there's a good YouTube video of someone who beat the game unspoiled, like without ever looking up a guide. And it took them 3 attempts over like 215 hours, I think, or something like that, taking copious notes, right? Like if you want to beat the game unspoiled, you need to have notebook in hand the whole time, right? Taking screenshots, like describing it makes you really, and the cool thing about that is it makes you really feel like an archaeologist, right? Like the ludonarrative sort of like synergy. Wow, damn, what a fucking dweeb word
what is
to
this,
say.
AP English?
Yeah. The way that the game works together, right? It really makes you feel like the character in the game, right? Like you really are exploring ancient ruins. You really are like learning like, yeah, it's a truly unique experience. And what I will say is, although Void Stranger is a game that has the appearance of a linear block pushing Sokoban game, it is probably the closest other game that exists to LaMulana. It has this same sickos aspect. It has the aspect of like you want, like I played unspoiled. I beat the game. It's not as unapproachable as LaMulana. It took me like I think 60 or 70 hours. I took thousands of lines of notes to beat the game, which was not at all something that was apparent upon entering the game for the first time. You just think, oh, I'm just beating these levels, I'm solving puzzles. There are extremely non-local interactions between elements of the game that like the knowledge required is like you need to make like actual inferences. Like there are actually like inferences you need to make about like the world of the game just to beat the game that like are not spelled out anywhere. You actually have to like figure them out yourself from the context clues that the game provides, which is extremely cool. It's the kind of game that you make your wife lose sleep to because you're typing so hard. Yeah, because I'm awake. I was literally awake for like a week. Like, and I had to buy a quieter keyboard because I was staying up too late when my wife was trying to sleep in the room, typing notes, not even playing the game, just staring at the game and typing notes on my other monitor.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy. I probably took like 50 screenshots that were all like useful. You have to break out Photoshop at some points to like cross-examine.
Hold on,
screenshots.
You said you took 50 screenshots that were useful. How many screenshots did you take?
more than that, but like I had a pretty good hunch as to which ones would be useful at a certain point. So not like an insane amount, but like it's the kind of thing that really forces you to like you have to actually engage with the game. You can't play the game in a way that's like, I mean, of course you could just look up guides and stuff and you could get through it. You could see all the stuff, but like I think for me it was an incredibly satisfying experience to actually like sit down and be like, the text demands a close reading, right? I'm going to actually try and beat this game. I'm going to dig into it deep. I'm going to try and like, and it was so fulfilling. And
that's really cool. How long
it really pays off too. Sorry, what was that?
About how long is the game?
I think again for me unspoiled, going from scratch, no guides, it took me like maybe 65 hours, I think.
Okay.
So it's substantial, right? It's definitely longer than people think. And that's like not like just repeating a bunch of shit. I mean, there's some repetition, but that's largely like new content, right? Like I was seeing new content until the end of the game, and like in some cases drastically new content that like it goes places. The game goes serious places. Yeah, people remember it more if you write. Yeah, it really sticks. Even still, I played this like a month ago, and like I still think about it almost every day. Like I can't stop thinking about the game.
There's so many good games coming out nowadays. And just so that everyone has their list of things that they know they need to get to, and that we live in an era where it's an embarrassment of riches, because every title that you take off of your list, whether it's anime or movies or video games, you add 5 more to the list.
Yeah, they replace it with 5 more. And other thing, just the last thing I would say about Void Stranger, the way that the devs are, they released a patch. Like maybe a couple of weeks ago. I think at the beginning of April. It was maybe a month ago. Where the patch notes on Steam were like, hey, we fixed these bugs. We like fixed this translation issue in this one context, right? Like a very like standard thing. But the patch also contained like this insane, unbeknownst to anyone, contained this insane community ARG event that unlocked like what would be like a DLC for other games. For something of that size, right? Like a huge amount of new content in the game hidden inside something that looks like a minor bug fix patch.
So they just dropped an expansion and didn't even announce it.
Didn't say anything about it at all.
Wow.
Yeah. Like that's insane as a game developer, right? Oh, yeah. If you're trying to like make money and sell games, that's insane, right?
It's banking. It's a gamble.
Yes.
The whole bet is, okay, what I'm going to be able to do is get the same level of publicity, if not more, from the word of mouth of people posting online, and be like, holy shit, there's all this in here, and that people are going to share it in a way that you simply wouldn't get about a normal game release. That people aren't going to necessarily go out and like retweet and make posts saying, oh, I bought this game. I bought the expansion pack to this game. That the discovery of, holy shit, there's this whole other thing is something that people will do.
It's so cool,
and that
right?
can end up being more valuable than if you announced it and had a quote-unquote proper PR push for it.
Yeah, they're willing to, they're taking risks, they're gambling, they're trusting the players, as ProdZPod says. They're taking an unconventional route, and it's the difference between trying to gain mass appeal, which AAA games sort of have to do given how expensive they are to make. They have to appeal to this huge audience. Versus like appealing to a small audience of people who really like it, right? People who are real fans, right? Like I have not encountered anyone who like got into Void Stranger and like beat it, because the game is like, if you don't like that sort of game, it's gonna be miserable. Like, the game is like, if you're like, okay, I'm picking this game up, well, I have to solve all of these difficult block pushing puzzles in this weird, like, this game has the graphics of a Game Boy game. I have to solve all these block pushing puzzles, and there's all this weird cryptic shit I don't understand, and I get to the game and I have no idea what to do. Like that's obviously like how a lot of people are going to interact with the game. But for the people who it's like, for the sickos, as I keep saying, right? I say sickos, I don't know. I just mean like, the people who this is incredibly appealing to, right? Yeah. It's going to like, it's really going to hook them. And like I will buy, from this point, I will buy anything that System Erasure releases. Like I would purchase, if they release merch, I would buy it just to support them. Because I think they're just doing the thing that appeals to me exactly, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, sicko's affectionate. Yes. So like, yeah, it's and you can succeed on that model, right? You can succeed on the model of having, and this relates to streaming as well. And this is what I'm trying to do with my streams and with potential games I'm going to release, right? Like I would rather have 100 people who like really like what I'm doing and are like fucking into it, right? Than 10,000 who are like lukewarm. right?
Yeah.
Either there's a poem, there's a great poem. Either extreme of love or hate is sweeter than the calmest state, right?
Yeah.
I think this is very true, right? I don't want my thing to be tepid, I guess. I want it to inspire either like, man, this is weird as fuck. I don't like, what is this? Get me out of here, or like, holy shit, this is the coolest thing of all time. Let's have more of this, please, right now. Already have one shot hoodie and tunic shirt is on the way. Yeah. Like there's just yeah. Tunic is another game that's sort of in this weird La Mulana like genre also. It's this knowledge kind of game. Fucked up games where you have to actually learn things to beat. Yeah, I don't know. That's me. I got so excited about Void Stranger I had to yap for like 20 minutes. Now I'm calming down again. Yeah.
That's my goal as the host.
Yes.
To get you to do that. So
yeah, basically, in conclusion, play https://store.steampower.com/app/2121980/void_stranger/. Go get that. It's like $10. It will reconfigure your whole brain if you like that. What programming are you going to do today? Yeah, we gotta line up. Every stream is a programming stream here, Vtuber Talk, Jay. That's sort of essential. Can we at least write a little bit of code? We gotta. Let me do this.
Can we bring that up on the screen share?
Let's bring this. Well, I can change. I can make my eye transparent. That'll help at least. I can be transparent eye. That's pretty good. That works a little bit. This week, the person who programmed was LCOLONQ. Yes. But yeah, no. Play Void Stranger. It's fucking good. It's mad good. I hope to one day make a game that is 1/10 as good. Maybe we'll get there, maybe not, we'll see. But yeah. Yeah. No, it's I mean, because I can keep talking forever.
No, sorry. I thought you were setting up a thing for. I thought you were actually going to try and code. I wasn't sure.
Oh no! I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Hey, in fairness, I could have totally believed that you were like, oh yeah, I can pull up this terminal over here and that it'll fit in the window.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I totally. I mean, I can replace. I mean, I'm sharing. I guess I'm sharing the window right now.
You probably replace your entire self with it.
I could replace my entire self with it, probably. I mean, we can put anything on. I can put you onto me.
What's the next project? What do you have coming up for the week?
All right. So we've been working on. We've sort of switched gears. I used to just do like very like disconnected stream projects. Like I did a different thing every time. We've kind of been going into more long-term projects these days. We've been doing. I mean, the streams largely are not very productive. They're largely like a lot of chat. They're this, right? We chat a whole bunch, which is good. That is. I don't mean to say not productive in a negative sense. That is intentionally like what I would like to do on the stream, because it's like the time. Like I'm programming a lot off the stream, so it's nice on the stream. We all talk and we like learn about things. But the two kind of projects that are happening right now that I've been doing for a little while are this Game Boy thing, which is, I guess, is sort of a combination of the emulator / potential homebrew project. That is kind of the main thing right now. And I'm also working on a little video game that is a fan game for a VTuber I like a lot, who is, you're familiar with General Giga, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. I think she's been on this show, actually.
Giga was episode 35.
I see. Oh, you know it right off the rip. Very nice.
And this is episode 148.
We've progressed. We've progressed. I see.
Giga was on the show before she was Twitch partner with the old small model.
Yes, I remember I watched Giga before at least the new, although her new model was pretty recent. It was like November 2022, I recall. But I like Giga quite a lot.
Yes.
Although we've never interacted or anything, but I do like. I'm just a fan. I'm a fan, right? So I want to make a Giga game, right? I've had this idea, like
well, Mob Army lends itself to it thematically.
Yes,
you have a lot to work with,
right? So it's called Oubliettes of General. It's a dungeon crawler. It's a big surprise. It's a roguelike kind of. She enjoys
her roguelites anyways. So.
She does, yes. So it currently is, there's a tech demo sort of thing here that I tend to update fairly frequently. It runs in the browser. It's kind of a hybrid top-down and first-person dungeon crawler. Like, you can... This is mostly just a demo right now. We don't have too much gameplay done just yet. We're working on that. But yeah, you can walk around dungeons. You're gonna kill monsters, get items. It's sort of intended to be a hybrid of maybe some of the style of newer roguelites and like something like NetHack, in the sense that it's gonna be less like focused on stats and more on like getting items, like something like Binding of Isaac might be. Yeah, November 2022 is recent, right? It's not like I was born. It's not like I was born yesterday. It's in the last. Really, all of this VTuber stuff is so fucking recent, right? Like,
oh yeah, like
the oldest people. That's like they've been doing it for like 4 years. They haven't even hit 5 years yet. So it's like, you know, like what, you know, it's we're in the infancy of this thing. So yeah, I'm making this game.
Controls in this, WASD for movement. How do I interact with things?
Movement. You cannot really. You can press 1 to hit things, but hitting things doesn't do much. You can press space. That might be very cool. Space is pretty good.
How do I cancel? Because if I don't want to attack after all,
just press it again. You can't actually kill anything right now. It's just a tech demo.
Space gives you the perception, the view change,
the perspective shift.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun because we made it. It's not like using a game engine. We made it kind of from scratch, which is pretty good. And we've been slowly kind of adding features and trying to figure out what we're doing with it. We designed a bunch of items on stream that will be implemented eventually. I think it's the kind of thing that I really just like want to finish it now and just like get it out there, because like I've been working on it for a long time. I think it looks pretty good. I think like once we get some stuff in it, it'll be pretty fun to play. You know, at a baseline level, it'll be enjoyable. So like, yeah, that's the main thing. I have a couple of game projects cooking like behind the scenes sometimes when I have time to work on them, but largely I've been for a year basically. Well, it's not quite a year. It's like half a year in this current iteration, I think. It's on and off. It's on and off, but I want to get in the habit of finishing things more, because finishing is like an important skill to have, I think. Just getting it done and getting it out there.
I'm just walking around this little dungeon right now. I saw one slime, couldn't attack it.
Yeah, that's all there is. It's just gonna be it'll just be empty otherwise.
I'm trying to see if I can just hit all the dead ends, but graphically this is very nice because you have the 3D aspects there, and it's just a simple sprite that it's obviously browser compatible, so that's really really good.
Yeah.
And just like I said, the fact that you have Mob Army to work off of as theming, and then you can do whatever crazy stuff you want there, that's a perfectly functional and very pretty tech demo.
Yes, that is how it will go, and it has some cool things. Like it has nice lighting and stuff that I can do with it. I don't know. Yeah. I think it will be very good when I get it kind of a few more things nailed down, get a few more assets for it, get some sprites, and then it will be it'll be good. It'll be fun to play. Gameplay is the bane of my existence, right? Like fundamentally, I'm much more interested in like the programming. Like I like making graphics. I like making things look nice. I like menus and things like this. I don't really care so much about like. I don't know. I'm trying to learn more about how to care about gameplay. Maybe that's the right way to say it, right? I want to become a gameplay enjoyer. But you know, we're all learning these things over time. We'll get there eventually.
That's really cool. I'm excited to see what form that takes. I think there's a lot of potential there, and maybe you enlist some other folks from the Mob Army, or just
perhaps
that's a thing to work on stream. Perhaps just getting ideas, sourcing ideas will end up.
Yeah, we've done a lot of that. We had a really fun stream a while ago where we just I was like, okay, we're coming up with ideas for 100 items, right? We went through a few examples. Yeah. It's that kind of thing, right? So like it's fun to do on stream, right? And really that's really what we need for stream projects. It's like something that's like engaging, is like visible, is like obvious. There's like someone can see it, and like I've come to realize I think the things that can like we did not do an enemy stream yet. I think we did a lot of, I think maybe before your time, Probsy Pop. We did like a combat system design thing, or like trying to come up with priorities for that. That was maybe some of the first stuff. I've learned it through streaming more and more programming stuff that I think the best things have to have like an immediate hook. Yeah. They have to be like something you can look at, someone coming in can look at, and because the most common question you get when someone arrives is, what are you doing, right? What's happening? What is going on here, right? And you have to have a compelling answer to that. I think in the early days, I did a lot of stuff that was like sort of like, I wouldn't even say more experimental, because we still do a lot of like really weird shit, but there was stuff that was like not immediately motivated. It was too in the weeds.
I think what you need is just, you need to really leverage stream titles.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a huge so I think unlike a lot of people, like my growth on Twitch, my time on Twitch is basically like not viral at all, I guess, right? Like I've never really had like a viral video or like gone viral or anything like this. Like largely it's been extremely slow, steady growth from people click the programming category, people see that I'm there, I have funny thumbnail, I have stream title that is maybe interesting, people click it, I talk to them, we get along well, and then they come watch me again, right? It's not like this, like, oh, I blew up and like everyone, like, it's been extremely slow, consistent, and steady.
But that's what's going to be more sustainable.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. And I think for that, like, there's basically nothing more important than like having it's not even clarity being the issue. It's like having compelling titles, having compelling thumbnails, having compelling stuff happening, right? Like really, I think ultimately the thing that's best in streaming is just to like be doing stuff that people are interested in. Like that's like, there's no cheat codes.
What's the best way
right?
to
like,
get people to watch you? Be entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. There's no cheats. There's no the solution is to do things that are entertaining, that are interesting, right? And the best way to be entertaining doing programming is to do something that you are interested in. So like these days, I really try and focus on things that like, what do I want to do today, right? Like what is going to make me the most excited? Because like in any sort of creative endeavor, I think that sort of excitement is infectious, and I think that's that's been one of my greatest assets, both in my personal life and in doing streaming, and just in every aspect of my life, is that I'm like so fucking excited about computers, right? Like I love this shit more than anything. Like there are people who are better at it than me, and there are people who know more than me, but there is nobody who is more excited than I am about it. Like I am as jazzed about computers. I'm more jazzed about computers than when I was fucking 11 years old writing Python for the first time. I'm so fucking hyped about this shit. So like, it's like, if I can do something that like can channel that a little bit, that can be like, man, I really want to do this project. This is so fucking cool. I love video games. I love the Game Boy. I love the Nintendo Game Boy, right? That's what I want to do. Python existed when you were young. I'm young. I'm 26. I'm not even old. Python's been around. When is Python invented? Python is like Python. What is? I'm gonna get the snake. Wikipedia. Sorry, my window is shrinking there. Python is 33 years old. It's from 1991. Are you like PIPSQUEAK? Everyone thinks I'm really old. Also, Vtuber Talk. This is a common theme. I've had people like in discussions with others, I constantly get brought up as like one of the older generation. I'm like, oh, this guy's like 35 years old. He's ancient. He's yeah, I don't know. I do like a lot of old technology, and I do have sort of like an isolated perspective on things sometimes, just because of the way I grew up and like what my interests are. But, like I'm not old. Yeah, the Emacs. Emacs is we haven't even talked about Emacs yet. God, we have so much fertile. I hope if you're tired, Vtuber Talk, please let me know. I don't want to keep you longer.
I don't know what Emacs is. Quick Google search. The GNU Emacs customizable text editor.
Oh, yes,
I'm guessing it's an older text editor.
It's almost 40 years old. Yes, it's one of the oldest things still in, one of the oldest pieces of software that is still in very common use for end users, for sure.
Tomato is joking about you learning who Madonna was on Friday, right?
I did learn who Madonna was on Friday. Yes, I don't really have much. I don't really get this music thing. I don't really understand what it is.
I couldn't name 3 Madonna songs if you asked me to.
Oh, yes.
I know who Madonna is, though.
Yes, I don't really have much. Like again, I grew up sort of in the woods. I was in the wildy, right? I was in high level wildy RuneScape style. People were trying to PK me all the time. I don't really have this like cultural awareness that people have, right? Like for me, it's like I went from like I basically went from PBS cartoons and Legos to like reading about C++ for 10, 15 years, right? Like so I don't really have this like awareness of like singers. I also like I don't really get music. I don't really understand what music is. I have no awareness of it. It's kind of like a, you know, who can say. So I don't have especially musical artists and actors. I have very little. Like, you know, I could place Nick Cage, I guess, but like beyond that, it's like, well, you know, who knows really.
Don't worry that I have the level of familiarity with a lot of popular artists at the same level that I have familiarity with Madonna, that I've heard names, I know these artists exist, and I probably know their basic genre of music. I've probably not heard any of their songs.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's too many for me personally. There's too many PlayStation 1 JRPG OSTs to listen to.
You got games to play. You got anime to watch. You got books to read.
I have Voice Stranger to play. I have code to type. Yeah, exactly. So true. Oh, good lord. It's there's so much code to type. So really, yeah, I just don't know things. And I think that's sort of the stream, you know, the relationship between the stream and the streamer, it really varies, right? Like sometimes it's very like it really depends a lot on the particular stream, right? Sometimes it's very confrontational even. There are definitely streamers who like they have sort of a rival's relationship with their chat room, right? For me, I don't even know what it really is. It's sort of this bizarre thing where like, I don't know. I'm just like this little guy who talks about things, I think, is how it mostly goes. And occasionally I know about things, and often I don't know about things at all. And I'm lucky. I feel extremely blessed to be surrounded by good. Like, yeah, I don't think I have an adversarial relationship in any case. Far from it, actually. Feels
like a bunch of people, at a computer lab.
Yeah, no. I think the way that I would like it to feel, and the way I think it often does feel, is like, you're like hanging out with like your nerd friend who like knows a bunch of like. Who's like really into Pokemon, for example, right? And he like knows all like, oh, do you know that like if you breed this in a certain way, you get the egg move, and the egg move like that sort of feeling. Like at a sleepover and you're all like, but like a nerd, like you're all like obsessed with like some nerdy topic, right? Yeah. It's full of people who are like trying to tell each other about cool things, right? Which is really, really great. I like that. I like that a lot. And that, so like it's okay if like, I don't know. Like one of the scarier things doing streaming in like doing streaming of like a technical topic, I think, right, is that there's so much ego tied up with this stuff, right? Like for programmers especially, a lot of people, it's like a point of pride that like, oh, I know how everything is,
the thing,
right? I know the thing, right? I am the big man. I know everything, right? But like inevitably when streaming, like of course you could create that atmosphere, right? You could stream and you could be like. You could set it up in such a way that you are the big man who knows everything, and you're like getting into all sorts of battles of wits with your chat room and all this sort of thing, right? But I feel like that would just be very like frustrating and scary after a certain amount of time to like never be able to make mistakes. And like, so we really definitely like I fuck up all the time. I don't know what things are. I forget things. I try and learn things. But that's like an authentic experience of like what it's like to try and do anything real, right? Like doing things that are real as opposed to like a college assignment or something is inevitably very messy, right? It's something that's filled with mistakes. It's filled with errors. It's filled with trying something and fucking it up and having to go back and try something else. And like that kind of experience is, I think, a little bit what we're trying to do. I don't know how we got on this topic even, but like we're certainly talking about it.
How did we get there? Who knows? Because it was code and Emacs and
Emacs. Yes, we let the winds take us a little bit. Yes, Jay.
Well, no, that's what I do. That's the whole point of this show.
Yes.
For me, my relationship with streaming of what I try to do. My whole thing is just I put the guest. I do everything I can to put the guest in a situation where they are comfortable and they talk. And that just, surprise, surprise, it's easier to get people to talk when they talk about things that they already have interest in. It's easier to get people to talk when you make them feel comfortable, when you make them feel like you have someone, that they are talking to someone who's being attentive and interested in what they are saying. That my job as a host is, like, I think it's easy. This is all I do. And that for me, that I admittedly do not pay as much attention to chat as most others. That I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's natural for the show kind of format, right?
We read out a couple things here and there from the chat.
I'm doing it mostly out of extreme habit, right? I cannot avoid reading the chat room. Like, that's just like, that's what I do.
That makes you comfortable, and that has also led to things, and that you're naturally going to read out things anyways that you probably have an answer to and something to say about.
Of course. We can riff a little bit. There's a little bit of a riff style of gameplay that's occurring.
And that all I need to do to make the best possible episode is just focus on the guests, make sure that they are able to have a good time and get them onto topics that they like, and that statistically speaking, it's damn near impossible if the guest is having a good time for the chat to not have a good time.
Yes, I feel this. This is also to raise the level of meta discussion that's happening here one further level, Jay. Because we're sort of doing discussion about we were having like the first order discussion, and now we're having the second order discussion of like, okay, here's sort of the intention behind what we're discussing and the form of our discussion. And if we can raise that one level higher, I will say that that sort of discussion is very on brand for me at least, and I hope for you as well, right? This is I think one of the most core LCOLONQ bits, the core LCOLONQ experience. If I were to have it in my head, is to stop what you're doing and then talk about why, the intentions behind why you're doing that.
It's the logic.
So now we've gone 3 levels. We've observed the intention behind observing the intention of the thing. So that really gets us somewhere. But yes, Emacs. We do have to talk about this because Emacs
what makes Emacs so incredible that 2 people just basically at the same time. I'm guessing that at the very least, for starters, this is obviously an older platform or system.
Okay. So what? Okay, this sort of gets Emacs is like, it's almost like my life partner, I guess. Like, my relationship with Emacs is, let's say, mostly platonic. It's largely platonic, but there's a romantic element. It's sort of like bromance. I don't know, maybe something like this, something of this nature, right? It has sort of this element to some degree, but so Emacs is let's go back to history. Emacs is nominally a text editor. It's a program that edits text, much like Notepad or VS Code or any of these sorts of things, right? Emacs is very old, but practically for me, Emacs, it edits my text, but it is not entirely. It is much more than a text editor. It's kind of like my whole interface into the computer. Like, every interaction I have with the computer is through Emacs. Also, welcome back. That's my actual wife. Hello. Hi. Hello, she's here. That's ModClonk. We're talking about Emacs.
I couldn't tell.
Yes. So, ModClonk, by the way, is an integral part of the on-screen. She's an integral on-screen presence for the purpose of con admittance. Yes. She's not Emacs, but she has roughly an equal level of, maybe higher. Do you have a higher level of importance than Emacs?
I hope so.
I think you do. I think you do. I think we've decided that you do. It's sort of, we've been developing that kind of angle. So,
after significant analysis, we have indeed determined.
We have indeed determined that ModClonk has higher priority than Emacs.
In your life?
In my life, yes. So, but Emacs is what it is basically it's a programming language. It's a programming language with some attached like pre-made GUI stuff for creating certain things easily. It's sort of like almost, you might even compare it to like, something like Roblox, right? Like Roblox is sort of like a programming environment that makes it easy to build these little games, right? Build 3D games for people to play. Emacs is a programming environment that makes it very easy to build text-based interfaces. And sort of the built-in app for Emacs is text editing, but you can do much, much, much more with it. And I've used it for much, much more in my personal life for many years now, right? I've used it to oftentimes browse the web or connect to chat rooms or to read forums or to play games, like all these different things. And on stream, Emacs is like, if you're looking at my stream, I am literally just streaming like a full screen Emacs window, the whole stream pretty much. That's just what I do. So the code that I'm editing it using Emacs as an editor, but chat is also displayed using Emacs, and all of my little like weird companion, like all my little gizmos, like my heart rate monitor and those are all displayed using Emacs, and my model is displayed using a terminal inside of Emacs, and I bring up Firefox inside of Emacs, and all the things that like change things on my model are done using Emacs, and all the stuff that responds to Twitch redeems is done using so it's kind of this system that facilitates everything.
Do you just have it plugged in a million ways to OBS?
Well, not even to OBS, just to like OBS more so is controlled by Emacs.
I was going to say,
I'm running OBS inside of Emacs.
I was going to say, is Emacs running OBS, or are you somehow streaming without OBS via Emacs?
Yes. Emacs runs OBS too, so it's sort of like it controls everything in
Emacs
It's sort
of the alpha and the omega.
It is the alpha and the
everything.
omega. Yes, it's. And this is sort of a strange, like some people do this other than me, presumably. I know there's probably at least a couple people who are doing this. I'm sure we actually even have some that watch me, but like it's obviously kind of a funny and strange thing to do. And I've been doing this. It's not even a thing I'm doing as a stream bit. I was doing this for many years before I started.
It's just
streaming.
how you operate.
So it's just how I operate. Like my stream setup, like if you see my stream, like my personal computer, when I end stream, like it looks the same. I just don't have the model on the screen, but I can bring the model up easily. Like it's just the same setup. So like it's not like it makes the stream really comfortable because it's sort of a nice thing, because one, is weird enough that people come in and they're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? And I can be like, haha, it is this strange thing. I am the freak now. Hello, witness my strange creation. But then also it's really comfortable for me. It's not like I'm forcing it, because it's just like what I was going to do anyway. So yeah, but Emacs it's also, yeah, like I said, it's almost 40 years old. Yeah, the programming language that it uses, like I know, like, you know, like Roblox uses,
but it's continuously updated. I see here on the website,
of course.
Emacs 29.3 is out.
Yes, and I'm actually on even a newer version. I'm on one of the version 30 development releases, I think.
Oh, dang.
There's very active development on Emacs. So like these open source things often are like this. You know, they don't really die if a lot of people use them.
And that certainly makes sense, that you have tech people behind the thing that they're gonna keep it going as long as they damn want to.
Yeah, Emacs is one of those things that like I am like, the survival of Emacs is almost impossible. Like betting against Emacs being around in 30 years is like betting against the cockroach being around, right? People will be using Emacs in 30 years, right? Maybe these, you know, any other technology you use could be gone. Windows could be gone. Linux could be gone underneath it. Any number of things could fade away. Emacs will be around. There will be people using it, and I know there will be people using it because I will be using it, and I know it will be maintained. Because if no one maintains it, I will maintain it.
You will.
So
if Emacs has a million fans, I am one of them. If Emacs has 1 fans, I am one of them.
Yeah.
If Emacs has 0 fans, I am dead.
Yes, exactly. So it's that sort of thing for me. I'm ride or die with GNU Emacs. Not even maybe, and who knows, maybe I'll write my own. Like I've considered writing a clone that like works the same way so I can like understand things better. Maybe I'll do that eventually, but the core like model of what Emacs is, like I will use forever. It is for me, it is the way you interact with the computer. So like for me, this ties into, I was saying earlier, I think, that I was trying to play roguelikes yesterday and I couldn't, the interface was annoying to me, right? Like I couldn't really do it, so I ended up just programming for a bunch of time. like trying to make the interface better. What I was doing was I was trying to make it playable from Emacs, which I had already done a bit of work on stream like some number of months ago. Like it's that kind of thing. And I'm not even the first person to do this. Like that game I was discussing way at the beginning of this stream, NetHack. There's a it's kind of dead by now, but like even like 15 years ago there was an Emacs client for NetHack you could play inside of Emacs. So like yeah, people are interested in this thing. People do this weird thing with this weird piece of software, and I am continuing on the proud tradition of stuffing weird things into this thing.
You're at the point where you really can just say, "Fine, I'll do it myself."
Oh yes, no, for sure, and I do often, and I think that's honestly one of the better motivations.
Basically, once you get good at code, that is what you're able to do.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? Like
that's the point.
That's the dream, right? That you can tell the computer, you can decide what the computer does instead of someone else. You're interacting with the computer on your own terms instead of on someone else's terms. You can shape it to your will, right? Which is great.
That's so cool, and just because I've seen a couple folks with wild back-end setups that I'm not sure if you're familiar with Meika.
Oh yes, I'm.
And she's
the artist formerly known as Kitsune Spirit, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, I know her well, and we're buds.
The things she does in OBS are unnatural.
She's really really good. I've been trying to learn from her a little bit. She's been kind of teaching some people recently how to do some OBS things. It's similar to I know a mutual friend, Shindigs, does all this stuff as well, if you're familiar with them.
And I feel like you with Emacs, just the way that you operate, it's so unorthodox, but it's so modular that it's the type of thing that I look at and say, okay, it's high barrier to entry right now, but just judging from it, it seems like something that if there were to be a program, a platform to simplify it in terms of implementation, that is the future of stream setups actually just prettied up Emacs, that somebody creates a UI that it's actually operating Emacs, and it just doesn't look like it to the layperson. That there's so many pieces of technology that that operate off of something else, but it's just changed to have
it's hidden
more
behind the
approachable
scenes.
UI.
Well, as much as I would like to say that, as much as my heart yearns to say yes, this is the future, it's definitely not. Doing like there are way better ways to do this. This is doing it this way is kind of extremely bizarre. There are definitely things you could replicate the experience that I have on stream using other technologies for sure, and it would be better. It would be better, and it would be more workable. It'd be fun. It'd be more approachable to many. But we do it this way just because like we have to, like not even we have to in a sort of obligation sense. We have to in the sense that I have to do it. Like I need to do it given who I am. It has to be this way. But I think more like more customizable environments are definitely the future. OBS is the way things are done in OBS is so cumbersome, right?
And yet it's the simplest we have. Well,
to some extent,
simple, but it's very customizable. That I had Streamlabs for the first couple of months, and the UI is a bit prettier and it automates a couple of things, but it's so much easier in a lot of ways, not to mention it's just less resource intensive to run OBS. But it is very
for the sorts of like complex visual effects though that like someone like Meika or Shindigs are doing. I think it's suboptimal. Right?
Yeah, it's the best we have right now, but you can very clearly see where the ceiling is, and that people have gotten good at drilling holes into that ceiling.
Yeah, and there's so many moving parts. Like people are connecting stream elements and Sammy and all these different things. So like there's a lot of cruft, right? I think probably if I were to say what the future is, like what is the equivalent of what I do with Emacs, like for someone who like is not
the average streamer,
a weirdo, right? Like maybe the average streamer. Like let's start with the average programming streamer, even, right? For the average programming streamer, there are quite a few people now who stream basically from within a game engine. So a good friend of mine, Mordecai, they used to be called Mordecai_dev. Now they're called MDX Kai. They just got partner recently, also. They have an incredibly unique setup that's like baked inside of the Unity game engine. It's like it's
I know
it's
a
hard to
couple
even
folks have
describe
done
what
stuff
it
like
is.
that.
Yeah.
Memory serves, Pumpkin Potion and Duper use Unity.
Duper for sure, and Pumpkin Potion, yes. I know Flyan, who is also a pretty established person, is in Unity. I know there are a couple of Godot people. I know someone to watch out for, actually, who I think is currently on hiatus and may come back with a crazy setup and totally go crazy. If you want to get in on the ground floor of a streamer here, there's a streamer named NME64_U. They're known as Byte, and they've gone viral on Twitter a couple of times for having a really unique like stream overlay. And I think they're going to come back with something that really blows everyone's minds after their little hiatus here. So like that's one to look out for. But like, yeah, that sort of thing. It's the integration that is the power, right? The power of having everything in one place rather than connected through a bunch of different systems, right? Like rather than having Twitch talk to Sammy, talk to OBS, talk to, having all these different things, having one place that controls everything and where it's really easy to put stuff on the screen and move it around and animate it and do a bunch of different stuff with it. That is the way. And for me, that is Emacs. Emacs is maybe not the best at putting funny little 3D models on the screen and like fancy visual effects, but it is the best at putting text on the screen in the way that I want it to be. Right. So, and it is the best at putting code on the screen, I think, for my purposes, and like making like I have for me, I can make a chatbot effect I could make something that responded to a certain word in chat and put another word in chat in less than 10 seconds, and it would be working within those 10 seconds. And I could change that thing to make it respond in Discord instead of Twitch chat in 3 seconds or 1 second, right? Instantaneously. That's like the level of integration I'm talking about. Like having everything talk to one system is a super powerful thing when you're doing like live stuff, right? Like it's having very low impedance between components, interfacing. Yes, this is the word. So that's what it is for me, and I think you could make, if you're normal, if you're sane, it's probably better to do like that in Unity, Unreal, something like that. But for me always it's Emacs.
That's really cool, and just the way that people are able to use different systems and programs, not just for VTubing, but for streaming as a whole, because it's naturally a high-tech form of entertainment and production. Yeah,
but there's a lot of technology involved.
But there's so many options, and that there's the standard ones that the vast majority, present company included, that I use VTube Studio, I use OBS, I use Discord, and that's about it. But that there are all these other little things just sort of bubbling around the edges, and that you have the ability, if you have the ability, to do all those other things. And that my guess is inevitably the growth in not VTubing, but in streaming technology is going to very naturally stem off of one of, if not a combination of these things eventually becoming more accessible and integrated for all the reasons that you just mentioned, because obviously streaming, much like VTubing, is evolving incredibly rapidly. The things that we're able to do, the types of plugins, the types of different integrations are so cool and so numerous, and that we're getting so many of these just developed by random people, distributed for free or very cheap. And
no, it's great. We truly have a cornucopia of options. I think if I were to bet on anything, I think something that's promising that probably hasn't happened yet, but like maybe interesting, is something that is kind of like an integration of what VTube Studio is right now for 2D models, together with into the Unreal editor, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Into something like that. I think that would be huge. right? Because the Unreal Editor they're already like designing this to be like kind of approachable. Like people use this shit to make Fortnite maps and stuff. You know, it's obviously it's a creator's tool, but it's like, you know, it's something that's pretty approachable.
Good for Fortnite maps. It's
yes, yeah. But they're making it. They make it pretty easy to use. And I think a tool that maybe even replaces OBS, right? A tool that handles the video, handles effects, handles things on screen all within one environment like that, and also handles live 2D model display or 3D model display and tracking. I think that's kind of like integrated solution could be like a big thing, right? That would be something that would shake up the game a whole bunch if something like that became popular. Because a lot of the time, right, like we have things have come so far, but they're still so limited.
Yeah.
Right.
That, like, I guess, do you think it is more likely that we are going to get a new platform with the features that you described, or do you think it's more likely that OBS will eventually get an update that allows native live 2D model operation?
Well, I think it's more likely that
as an asset.
People definitely won't do it. I don't think that'll happen to OBS. I think it's unlikely. I think really like OBS is like people do a lot of shit with OBS right now. Like OBS, it could get an extension, but like more likely than not, I think OBS will remain something that people use for like maybe scene transitions and actually capturing the screen and streaming it, right? But then like the thing that you're actually giving to OBS will, like, a lot of things will move out of OBS, I think, is what I anticipate, right? Because it's cleaner to do things. Like, it's nice to have some kind of separation of concerns, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's hard. It's nice when everything is integrated, but it's hard to turn something that already exists, like that is kind of more narrowly scoped, into that kind of in an ad hoc. I think it would be hard to turn OBS into something that could fulfill everyone's needs. But I think we're already kind of pushing at the seams.
So do you think it would still end up then, from what you described, as the nexus of sorts? Is this still the program where we will click start and stop stream, or do you think
probably
that maybe just everything gets offloaded to other programs and that you staple them all into OBS?
Well, I think ideally, here's what I can imagine. You
staple them all into another thing, and that thing is then inserted into OBS wholesale.
Yeah, I can imagine a world where it's just easier to do a lot of like the effects in like a game engine. So I can imagine a world where OBS is basically you are clicking start stream OBS, and OBS you have one scene that has one source that is window capture, and maybe you do audio
from
in that too,
another
right?
thing.
Yeah, and that other thing is running everything for you. It has right,
and you think that's more likely than whatever that thing is running everything for you also having a start stream button?
Video. Yeah, that's where it kind of blurs, because like it's like actually the actual act of streaming, like actually like sending the video to like. That part honestly isn't that hard, right?
Because that's like, the question of what would it take for VTube Studio to have a start streaming button, and it already has.
Yeah, like we could
definitely can upload assets and whatnot. It would probably need a UI overhaul to make it a bit more practical, but it already has a number of different scenes in it that it can look at, and it would just need transitions.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a world where VTube Studio and similar things just get the start streaming button themselves?
I think it's really a question of like UI convenience more than anything, because like just for like context, there's this program called FFmpeg, which is you've probably seen in like maybe in version numbers of things, or like I don't know, it's pretty prolific, incredibly so. In fact, I'm sure we are communicating right now. Our conversation is going through FFmpeg multiple times on multiple servers, and FFmpeg. It's kind of like it's a command line tool / library that is sort of the Swiss Army knife of audio video, like everything, like streaming, encoding, decoding, like all this stuff, right? So that's what, as far as I know, that's what OBS uses behind the scenes, right? Like OBS is just using FFmpeg to send the video to to do all its video stuff. So like it wouldn't be like, and you can stream just with raw FFmpeg. I think I actually did that like when I was young. I tried streaming once, and like a long time ago, probably like 2014, something like that. Ooh. Like, and just did it with FFmpeg. And of course, it doesn't give you anything. There's no scenes. There's not even any preview window that shows you what there's nothing, right? It's just a command line tool that says, okay, we're capturing your screen now. It's going to the place, right? Or we're sending this video that you're giving me to the place. But it's very versatile. So it wouldn't actually be that much effort to have a start streaming button in most things, right? I think it's mostly just that it's like kind of orthogonal to like what it like, you know, like the stuff you want to have on the screen, right? The question of like actually capturing the video and sending it to Twitch is not very interesting, right? There's not many like choices you want to make there. It's pretty much just like, okay, here's what you're giving to Twitch, put it there, and at this resolution, at this encoding settings, you know, that's sort of like a, you know, it's its own thing, but there's not much customization you want to do there, I think. Versus something like the things that people are doing in OBS, like effects, transitions, scenes, like all of this stuff is like a separate question almost. There's a lot of customization there. There's a lot of like control you want over that. You want things to respond to chat messages. You want things to respond to maybe some extension, right? There's a lot going on. But you rarely want a chat message to change the way you're encoding the upload, right? Like it's not something that you really need to be integrated so much.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is like it could be, but like it's already like it's a separate problem, right? I think the real problem that like needs a lot of integration is what do people see? Like what is actually on the screen? And for that, I think like it's going to be less OBS, more game engine, more dedicated program, more like there's that one 3D program, right? I forget what it's called. Like it's a competitor to like VNyan and like is it Warudo? I think maybe.
Oh, Warudo, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Like stuff like that is going to be like, but even more than that, like with really like fine-grained editing and like lighting capabilities. Yeah, VC Face is also in that category. But stuff that's like imagine that, but like you also have the full power of like the Unreal deal, right? Like you can really put anything you want, like that kind of thing. I think a world where it's easier for people to move towards like Duper style setups or Mordecai style setups or there's another streamer that does similar stuff called Doig Swift, I think. It's like a duo stream, and they're like in a game world. They have controllers, they can move their character around, but they're also like doing VTubing stuff as those characters. Like that kind of thing will become more accessible, I think, and that'll change the game up a little bit once that's something that everyone can do.
I'm excited to see. Just there's, like we've been saying the whole time, there's so much potential, and it's not if it's a when, but it's a when and a how, because there's a lot of options, and guessing is the most we can do at this point. And just I'm excited for whatever the hell happens. We've got it pretty good, and I'm very much of the life is good, but it can be better.
We have a bounty of riches before us. It's like there's endless things. I want to see. You know what I really want to see? I want to see people streaming games with their avatar in the game. We've seen a little bit of that with people like doing modding on like Valheim and stuff to put their character in the game.
You could do it. Orange is Orange, I want to see it. Done that
Orange is Orange for sure.
But that what I think will start to happen is that all those things require very specific mods. You need to tailor make your thing. You need to have a hack and run it in a ROM. What I think will start to happen is you will have games that allow you, that have built-in functionality to upload a model.
Yeah, and I think we'll see them. I think we'll see them with face tracking too, even.
Yeah.
With tracking. I mean, obviously, like some things like you can only really have in like a VR context, but like I think. Like an idea I've had for a stream for a while that I have not done enough offline research to execute on yet is I want to write a Final Fantasy mod that does my face tracking on my Final Fantasy character, like in game, in engine, playing the game, right? Or like playing in FPS and you have a second camera view in engine of your face, of your character's face, and it's your avatar and it's talking and you can see the gameplay behind you. Like there's a rocket launcher, the rocket flies right behind your camera view, right? Imagine things like that. That's all possible. It's all eminently possible. It's just like we haven't quite gotten there in terms of the integration yet. But we will. And like, so I think those are the directions to be looking towards if you're like, well, what's next for funny little virtual avatars? I think integration is the name of the game.
Yeah. Just getting more things to work together.
Yeah, exactly.
Goodness, we've been at this for 5.5 hours.
We have been going for 5.5 hours.
We should probably eat, and I know that LCOLONQ is back, so
yes,
I have
I'm sure she will be happy to see me. I am. This was a pleasure, Jay. Vtuber Talk.
This was so much fun.
I was honestly, I have to say, I was sort of expecting this to be. I mean, I would rate this experience like maybe a 9 out of 10. I was sort of expecting it to be like I was expecting it to be a 7 out of 10 experience. So you've vastly exceeded my expectations. Hell yeah! No, not to be like 7 out of 10. Like I was expecting to have a lot of fun, but this was great. This was really awesome.
No, that means a lot. That means I did my job as a host. So I'm very, very glad that you had a good time.
Crazy. I'm glad. I'm shocked. We share many interests. Now I want to bug you to play Magic or something.
The only thing that is as interesting as our shared interests is how differently we go about our shared interests.
Yes. Well, it's fine. I'm a weirdo. It's fine. You have the don't even. I have bizarre tastes. It's well known. It's well established.
I have just 2 last questions that I ask all my guests, and the first is: do you have any goals for the rest of the year? So
my goals for
May
this
now,
year in particular.
Yeah. So whether it's a project that you want to do, something you want to learn, something you want to try to do, is there anything that you want to be able to do in the next 7 months?
Okay. Goals for the year. I set goals at the beginning of the year. Who knows if I'm achieving them? Probably. Who knows? I'm releasing at least one game. It's probably the Giga game. I am going to release at least a couple of YouTube videos. Originally, I wanted to do every month, but I've been doing other shit. So we're doing at least a couple of good YouTube videos that I'm happy about. Have you ever been I have been exercising. I've been going on the rowing machines. That's a separate sort of thing, though. In terms of actual, I don't know, like stream goals, I want to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. No, I don't know. I was talking to some people at Twitch the other day, and I said, like, I don't want to be arrogant, but I'm going to be on the top. I want to be, like, a long-term goal for me is I want to be like a very recognizable programming streamer, right? I want to be like a person people think of when they think of, like, oh, people who do programming on Twitch. If you care about that, I want to be like someone you at least are aware of. So that's like weird and whack to say, like, it sounds like, but that's like the name of the game with streaming. Like I am pursuing glory among mortals or something, right? I don't know. I have the ambition. Yes, exactly. Right. I don't want to, I think it's more polite usually to be like, oh, well, I'm here to have a good time and make friends, which I am, and I am having a great time, and I am making a lot of friends. But like,
that doesn't mean you can't also kick ass at the same time.
Yes, I have the lust for ass kicking in my heart. VTuber Talk, Jay. I desire much ass.
Player.
Yeah, exactly. I want to fucking go off.
Yeah, you want to win.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a goal too. I think I don't know if there's a particular numerical goal, but like we're trying to fucking we're going hard. I'm grinding. We're going fucking hard, and I love every second of it.
I think you're on a pretty good start. That, like you said, you haven't had that crazy pop off viral moment. But
yeah,
I see plenty of those, and some people have been able to parlay them into sustained success.
Yeah,
but far more often than not, it is the long game.
I see the same, and we're here for the long haul. I'm literally like, I will never stop because I love this more than anything. I will go forever. I want to do interesting stuff with the computer forever, and we're gonna make it happen. I'm committed to that. That's a promise. You can take that one to the bank.
I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And we've spoken
what does it mean to
at
me?
length.
We did.
What
we
it
discussed
means
the nature
in some
of
ways
this.
to be a VTuber, but at the end of the day, being a VTuber, like we said, that it is a medium, but it does mean things to people, and it means different things to different people. That I've had people say it lets me get in touch with my inner child. I've had others say it's the tool that I use that I think I can be most entertaining with. I've had people say it's privacy. There's so many different ones.
Yeah,
so for you, LCOLONQ.
For me, I think it's largely I think largely VTubing for me and for others is a gastrointestinal sort of issue, I would say. It's an issue. It's what people who have persistent tummy troubles go and do online. That's all. I think that's mostly it.
In 148 episodes, I've asked that question every episode. That is the first time I've had someone use the word gastrointestinal in the answer.
Yeah, well, it's something like this. It has this. It has this.
Always,
it has the character of
always pioneering, always pushing boundaries. LCOLONQ.
We're trying. We are trying something of this nature. When people say SOTN in the chat, also they're not referring to Symphony of the Night. Generally, it means something of this nature. It's kind of become we have a whole little lexicon. I don't know. It's the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, SOTN. Yes. Well, it's been a pleasure, Jay. Thank you so much for having me. This was really great. Highlight of my week.
Pleasure's all mine. And I do actually have one last question, and that's who would you like us to raid?
Who are we raiding? Well, that's a big question. That's who's even online.
I know I had some other folks follow.
Yes.
VVUE, an OK Guy 0, Slimeister 13, Babanana 7, 1990X Tomater, and Potato for Breakfaster. Thank you so much for the follows. And if you all are interested, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's Vtuber Talk both places. I do these about once a week. I don't have total consistency because I try to schedule around the guests. But yeah, this is what I do. Hopefully you enjoyed, whether you hopped in somewhere along the way or have been here for the whole 5.5 hours. And if for some absurd reason you aren't already following, LCOLONQ, let me get you one more shout out.
Thank you.
And do follow him again if you are not already.
So I think you're familiar with Soy Milk, right? I think
yes,
she's currently doing some electronics stuff. So that sounds very, very apropos. So
yes, I saw her in here for a moment earlier.
She came around. She's a good friend.
Yes.
We kind of have a little group of like a bunch of the people who do like tech stuff, and we talk about things. You know, we like so I've become good friends with her and a bunch of other people who are in kind of the same zone. It's but yeah, she's great, and if you're not opposed, I would love to read over there.
Most definitely, yes. Well, again, thank you so much, LCOLONQ, and thank you to everyone in chat who stopped by. This has been so much fun.
Thank you, everybody. It's been great. Thank you. When I see familiar faces, and it's good. Thank you. Hi. Okay, bye. We'll chat computer later.
Definitely. You all have a great rest of your day. Say hi to Soy for us, and I will see you all next time. Bye.
Okay. Bye.